Chapter 76. Yun Luofeng felt a little uneasy. Could something have happened to that fellow? However, when she reached the room at the back of the mountain, she realized that her worries were unfounded. The moonlight poured down and fell on the man's cold and peerless features. At this moment, the man's back was facing the moonlight and his black robes accentuated his perfect figure. His features were very exquisite and his dark eyes were like the deep darkness of the night. He stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng, who had just pushed open the door and entered. "You're back." The man's voice was hoarse and magnetic. It was like a magnet that could easily attract one's heart. Yun Luofeng raised her brows frivolously. "Are you looking for me?" The man's eyes were fixed firmly on Yun Luofeng. There was no expression on his cold and expressionless face. "I have a book here that I'd like you to study together." Yun Luofeng raised her brows again. Her gaze slowly shifted downwards and landed on the yellow-covered book in the man's hand. An erotic picture? A sense of astonishment appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. She then raised her head and stared fixedly at the man in front of her. "Yun Xiao, did you do this on purpose? If a man brought an erotic picture into your room and said that he wanted to study it with you, you would also think the wrong way. Even if this man had been the most pure and innocent person in your eyes." Yun Xiao was a little confused. He could not understand why she had become so angry after reading this book. However, Yun Xiao was very honest. He nodded and said, "I did it on purpose." Lin Qiong had told him that only two people could study the erotic pictures together. So, he had indeed waited for her here on purpose. Yun Xiao never thought that his subordinate, Lin Qiong, would have the courage to set him up. "Yun Xiao." Yun Luofeng laughed and forced the man's body into a corner. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes. "Do you know what the book in your hand is? Why did you give it to me to study together?" Yun Xiao frowned. He finally felt that something was wrong. "It's Lin Qiong. When he gave me the erotic picture, he told me that he wanted to study it with you. So, I've come to see you." "Who's Lin Qiong?" "My subordinates." The man's deep voice startled Yun Luofeng. She had already guessed that Yun Xiao's identity wasn't ordinary, but because Xiao Mo had told her that Yun Xiao had no ill intentions towards her, she hadn't tried to investigate his identity. "You believe whatever others say?" Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Her body was tightly pressed against Yun Xiao, so much so that Yun Xiao did not dare to move at all. Otherwise, he would feel his entire body become incomparably hot. It was a strange feeling that he had never experienced before. "Yun Xiao, let me ask you a question. When the Mujio caught fire, were you the one who hired people to do it?" Only the Yun family held a grudge against the Prime Minister's manor. Moreover, there weren't many who had the guts to set fire to the Prime Minister's mansion. "They make you unhappy." The man's voice was cold and hoarse. "Those who make you unhappy must die. It's just that you probably don't want me to avenge you, so I didn't kill them." Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly trembled. In 2 lives, this guy was the first person who was willing to kill for her. "Yun Xiao, don't you want to study the erotic picture with me?" After returning to her senses, Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with a trace of mockery. "You can open this book now. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll teach you. How about that?" Yun Xiao was a good and obedient man, especially when it came to Yun Luofeng's words. He was completely obedient. Chapter 77. So, after hearing the young girl's words, he opened the erotic picture very seriously. Inside the yellow leather book, the pictures of men and women in various positions were reflected in his eyes, causing him to be stunned on the spot. His grim face suddenly froze. Yun Xiao was indeed as innocent as a blank piece of paper when it came to men and women, but that did not mean that he was stupid. The postures drawn in the erotic picture were so penetrating, how could he not understand? "Lin Qiong." A wave of anger rose from Yun Xiao's heart and he clutched the yellow book in his hand tightly. Lin Qiong had actually brought me something like this, especially since he had opened it right in front of Yun Luofeng. The pitiful Lin Qiong still does not know that her master has a grudge against her, so much so that he would not have a good life in the future. Yun Xiao's heart grew anxious and he hurriedly tried to explain himself to Yun Luofeng, afraid that the young girl would think that he was one with those lecherous, vulgar men. However, just as he turned around and before he could explain himself, he was met with a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. The young girl's eyes carried a faint smile as she sized up the man in front of her with great interest. She looked as if she was admiring a perfect piece of art. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was very close. Yun Xiao could smell the young girl's faint fragrance in front of him, and a strange impulse welled up in his heart, causing his body to heat up. He did not know why, but the picture of a man and a woman had suddenly leapt into his mind. "Do you want to study the erotic picture with me?" Yun Luofeng's voice was like the last straw that broke his back. An unbearable agitation rushed into his mind with a bang, causing his body to react involuntarily. Sensing the man's abnormality, Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a mocking smile and he left Yun Xiao's body in a flash. "Yun Xiao, this is the price you have to pay for asking me to study the erotic picture." Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. "If you come looking for me again in the future, I won't show you any mercy." After Yun Luofeng's body had left, the man felt a little better. Even he did not know why he, who had always been cold and emotionless, would feel such an impulse towards the young girl in front of him. "You can go now." Yun Luofeng clapped his hands and smiled at the man standing in front of him. "Also, don't believe your subordinate's words in the future. Don't be led astray by him." Poor Lin Qiong. She did not know that Yun Luofeng had decided her fate with just a few words. "Oh." Yun Xiao nodded obediently. "If you don't like him, I can exile him." "Banish?" "There's no need for that, just don't listen to everything he says in the future." Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile, and he took 2 steps towards Yun Xiao, forcing him into a corner once again. He declared tyrannically, "Remember, the only one who can train you is me." Yun Xiao's face clearly showed a trace of uneasiness. The impulse that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged forth once again as the young girl approached him. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng did not torture him this time. After seeing his somewhat heated face, he flashed away. "Let's go, I want to rest." Yun Luofeng yawned lazily and raised his eyebrows at the man in front of him. The man pursed his thin lips slightly. He looked at Yun Luofeng with a complicated gaze. Finally, he looked at her deeply, then turned and walked into the boundless night. Chapter 78. "Master, you had such a good opportunity just now, why didn't you pounce on him? Why didn't you?" Little Mo's angry voice rang out in his mind. "Dual cultivation, that's dual cultivation we're talking about. It's not just a small increase in cultivation. Why didn't you eat him up?" Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. "Yun Xiao still needs some training. Let's talk about it after I've trained him. Besides, although I'm interested in Yun Xiao, I don't have any feelings for him yet." "Master, what's wrong with Yun Xiao? You come and go at his beck and call, you're obedient, you have a good figure and you're powerful. Most importantly, he's never had a woman before. What else does he need to be trained in?" Little Mo was very dissatisfied. His master had given up on such a good opportunity. If it were him, he would have pounced on him first. Feelings could be nurtured slowly in the future. The night sky was as still as water. In the quiet courtyard of the Yun family home, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Water splashed all over the man's perfect face. The man soaked his entire body in the cold water and felt the burning sensation slowly recede. Once his body had recovered, he leaped out of the lake and stood on the ground. His long black robe was soaked and clung tightly to his body. His abs were also exposed under the moonlight. The man's hair was also soaked and droplets of water slowly flowed down the perfect contours of his face. If any woman were to witness this sexy and seductive scene, they would definitely fall for it. He turned his back on the boundless night and said, "Lin Qiong, your punishment will be heavier." No one noticed that a figure cupped her fists at the man and then disappeared into the night sky. Yun Xiao was just about to leave the lake when he noticed the erotic painting that he had thrown aside before entering the lake. After some thought, he picked it up and walked towards the back of the mountain. Ever since the medical pavilion had produced the spirit-gathering liquid, it had become more lively than ever. Every morning, countless people would come to the medical pavilion in order to get their hands on the spirit-gathering liquid as soon as possible. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng provided a few more bottles of spirit-gathering liquid for the medical pavilion, which prevented these people from fighting on the spot. At this point in time, in the inner hall of the medical pavilion, Elder Rong was smiling as he looked at the grandfather and grandson sitting in front of him. He chuckled and said, "Elder Ning, it's such a coincidence that you came to Long Yuan Nation. I went back a while ago and only arrived here this morning." "Why? Have you found the divine doctor?" Ever since Elder Ning contracted an incurable disease, he had a sickly look. It had been a long time since he had been so radiant. He must have found a way to save his life. "Elder Rong, you're right. I did find a famous doctor, but she's not the one we're familiar with. She's a famous doctor hidden among the people. My illness can finally be cured." "Oh." Elder Rong raised his eyebrows. "That's great. To be honest, I've always felt guilty because our medical pavilion couldn't cure you. So, when I heard that you're here, I plan to introduce you to a doctor. This doctor is really a peerless genius. She even has a way to cure the poison of the mandala flower. See, I just went back to fetch you." Hearing this, Elder Ning was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "So there are so many geniuses in Long Yuan Nation. The lady I met is also a genius. She has already promised to treat my illness, so I won't trouble Elder Rong this time. I believe in her abilities. However, I would like to have a competition with Elder Rong to see who has better medical skills." Never in their wildest dreams would these two old men have thought that the peerless genius they knew was actually a human. Chapter 79. Elder Rong. Just as the two old men were talking, Lin Xiao, who was dressed in a green robe, walked in quickly. He cupped his fists and said, reporting to Elder Rong, "The royal physician, Jing Lin, is here to see you." Jing Lin. Elder Rong frowned, no longer as relaxed as when he was talking to Elder Lin. His face was full of impatience. "I've said it before, I won't see anyone from the royal family." Elder Lin, Jing Lin said that he has a 100-year-old medicinal herb and wants to give it to Elder Rong. Lin Xiao told Elder Rong what Jing Lin had said outside the door. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. The 100-year-old medicinal herb in Jing Lin's hands might be a treasure to others, but unfortunately, the medical court did not care about it. A 100-year-old medicinal herb, what a big deal. Elder Rong sneered, his face full of mockery. "Lin Xiao, do you know why Jing Lin came to the medical court to visit me?" Elder Rong, Jing Lin's face is full of panic. "I think he's here for the Crown Prince. This morning, I heard that the Crown Prince's spiritual power disappeared overnight. Jing Lin tried everything he could but could not help him recover. Therefore, I dare to guess that he must be here for the Crown Prince." In one night, the news of the Crown Prince losing his spiritual power spread throughout the entire Long Yuan country. Of course, this was related to Yun Luofeng's deliberate propaganda. With Jing Lin's medical skills, of course, he could not cure the Crown Prince. Therefore, he could only seek help from the medical court. "Go back and tell Jing Lin that the medical court does not treat the royal family," Elder Rong said coldly. Elder Ning looked at Elder Rong in surprise. Although the medical court's doctors were arrogant and difficult to invite, the medical court had always given face to the royal family. Moreover, the other party was the Crown Prince of the royal family. Now, he actually rejected the other party's request so forcefully. Elder Rong seemed to know the old man's doubts and explained to him, "Elder Ning, I've told you before that there is a peerless genius who can cure Lord Ning's Datra poison. That genius has a grudge with the Crown Prince. If I save the Crown Prince now, what if she is unhappy and refuses to cure Lord Ning?" Hearing this, Elder Ning was stunned. Such a coincidence. The genius I know also has a grudge against the Crown Prince. Last night, I saw how she took revenge on the Crown Prince. Elder Rong was slightly startled. Just as he was about to say something, a clamor came from outside the door, accompanied by Jing Lin's angry roar. "What happened outside?" Elder Rong stood up and frowned. "Lin Xiao, go and see what's going on. Why is it so noisy?" "Yes." Lin Xiao cupped his fists and walked towards the door. In the hall, Jing Lin glared angrily at the beautiful girl in front of him. The flames in his eyes almost jumped out. "Yun Luofeng, you vicious woman. You hit Wu Shuang yesterday, And you still have the guts to appear in front of me today. You're just jealous of Wu Shuang. I'm warning you, if you dare to go against Wu Shuang in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jing Lin's impression of Yun Luofeng had always been that she was a wastrel. No matter what, he was not willing to believe that this hedonistic young lady's medical skills were truly outstanding. Moreover, Wu Shuang had personally said that she was unable to diagnose that old man's illness. Chapter 80. In this way, she came to the conclusion that the old man must have been invited by Yun Luofeng in order to clear his name in front of everyone. Otherwise, why would she be able to wake the old man up with a needle that Wu Shuang could not diagnose? Yun Luofeng lazily raised her eyes and glanced sideways at the old man who was blocking her way. Her lips curled into a smile. There is one thing you are mistaken about. The person who beat Mu Wuxuang was not me, it was Gao Ling. In addition, I am not here to look for you, I am here to look for Elder Rong. Early this morning, Elder Rong had sent someone to the general's residence to invite her. That was why she had come to the medical pavilion at this time. Who knew that she would bump into Jing Lin? Needless to say, Jing Lin must have come because of Gao Ling's illness. Unfortunately, unless she took action, the people in the medical pavilion would not be able to cure Gao Ling. Yun Luofeng, Jing Lin sneered, his eyes filled with a strong sense of ridicule. Every day, there are countless people who come to the medical pavilion to see Elder Rong. Do you think a good-for-nothing like you would be willing to see you? Even Wu Shuang was rejected when he came to see her, let alone you. It is better to be self-aware so that you don't embarrass yourself later. Yun Luofeng stretched her back and raised her eyebrows at Jing Lin. If I were Elder Rong, I would not see a person like Mu Wuxuang who does not have any real ability. Whether it was in words or actions, Yun Luofeng would not let herself be at a disadvantage. Jing Lin was stunned. He did not know where this girl got the courage to say such arrogant words. Wu Shuang did not have real ability. Could it be that she had found an old man to pretend to be sick and she had real ability? What a joke. Yun Luofeng, you really have no manners. Fortunately, your parents died early, otherwise they would have been angered to death by you sooner or later. Jing Lin laughed coldly. He was the royal doctor, even the emperor had to give him some face. Perhaps the world needed to fear General Yun Luo, but only he did not need to bear the threat of old Yun Luo. Therefore, Jing Lin would say these words at this moment. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous light flashed across her eyes. Her tone was as lazy as ever, but it clearly carried a touch of unruly momentum. Yun Xiao, just don't kill him. There was a sneer on Jing Lin's face. Just as he was about to say a few words of mockery, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down from above his head. When he regained his senses, a fist landed on Jing Lin's face with a bang. Jing Lin's body flew out and fell into the crowd. How dare you? Jing Lin was enraged. He glared at the callous man who was walking towards him. I am the royal physician. If you hurt me, you will be charged with the crime of despising the royal family. Yun Luofeng curled her lips into a faint smile. She lowered her body and looked at Jing Lin on the ground with a faint smile. I'm hitting you. What can you do to me? Arrogant, egotistical, domineering. I'm hitting you, so what can you do to me? At this moment, Yun Luofeng fully displayed the nature of a hedonistic young master, as if she had always been like this. That's right. Yun Luofeng was the only daughter of the general's residence, and the general doted on his only granddaughter to the extreme. She did have the right to be arrogant. Moreover, the cold-masked man beside her was not weak at all. No wonder the general was at ease with her going out alone. Yun Luofeng, you're really unreasonable. This is the medical pavilion. If you dare to cause trouble in the medical pavilion, even your grandfather won't be able to protect you. Jing Lin saw the cold man walking towards him again and his eyes unconsciously became flustered. Chapter 81. The man did not say a word as he silently walked to Jing Lin's side. He then picked up the old man who was lying on the ground and threw him fiercely to the side as if he was picking up a little chick. P2E. The old man's body slammed against the wall and he instantly felt a sweet taste in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was flushed with anger. Yun Luofeng. He roared angrily and glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out and broke the tense atmosphere. Our elder Rong is not seeing any guests today, so, Lin Xiao was just about to ask everyone to leave when he suddenly noticed Yun Luofeng standing in the crowd. He was shocked. Jing Lin did not notice his abnormality and crawled up from the ground. He rubbed his injured chest with his large hand and his expression was extremely ugly. Shopkeeper Lin, someone is causing trouble in your medicine pavilion. Are you not going to do anything about it? Lin Xiao frowned and instinctively looked at Yun Luofeng, who was standing with his arms crossed. Yun Luofeng's face carried a smile that did not reach his eyes. His evil smile turned towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. Elder Rong's attitude towards Lady Yun was very obvious. He would protect her even if he had to abandon the imperial family. However, she did not know what Lady Yun's attitude was. If Lady Yun did not want to reveal her brilliant medical skills and she had exposed her identity instead, she was afraid that she would anger her. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao did not know that Yun Luofeng's medical skills had been exposed last night. The medicine pavilion will handle this matter. Lin Xiao frowned. Now, all he wanted to do was to send Jing Lin away. As for what happens next, it was not something he could interfere with. Of course, I believe in the medicine pavilion's abilities. When Jing Lin heard this, he thought that the medicine pavilion would stand up for him and his elderly face lit up with pride. However, this Yun Luofeng is not only arrogant and unbridled, she is also incomparably cunning. I'm afraid that the medicine pavilion would be tricked by her in the end without even realizing it. Just like yesterday, she had randomly hired an old man to pretend to be sick and had then bravely volunteered to save him. In the end, everyone thought that her medical skills were brilliant, but in reality, she was still a good-for-nothing. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. She never thought that Jing Lin would even use the excuse of the old man pretending to be sick. He was only trying to convince himself that she could not cure him. Lin Xiao. An old voice came slowly from behind Lin Xiao. The curtain of the inner hall of the medical pavilion was lifted, and two old men walked out. One of them was an old man dressed in a long white robe. He had a sage-like demeanor and the bearing of a powerhouse. The other old man was dressed in green robes and his aged face carried a sickly look. A beautiful young girl followed closely by his side. At this moment, the young girl was supporting the green-robed old man as they slowly walked out. Elder Rong, Elder Ning. Lin Xiao turned to the two old men and cupped his fists respectfully. Humph. I wonder who dares to cause trouble in our medical pavilion. Get out of here immediately. Elder Rong's temper was very bad. His eyes swept across everyone in the hall and finally fixed on Jing Lin. Jing Lin naturally did not know that the person Elder Rong was talking about was him. He thought that the person Elder Rong was angrily rebuking was Yun Luofeng. A smug look flashed in his eyes as he angrily said to Yun Luofeng, Yun Luofeng, did you not hear what Elder Rong said? Get out of the medical pavilion immediately. This medical pavilion does not welcome an arrogant person like you. Chapter 82. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms over his chest and lazily leaned on Yun Xiao's body. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the angry Yun Xiao. The one who should get out of here is you. Hee hee. Jing Lin chuckled in a low voice, and the ridicule in his eyes deepened. I am the royal physician, and you are just a piece of trash that everyone looks down on. Everyone knows that the person Elder Rong is talking about is you. You're the only one who's shamelessly staying here. You're really the same as your grandfather. Back then, I had already warned him that we, the royal doctor, would never save Yun Qingya. In the end, he shamelessly knelt on the ground and begged us. Humph. Did he think that kneeling would be useful? No. Even if he committed suicide in front of me, I would not do anything. If it was said that Yun Luofeng's state of mind could be said to be calm at the beginning, then now, her chest was heaving up and down. Whenever she thought of the scene of her grandfather kneeling in despair, her heart would be filled with endless anger. However, his kneeling did not receive any help. Instead, he suffered even more humiliation. You can imagine, in the cold wind, a white-haired old man kneeling helplessly to save his son. The people around him only gave him mockery and mockery. What kind of sorrow and misery was this? Compared to the humiliation he had suffered, he was more pained by his severely injured son. If second uncle had not been lucky enough to survive, Perhaps this old man would have once again experienced the pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Following Jing Lin's words, the entire medical pavilion fell into a state of silence. Everyone could feel this oppressive atmosphere, as if even the surrounding air had frozen. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's voice slowly sounded in this oppressive atmosphere. You said that I will take revenge. Only by taking revenge with my own hands will I feel satisfied. Just now, no one else had felt it, but Yun Luofeng had clearly felt the killing intent from Yun Xiao's body. She knew that Yun Xiao had indeed wanted to kill. If she had not said this, Jing Lin's body might have been separated from his body in the next moment. But, was this what she wanted? No. This was definitely not the result she wanted. Jing Lin was most proud of his medical skills. Only by ruthlessly trampling on his medical skills would he have endless despair. Jing Lin, it's not your fault that you didn't save him, but you helping the Mu clan is a big mistake. I can forgive you for not saving them, but I can't forgive you for colluding with the Mu clan. Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with evil charm as he slowly walked towards Jing Lin. Jing Lin laughed coldly. He looked up at Yun Luofeng, and when his eyes met hers, a rumbling sound filled his mind. It was as if his soul had been struck, and he couldn't stop himself from trembling. Pa. The girl's slap landed heavily on Jing Lin's face, and her demonic and arrogant voice reached his ears. This slap is for you to return to my parents on behalf of Mu Jiao. Pa. Another slap. Jing Lin's head was dizzy and he was completely unable to react. You're returning this slap to my grandfather. You can watch him die, but you don't have the right to humiliate an old father who is eager to save his son. Pa. The slap landed heavily again. Jing Lin felt like he was seeing stars, and his whole body was dizzy. It seems that you also think that you did something wrong, so you didn't dodge. If that's the case, I'll give you a few more slaps. Wasn't that right? In everyone's eyes, Jing Lin was too ashamed, so he didn't dodge Yun Luofeng's slap. But no one knew that at that moment, the impact that came from the depths of his soul. Chapter 83. Jing Lin came back to his senses with great difficulty, and suddenly realized that he had just been slapped a few times by a little girl like Yun Luofeng in front of a large crowd. He was instantly enraged. Yun Luofeng, how dare you act so presumptuously in the medical pavilion? Kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. Otherwise, I will never forgive your actions today. Yun Luofeng took the handkerchief from Yun Xiao and carefully wiped the palm that had slapped Jing Lin as if there was some germ on Jing Lin's face. Yun Luofeng. Jing Lin clenched his fists in anger, but before he could rebuke her, Elder Rong's impatient voice rang out from the side. What are you still doing here? How dare you cause trouble in my medical pavilion? Get lost. Jing Lin fiercely swallowed the flames that he was about to spit out. His arrogant gaze fell upon Yun Luofeng's demonic yet pillously beautiful face as he scoffed icily. Today, on account of Elder Rong, I will let you go for now. Did you not hear what Elder Rong had said? Get lost immediately. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng did not move and looked at Jing Lin with a smile in her eyes. Jing Lin was even more disdainful. He had seen thick-skinned people before, but he had never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. Elder Rong's words were not polite at all. She was still shamelessly staying here. She was indeed Yun Luo's granddaughter. No one could match her level of shamelessness. Just as Jing Lin was about to retort, Elder Rong's voice rang out once again. Jing Lin, I've asked you to get lost. Did you not hear me? Jing Lin's words had just reached his throat when he choked on Elder Rong's impatient words. He almost choked on his breath. He coughed violently and his elderly face flushed red as he stared dazedly at Elder Rong. Elder Rong, was that me you were talking about? He pointed at himself and asked in disbelief. Elder Rong replied coldly, who else could it be if not you? I, Elder Rong, have never seen anyone as thick-skinned as you in my entire life. I've already asked you to get lost twice, but you're still staying in my medical pavilion. This was what Jing Lin had used to mock Yun Luofeng. Now, it was returned to him by Elder Rong. Jing Lin's body stiffened and his face turned pale. He stammered, Elder Rong, the person who came to the medical pavilion to cause trouble was clearly Yun Luofeng, he. Elder Ning smiled faintly and looked at Jing Lin with a lukewarm gaze. The two of us only saw you using your power to bully others and bully a little girl. Now that you've been beaten up, do you still expect the medical pavilion to stand up for you? Elder Rong asked you to get lost, so get out of the medical pavilion immediately. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if Elder Rong doesn't make a move. Jinglin's face turned from white to green, then from green to white again. He took a deep breath and laughed dryly. Elder Rong, you must have misunderstood. I didn't bully the young girl. She was the one who asked someone to beat me up. Thus, the one causing trouble is not me, but this girl. Even now, Jinglin was still a little confused about the situation. He even thought that Elder Rong had thought that he was bullying Yun Luofeng because of her young age. Elder Rong, this girl is far too sinister and cunning. Last night, she had found an old man to pretend to be an injured patient in a vain attempt to deceive the world. It was a good thing that my disciple's medical skills are brilliant and he had long seen through the old man's pretense. That was why he had not been able to wake the unconscious old man up. It was just that my disciple had not exposed him for the sake of our past friendship. Chapter 84. Jinglin showed a smile and arrogantly glanced at the indifferent Yun Luofeng behind him. At this moment, he did not notice that the faces of the two old men had become gloomy because of his words. However, neither of them spoke, as they wanted to hear what else he was going to say. Jinglin mistakenly thought that the two old men had listened to his words and continued, a person as insidious, cunning, and audacious as her cannot be treated leniently. I know that the two of you are helping her because of her young age. I just don't want the two of you to be deceived by her. Elder Ning smiled faintly. His smile was cold and alienated, slowly echoing in the noisy hall of the medical pavilion. Is this Mu Wushuang's master from yesterday? Jinglin froze for a moment, looking at Elder Ning in astonishment. He frowned slightly. I am indeed Mu Wushuang's master. I don't know who senior is. Me? Elder Ning smiled faintly. This old man is the old man who pretended to be sick and deceived people yesterday. Like five thunders, Jinglin's whole body couldn't help but tremble, his shocked eyes staring at the old man standing in front of Elder Rong. Elder Ning was not a person from Long Yuan country, so it was understandable that Jinglin did not know him. However, when he saw that this old man was with Elder Rong, he determined that the old man must be someone with some status. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at first. Could it be that the old man Wushuang met yesterday was the person in front of him? Elder Rong no longer cared about Jinglin. He looked at Elder Ning in surprise and asked, the famous doctor you told me before is Yun Luofeng? Yes. Elder Ning nodded and looked at Elder Rong strangely. Why? Don't you believe that this little girl has such high medical skills? Elder Rong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I can certainly trust her medical skills. After all, the doctor I just told you about is also her. It's ridiculous that the two of us actually wanted to compare whose medical skills are better. Listening to the conversation between the two old men, Yun Luofeng gently raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth raised in a smile. These two old fellows actually wanted to use her to compare. Elder Rong also realized that he had said something wrong, but it was too late for him to retract his words. He chuckled dryly and said, Yun girl, I've known Elder Ning for many years. We like to compare ourselves to each other, so please don't take it to heart. Furthermore, we can't compare ourselves to each other right now. We can't possibly let you compete with yourself in medical skills, can we? Oh! The devilish smile on Yun Luofeng's face deepened. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Rong, who was explaining. Elder Rong's expression became even more awkward. He had only blurted out the secret between the two old men just like that. Especially in front of Yun Luofeng, if it was said that Elder Ning's words had struck like lightning at the beginning, causing Jinglin to be dumbfounded on the spot, but after hearing Elder Rong's voice, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even hear what the other party said next. There was only one voice echoing in his mind. Yun Luofeng, this trash, really had medical skills? This was even more unscientific than an ant raping an elephant. Jinglin, since you don't want to leave, I can only throw you out. In order to divert his embarrassment, Elder Rong turned his gaze towards Jinglin and ordered coldly, Men, throw Jinglin out of the door. From now on, No one from the imperial family is welcome to enter my medical pavilion for all eternity. Chapter 85. As you command. Just as Elder Roang finished speaking, a few men in black walked out from the shadows of the medical pavilion. These men in black grabbed Jing Lin's hands and feet and lifted him up like a dead pig. They walked out of the medical pavilion and threw his body on the street like a parabola. Bang! Jing Lin's limbs were in the air. His face was covered in dust and he looked extremely pathetic. The pedestrians on the street stopped to watch. At this moment, Jing Lin finally recovered from the heavy blow. He quickly climbed up from the street, and without even patting the dust off his body, he fled forward in a sorry state. Elder Roang, Elder Ning. In the medical pavilion, Yun Luofeng's expression was not very good. She said listlessly, "I'm a little tired today. You asked me to treat your illness. Send him to the general's residence tomorrow. I will treat you there." Elder Roang was stunned. He wanted to ask Yun Luofeng to stay, but before he could say anything, he was pulled back by Elder Ning. Elder Ning shook his head at him and turned his kind gaze to Yun Luofeng. "Miss Yun, go back and have a good rest. We will go to the general's residence tomorrow to find you." "All right." Yun Luofeng did not say anything else. She hooked her arm around Yun Xiao's neck and gently closed her eyes. "Yun Xiao, help me back." Yun Xiao pursed her thin lips and bent down to carry Yun Luofeng. She then strode out of the medical pavilion. That damned Jing Lin. After Yun Xiao carried Yun Luofeng away, Elder Roang could no longer hold back his anger and exploded. "I had already talked to the Yun girl today. In the end, it was all Jing Lin's fault that the Yun girl was angered and caused the Lord's treatment to be delayed." From Elder Roang's point of view, if it was not for Jing Lin, Yun Luofeng would not have left just like that. Even though Jing Lin had suffered a great loss here, it could not dispel the anger in his heart. Suddenly, Elder Roang seemed to have thought of something. He walked to the cabinet where the medicinal herbs were placed. With a crash, he threw all the precious medicinal herbs onto the ground. After some thought, he picked up a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid and smashed it onto the ground. Clang! The bottle filled with spirit-gathering liquid shattered into countless pieces, causing the snow-white spirit-gathering liquid to spill all over the ground and quickly evaporate. Elder Roang. Elder Ning was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Elder Roang ignored Elder Ning's roar as he stomped on the medicinal herbs on the ground fiercely. He only took a deep breath when he had trampled on the precious medicinal herbs until they were beyond recognition. Then, he swept his cold gaze across the crowd in the medical pavilion. No one is allowed to say a word about what happened today, especially with regards to Yun Las. If anyone were to leak even the slightest bit of information, they will definitely be hunted down by my medical pavilion. Everyone could not help but shiver. They all swore, "Elder Roang, don't worry. Even if we die, we won't say a word." "Good." Elder Roang nodded in satisfaction. "Also, I want all of you to spread a message. Say that Jing Lin had made things difficult for the general's eldest Miss Yun Luofeng in our medical pavilion. Who would have thought that Miss Yun was protected by a guard so he had not succeeded? However, when he had fought with that guard, he had damaged our medical pavilion's medicinal herbs. Even the precious spirit-gathering liquid had fallen into his hand." Elder Ning finally understood what Elder Roang wanted to do and could not help but stare in shock. High. This was simply too high. Indeed, it was best to offend anyone but that old fellow, Elder Roang. Otherwise, when he decided to trick someone, he would take their life. Chapter 86. Lin Xiao, I'll make a list of guts later. You can take it to the Imperial Palace and have Jing Lin compensate according to the price. If I don't make him bankrupt, my surname isn't Roang. Elder Roang's eyes were spitting fire as he gritted his teeth. Elder Ning shook his head helplessly. "I thought you had gone mad because of Jing Lin. I didn't expect you to use such a method to trick him. With the pressure from your medical pavilion here, Jing Lin wouldn't dare to not compensate." "Me." Elder Roang snorted coldly. "Who asked that old bastard Jing Lin to drive that Yun girl away in anger? How could I not let him bleed? Go and spread this news now. My medical pavilion will take responsibility for everything. Jing Lin won't dare to do anything to you. But if I find out that you are helping Jing Lin, Don't blame my medical pavilion for not showing mercy. A sharp glint flashed across Elder Rong's eyes. His voice was cold and stern. Grandfather, Ning Xin supported Elder Ning and said with a smile, with Elder Rong avenging Miss Yun, you can rest assured. However, this Jing Lin is really digging his own grave. Elder Ning smiled bitterly and said, Xin you're right. With Elder Rong taking action, why would there be a need for an old fellow like me? He's just an imperial physician. If I were to help him, I would be overestimating him. A hint of arrogance appeared on Elder Ning's usually indifferent face as he spoke his last sentence. As the head of the Ning family, he naturally had the right to be arrogant. There was no doubt about it. The Yun family. After Yun Luofeng was carried back by Yun Xiao, the entire Yun family was in an uproar. Qing Yang hurriedly sent someone to inform Yun Luo before following Yun Xiao into the back of the mountain. However, before Qing Yang could step into the room, the door was slammed shut with a bang, nearly injuring Qing Yang's nose. She stood outside the door with a face full of resentment and muttered, now that Miss has Yun Xiao's service, she doesn't even want this servant anymore. As expected, Miss values her lover more than her friends. Forget it, I'll wait for the general to return first. In the room, Yun Luofeng looked at the man standing at the door and frowned. Yun Xiao, you go out too. Yun Xiao did not move as her cold eyes stared fixedly at the young girl's pale face. Did you forcefully increase your strength? Yun Luofeng weakly closed his eyes. She was only an intermediate nascent spiritualist, but Jing Lin was a beginner intermediate spiritualist. There was a gap of 2 whole ranks between them. The reason why Yun Luofeng was able to hit him before he could react was because she had borrowed the power of the divine grimoire to forcefully increase the strength of her soul. That was why she was able to use her soul attack on Jing Lin and cause him to lose focus for a short moment. Of course, this method had a consequence that was neither light nor heavy. The consequence was that Yun Luofeng's soul would become extremely weak when it recovered to its original state. Hence, she had asked Yun Xiao to bring her back. I'm fine. You go out first. Yun Luofeng slowly opened his eyes. His voice was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. He spoke weakly. Yun Xiao, who had always been obedient, did not obey Yun Luofeng this time. Not only did he not leave, he walked in front of the young girl and stared at her seriously. His magnetic voice slowly rang out, "Why won't you let me make a move?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and looked at the man standing beside him. "I want to do it myself." There was no other reason. She only wanted to personally teach Jing Lin a lesson, even if it meant that her soul would become weak. Your power belongs to you, not me. Yun Xiao, do you understand? If you need it. The man's cold eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng. My power can also belong to you. Chapter 87. In her past life, Yun Luofeng had once read a passage on the internet that had moved her greatly. The passage was this: if you want to kill someone, I will help you hold the sword. Even though the current Yun Xiao did not say these words, the meaning behind his words was the same as this familiar phrase. Yun Luofeng's heart was moved at this moment. She raised her eyes to stare at the grim and pitilessly beautiful man before her. Her deep, black eyes were incomparably serious. Yun Xiao, what if I don't need your power and insist on doing it myself? Yun Xiao frowned, clearly pondering over Yun Luofeng's question. After a long pause, he looked at Yun Luofeng once again. His grim eyes were filled with determination. I can help you hold down his hands and feet so that he won't be able to resist. You can vent your anger to your heart's content. The man answered Yun Luofeng's question with a deadpan expression. His expression was very solemn and serious, making one feel that he would definitely be able to do what he has said. Yun Xiao, why are you so good to me? Yun Luofeng's deep eyes stared at Yun Xiao as she asked. Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips and his grim eyes continued to stare at Yun Luofeng. I don't know, but I know that I want to protect you. I want to protect you. These 5 words caused Yun Luofeng's nerves to tremble. She rubbed her aching forehead and said weakly, Yun Xiao, if you're done speaking, you can leave. I want to quietly recuperate. Yun Xiao silently took 2 steps towards Yun Luofeng, still going against her orders. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng raised her brow when she saw how disobedient Yun Xiao was. Just as she raised her head to look at the man's grim features, the man's warm palm had already landed on her chest. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a dangerous glint flashed across her eyes. She never thought that a naive and ignorant man like Yun Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack her. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to tease this man, a warm feeling slowly flowed from her chest to her soul. She could feel that her originally weak soul was gradually recovering. Yun Luofeng finally understood. So this man wasn't taking advantage of her, but was actually nourishing her soul? At this moment, the man standing in front of her had his palm pressed tightly against her chest, as if he could feel the soft body of the young girl. A strange feeling immediately emerged in the man's heart. This feeling was somewhat uncontrollable, like a volcano about to erupt. However, he quickly calmed his breathing and focused on healing Yun Luofeng's injured soul. Master, I told you long ago not to use this method to increase the strength of your soul, but you just wouldn't listen. In his mind, Xiao Mo's resentful voice rang out, if you want me to forgive you, you can eat Yun Xiao up right now. Anyway, this kid hasn't tasted meat yet, so you won't lose out. Yun Luofeng ignored Little Mo's nagging. However, Little Mo had a determined heart and continued to mutter, Master, do you still want to become stronger? Right now, you have a shortcut to becoming an expert. As long as you eat this annoying little fairy in front of you, you can become an expert. Torturous little fairy? Yun Luofeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Yun Xiao, who was standing in front of her, from head to toe. She just could not associate this grim man with the word fairy. Chapter 88. What is it? Yun Xiao saw that Yun Luofeng was sizing her up with a strange look in his eyes and gently furrowed her brows. Yun Xiao, has anyone ever told you that you're very tasty? It goes without saying that the man in front of her had the capital to be seductive. His cool and pitilessly beautiful features and exquisite, perfect features were all capable of tempting anyone to commit a crime, especially his 8-pack. It was exquisite to the extreme. If he were to strip off his clothes and fight outside, it was likely that the muscles on his chest would be incomparably smooth. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment as if she did not understand why she would suddenly say such things. No. After thinking for a moment, Yun Xiao answered Yun Luofeng's question truthfully. Indeed, no one had ever dared to say such things to him. However, with his status, even if those women had not seen his face under the mask, they would still cling to him. However, those women had not been able to survive. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao's slightly awkward expression and suddenly laughed. Yun Xiao, how much longer are you going to keep your hand on my chest? Her eyes glanced at Yun Xiao's hand, which was still tightly pressed against her chest, and a demonic smile gathered in her dark eyes. Yun Xiao's expressionless face stiffened. He retracted his hand and said grimly, Your body is fine now, I'll take my leave. Once he had said his piece, he turned and walked towards the door. No matter how steady his steps were, Yun Luofeng could see a trace of panic. Looks like this fellow isn't completely clueless about the matters between men and women. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she stared at Yun Xiao's departing figure. The smile on her lips carried a trace of demonic charm, however, he still lacks training. The entire Yun family knew that the eldest miss of the Yun family, Yun Luofeng, had been carried back by Yun Xiao. Hence, when Yun Luofeng, who had been chatting and drinking tea outside, heard about this, he hurriedly left everyone behind and rushed back to the general's residence. When he saw that Yun Luofeng was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. But even if Yun Luofeng had not been harmed, the old man, who had always been protective of his people, was still enraged. If Yun Luofeng had not held him back, he would have already rushed into the imperial palace to settle the score with Jinglin. At the same time, the entire imperial city of Longyuan country was in an uproar. The reason for this was none other than Jinglin making things difficult for Miss Yun at the medical pavilion. He even damaged the medical pavilion's finances, causing the elder of the medical pavilion to fly into a rage. He sent someone to the imperial palace with the list of damaged herbs to settle the score with Jinglin. Jinglin was completely unable to voice out his bitterness. What could he say? Was he being wrongly accused? Who would believe that? Therefore, he could only swallow his broken teeth. He silently took out all his assets to compensate the medical pavilion. In one night, the famous imperial physician of Long Yuan country, Jing Lin, had become a penniless wretch. Right now, he couldn't even afford to buy medicinal herbs. While Long Yuan country was engulfed by this storm, Yun Luofeng, who was the main culprit, was peacefully cultivating at home, unbothered by the outside world. Back mountain. Inside the bathtub, Yun Luofeng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled murky air. Lil Mo, I've become an advanced nascent spiritualist. Lil Mo was still angry at Yun Luofeng's stubbornness. If you were willing to listen to me and have dual cultivation with Yun Xiao, you would have become an intermediate spiritualist long ago. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. This little fellow really wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Forget it, let's not talk about cultivation for now. The task that I gave to Milk Tea previously, it's almost completed. Chapter 89. Squeak Squeak. Just as Yun Luofeng mentioned Milk Tea, a squeak caught her attention. Then, she saw a milky white hamster crawl in through the gap of the door and squeak at Yun Luofeng. Have you finished digging the underground training ground? Yun Luofeng held Milk Tea in her palm and asked, Did you leave behind the 3 big holes I asked you to? Squeak squeak. Milk Tea nodded her head with all her might. She winked at Yun Luofeng cutely, as if asking her for a reward. I asked you to supervise those people. How is it going? During this period of time, Milk Tea dug the underground training ground during the day. At night, she was in charge of supervising those who were recruited. Of course, as a reward, Yun Luofeng did not mistreat her. Every day, she would give her a bottle of elixir as a reward. Squeak squeak. Milk Tea nodded again and looked at Yun Luofeng eagerly. This is your reward for today. Yun Luofeng picked up a bottle of elixir and threw it to Milk Tea. Milk Tea quickly caught the elixir and used her teeth to open the bottle cap. She gulped down the elixir. Unlike humans, the gold-seeking mice relied on constantly swallowing medicinal herbs to cultivate, and the spirit-gathering liquid made from medicinal herbs was naturally its food. Compared to the elixir, she missed the spiritual herbs from a few days ago more. Squeak squeak squeak. After drinking the spirit-gathering liquid, Milk Tea smacked her lips and waved her hands at Yun Luofeng, calling out a few times. Master, she said that she found a man sneaking out of the general's residence. She followed him and found that the man was sending a letter to an old man with a treacherous voice. Little Mo seemed to know the doubts in Yun Luofeng's heart and explained quietly. Obviously, this little thing was still angry. A treacherous voice. Yun Luofeng rubbed his chin and chuckled. Other than the eunuchs, no one would have a treacherous voice. It seems like the emperor is still worried about the general's residence and even placed a spy in the middle. Milk Tea, lead the way, I want to see those people. The reason why she did not make a move these days was to lure out the spy. It was obvious that the spy was impatient and exposed his target so quickly. Gigi. Milk Tea cheerfully called out twice, jumped down from Yun Luofeng's hand, and quickly ran out of the door while twisting her small butt. Yun Luofeng did not think further, chasing closely. The dark and damp stone room was currently packed with people. It was easy to imagine how cramped the stone room was for 200 people. After being ignored by Yun Luofeng for this period of time, these people had long become impatient. If it wasn't for the handsome salary of the general's residence, why would they stay here as if they were in prison? In the midst of the clamorous discussion, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, instantly causing everyone to come to an abrupt halt. Looks like you've had a good time here. You still have the energy to talk loudly. The young girl leaned against the stone wall. Her spotless white robes did not match the gloomy stone chamber at all. Her beautiful face was curled into a lazy and devilish smile as her black eyes stared silently at the suddenly silent crowd. Miss Yun, a dissatisfied voice rang out from the crowd, you've invited all of us here, yet you've left us all hanging here. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me this is how you treat us. Chapter 90. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly and turned to look at the person who spoke. It was a handsome young man. His delicate eyebrows were furrowed in dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was because he had been in the dark stone room for the past few days that his face was almost transparent and fair. He was clearly young, but his eyes seemed to contain the vicissitudes of life. What is your name? Yun Luofeng looked at the handsome young man and asked. The handsome young man did not think that Yun Luofeng would notice him so quickly. He was stunned for a moment. His eyes wandered around and he said, Yi Ling, my name is Yi Ling. I want your real name. Tell me, what is your real name? Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest. There was not a trace of impatience in her tone. The young man was stunned. His eyes continued to wander and he said forcefully, Yi Ling is my real name. Okay, then let me change the question. Where did you go last night? Yun Luofeng smiled at the young man. Her black eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Under her gaze, nothing could hide. Cold sweat began to appear on the young man's face. When he left yesterday, it was obvious that no one had followed him. Why was Yun Luofeng asking him this question? She must be purposely trying to trick him. What the young man did not know was that no one had followed him last night. Only a little hamster had sneakily followed behind him. Yi Ling. Yun Luofeng's smile deepened. It is said that a few years ago, Flowing Gold Country was defeated. In order to obtain peace, they sent the most talented third prince of Flowing Gold Country, Yi Ling, as a hostage. The third prince was supposed to be the next ruler, but he suffered the fate of being a hostage. So, should I call you Yi Ling, or the third prince? The young man's expression finally changed. He looked at Yun Luofeng in horror. How did you know? Wasn't the young miss of the general's residence useless? How did she know who he was? When the crown prince sent you to the general's residence, I did not notice you. It was you who could not control yourself. Yesterday, when you went to meet with the eunuchs in the palace, you were discovered by my people. Yun Luofeng gently stroked Milk Tea's little head and smiled faintly. Of course, when I asked you just now, if you had randomly used a name, I would not have known that you were Yi Ling, but you used the name Yi Ling to trick me. She paused and raised her head to look at the youth's pale face. Empress Yi of the Flowing Gold Kingdom is your mother. It's hard not to notice that you came up with this name. I'm just curious, what did that person in the palace offer you to work for him? Yi Ling bitterly laughed. Yun Luofeng, everyone says that you are trash, relying on the name of the general's residence to act like a tyrant. Unfortunately, everyone is blind, no one can see through you. That's right, I am Yi Ling. The emperor promised me that if I stay in your manor for 2 years, he will let me go back to my country. Furthermore, if it wasn't for that old man Yun Luo, my Flowing Gold Country would not have been defeated and I would not have become a hostage. A trace of hatred flashed across Yi Ling's eyes as he spoke coldly. Yi Ling, do you really think this is my grandfather's fault? Yun Luofeng coldly sneered. I admit that my grandfather was once too blindly loyal, obeying all of the Dog Emperor's orders, but he had no choice. The one you really hate is the Dog Emperor. What's more, I'm afraid you know better than anyone else why you became a hostage. Chapter 91. Yi Ling's body shook and he closed his eyes in pain. A few years ago, his mother, Empress Yi, had died in an accident. Imperial concubine Rong had become the empress in order for her son to succeed the throne. She had encouraged his father to send him to Long Yuan country as a hostage. To ensure his own safety, his father had agreed to this suggestion. Hence, the reason why he had become a hostage was inextricably linked to these two. You're right, I know the reason why I became a hostage. Yi Ling opened his eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng. Furthermore, if I hadn't become a hostage, I'm afraid that woman wouldn't have let me go. Yun Luofeng lazily raised his eyelids and the corners of his lips curled into an evil smile. So you're saying that my grandfather can be considered as your savior? If that's the case, can you tell me, why did the Dog Emperor send you here? She did not believe that he had sent Yi Ling to the general's residence just to spy on them. Yi Ling's body stiffened. After a moment of silence, he answered Yun Luofeng truthfully, besides sending me to spy on the general's residence, the Dog Emperor also sent me to seduce you, and to successfully make you pregnant with my child. As she said this, Yi Ling's face flushed red and he didn't know where to look. A cold light flashed across Yun Luofeng's black eyes. He raised his lips and asked, "What's the purpose?" Yi Ling looked at Yun Luofeng. If you successfully become pregnant with my child, he can convict the general's residence of treason. Even if I'm only a hostage, My identity as the enemy country's third prince is still here. In other words, GAO2 had not only sent him here to monitor the general's estate, but also to frame him so that he could completely eradicate the tumor that was the general's estate. It was a pity that old General Yoon had fought for the country for so many years. His son and daughter-in-law had died on the battlefield, yet he had fallen to such a state. This dog emperor has really played a good game of chess. Yoon Luofeng smiled devilishly, his brows furrowed with arrogance. Unfortunately, he underestimated the general's residence, and even more so, he underestimated me. Indeed, GAO2 had underestimated Yoon Luofeng. He had thought that Yoon Luofeng would be lustful and fall into his trap, but he didn't expect that this Yoon Luofeng was no longer the same Yoon Luofeng who had been bitterly in love with the crown prince a few months ago. Moreover, with a beauty like Yoon Xiao by her side, she really didn't think much of third Prince Yiling. Yoon Luofeng's half-smiling gaze fell upon Yiling. Even though the smile on her face did not change, it still made people feel a chill run through their hearts. You helped the dog emperor plot against me. Have you thought about the consequences? Yiling's face was deathly pale. He smiled bitterly and said, as a hostage, I had no choice but to obey his orders. I don't care what difficulties you have, and I don't care who you are. All I know is that you want to scheme against me. Yoon Luofeng's eyes were filled with awe as he spoke arrogantly. This is enough. Yiling's body shook. He knew that no matter how helpless he was, as long as he helped GAO2 scheme against her, she would never forgive him. Whoosh. In the midst of Yiling's silence, the young girl's figure was like a mirage as she suddenly appeared next to him. A slender arm grabbed his wrist and twisted it forcefully. A piercing pain shot through his body and Yiling could not help but cry out in pain. Thump. The young girl threw his body onto the ground and stepped on his chest. Before Yiling could shut his mouth, she took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and poured the medicinal liquid into his mouth. Chapter 92. Gulp. Yiling's expression was filled with agony. His aged eyes were filled with terror. He felt as if his organs were on fire and the pain was unbearable. He wanted nothing more than to die immediately. What did you give me to drink? Yiling clutched his neck tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes bulged. His handsome features were twisted in agony and his voice was filled with heart-wrenching despair. I've extracted the juice from several poisonous herbs and I've specially prepared it for you. Yiling, since you've had the guts to plot against me in the general's mansion, I'll give you a taste of unforgettable agony. Yoon Luofeng stared down at the young man who was rolling on the ground. Her lips curled into a demonic smile as she continued to speak. I can't tolerate betrayal. I'll make anyone who betrays me suffer a fate worse than death. Xiao Mo, who was in the divine grimoire, could not help but roll his eyes. He completely understood that his master was establishing her power. To sum it up in one sentence, she was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Her goal was to make everyone understand that anyone who betrays her would not have a good ending. Clearly, the effect of her display of power was very obvious. The crowd shivered at the sight of the young man who was suffering a fate worse than death. Some even rejoiced that they were not the ones who had betrayed her. Kill me, I beg you, kill me. Yiling's voice was hoarse and filled with agony. He stared pleadingly at Yoon Luofeng as two streams of tears rolled down from his eyes. The feeling of his organs being scorched by fire was much more satisfying than death. I won't let those who betray me die so easily. I'll only torture them slowly. Yoon Luofeng's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Yiling, not only will I not let you die, I'll make you serve me loyally for the rest of your life. Only I can alleviate your pain now. Therefore, from now on, you must hand your life over to me. Yiling nodded without hesitation. He then replied in agony, I'm willing to serve you. Please, let me go. Yoon Luofeng slowly bent over and slowly pierced a silver needle into Yiling's heart. After the needle entered her body, a warm, clear stream slowly flowed into her internal organs. All the burning pain slowly disappeared. The silver needles can temporarily stop your pain, but from now on, you must bathe in the medicinal liquid I brewed for you every month. Otherwise, this pain will follow you like a shadow. She did not trust Yiling, so it was impossible for her to cure Yiling of the poison. This was the only way she could completely control him. Yi Ling's body slumped to the ground as cold sweat poured down his forehead. He was so weak that he couldn't even speak. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. Yun Luofeng straightened his body. His demonic black eyes swept over the rest of the people present. His eyes were wild, and his words were unruly. You've all seen the price of betrayal. I, Yun Luofeng, cannot tolerate betrayal in this life. If someone betrays me, I have thousands of ways to make them wish they were dead. Of course, don't count on luck. Yi Ling hid himself so deeply, but I still found out. Everyone quieted down. Under Yun Luofeng's arrogant aura, they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Yun Luofeng's gaze swept across everyone present and he continued, I'll hunt down those who betray me to the ends of the earth. But if you're loyal to me, I'll grant you a bright future. I know that your talents aren't good enough. That's why you're bullied and looked down upon. If you give me all your loyalty, I'll give you a chance to reach the top. I'll give you a chance to reach the peak, it's up to you to grasp it. Chapter 93. The young girl's demonic yet confident voice was like a heavy baton that slammed into the hearts of the crowd. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young girl who was as beautiful as a painting. One could imagine the shock in their eyes. Was this still the eldest lady who everyone looked down on as a good-for-nothing? Why was she so peerless and radiant right now? No one could associate her with the woman who had been pestering the crown prince a few months ago. Eldest lady, why is it us? Someone in the crowd voiced out his doubts. With the power of the general's household, if they had the heart to form an army, they would certainly be able to recruit outstanding talents. Why had she chosen them? Yun Luofeng looked at the person who had spoken. This is a very simple question. I never judge a person based on their talent but their determination. Who said that only geniuses are fit to stand at the top of the mainland? Even if your talent is average, as long as you put in 10 or 100 times more effort than the average person, you will not lose out to a genius. I don't agree with the word good-for-nothing either. No one is born a good-for-nothing, it all depends on whether you are willing to work hard. The young girl's words were very persuasive and made the blood of the crowd boil. That's right. In this world, no one is born a good-for-nothing. So what if their talent is average? As long as they put in more effort than the average person, they can still trample over these so-called geniuses. When Yun Luofeng saw that he had the desired effect, he looked at the crowd with a calm expression. Hence, whether you can stay in the general's household will depend entirely on your own determination. I don't need someone who has no talent and is unwilling to put in the effort. If you slack off during your training, I will expel you from the general's household immediately. Believe me, once you leave the general's household, you will regret not taking advantage of this opportunity. Yi Ling sighed in her heart as she stared at the young girl's demonic features. If it had been Yun Luofeng who had fought against the Flowing Gold Country a few years ago instead of Yun Luo, the Flowing Gold Country would have been defeated in a single night. This young girl's strength was not very strong, but her words were able to stir up everyone's emotions in an instant, making the soldiers even more convinced of her. Forget about General Yun Luo, even the Yun family's #1 genius, Yun Qingya, could not have done this. I've already said what I wanted to say. I don't need to say anything more about how to grasp this opportunity. I know that you've all been very sullen in the stone chamber during this period of time, but I don't have any other way. After all, there are too many of you. My general's mansion couldn't accommodate all of you. Yun Luofeng looked around at the crowd and gently raised the corner of his lips. Fortunately, I have already prepared a place for all of you. However, before we go to this place, I must warn all of you. From now on, you are not allowed to divulge anything related to training to anyone. If there's anyone who disobeys, you've seen Yi Ling's outcome. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they stood up straight. We will listen to first young mistress instructions. All right. Yun Luofeng shrugged. His demonic eyes turned to Yi Ling. Yi Ling, I will open a path for you so that you can leave the general's mansion at any time and report to the people in the palace. As for what to say in the report, you know it. Yi Ling laughed bitterly. No matter how much Jiao Tu planned, he didn't expect that you had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all these years. The people in the palace are destined to be no match for you. No matter what, Yiling never thought that Yun Luofeng was no longer the same Yun Luofeng of the past. She only believed that Yun Luofeng had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all these years, using his reputation as a good-for-nothing to deceive the eyes of the world. Yun Luofeng did not explain further. She stretched lazily and smiled as she said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the underground training ground now." Chapter 94. The underground training ground extended for 10 miles. Apart from the battle stages of varying levels, there were also 3 giant pits that appeared abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the 3 giant pits in bewilderment. What were they used for? As if she did not notice the crowd's doubts, Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and swept her gaze across the crowd. Her voice had an extremely powerful charisma as it slowly rang out in the crowd. "There are a total of 200 of you. 100 are men and the other 100 are women. Therefore, from today onwards, you will be divided into 2 teams based on gender. As men, you need to be as firm as steel. Therefore, from today onwards, you will be known as the Iron Corps." The men stood ramrod straight. They had clearly not undergone any training, but now they were like proper soldiers, their bodies as firm as a rock. "Our Iron Corps will go through fire and water for the eldest lady. We will not hesitate." Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a faint smile as his evil black eyes turned towards Yiling. "Yiling, as the 3rd prince of Flowing Gold Country, you are more adept at training than anyone else. Therefore, you will be the deputy commander of the Iron Corps. I hope you won't disappoint me." Yiling's body stiffened as he looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. Before this, he had helped Gao to plot against her. But now, this young girl had been promoted to deputy commander. Originally, Yiling had thought that it would be good enough if he managed to escape with his life. He did not expect that Yun Luofeng would disregard the past and put him in such an important position. For some unknown reason, a strange feeling surged into Yiling's heart, causing his heart to lean towards Yun Luofeng like a scale. "Yiling, even though you plotted against me for Gao 2's sake, I still acknowledge your abilities. From today onwards, if you pledge your loyalty to me wholeheartedly, I will also give you a bright future." Yun Luofeng glanced at the dazed expression on the youth's face and continued, "But if I find out that you betray me again, the next time, it won't be as simple as using poison to control you. I will make you wish you were dead." Yiling's heart suddenly shook. He understood that since Yun Luofeng had spoken, he would definitely accomplish it. He pursed his thin lips and looked at Yun Luofeng with a complicated expression. "From now on, my life belongs to you. Remember what you said." Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and turned towards the other members of the Iron Man army. His eyes were filled with arrogance and dominance. "You must also remember that I will never allow anyone to betray me. If there is a traitor, I will not let him off. But if you give me all of your loyalty, from now on, you will be my people. I, Yun Luofeng, am naturally protective of my own. Therefore, your enemies are my enemies. Your relatives are also our relatives." The crowd suddenly quieted down. However, everyone there looked at Yun Luofeng with eyes full of emotion. Their hearts were boiling. What could be more touching than a master who treated your enemy as his own enemy and your family as his own family? Just based on these words, these people all submitted to Yun Luofeng in their hearts. Eldest Miss, a 16 or 17-year-old delicate youth, raised his hand and asked weakly, "I want to know, if the 3rd prince is the deputy commander, then who is our commander?" Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. "The commander is a rather mysterious person. In a few days, I will let him come here to meet you. However, you are not allowed to reveal the identity of the commander to anyone. Anyone who disobeys will be punished with the crime of betrayal." Chapter 95. As for choosing a commander, there was no one more suitable than Second Uncle. Grandfather was already old and should not worry about this matter. Adding on the fact that Second Uncle was depressed, if he could lead the army, it would reinvigorate his confidence. "As for you all," Yun Luofeng turned to the women and said, "You will be named the Blazing Army. The meaning of this name is to make you all like blazing flames. Wherever you go, nothing will grow. As eldest Miss commands." The members of the Blazing Army clenched their fists and said in unison, "You must remember, you are not soldiers. You do not need to be restricted by dogma. Yun Luofeng's voice was arrogant and unruly, as if he did not put the world in his eyes. Protecting the people is not your responsibility. You only need to protect the Yun family and your loved ones. If you want to save your loved ones, I will do my best to help. If you want to save strangers, then do what you can. I do not want to drag the entire army down for some insignificant people. Other than that, you can do whatever you want. It was not that Yun Luofeng looked down on soldiers. Any soldier was worthy of her respect. But respect was respect. She would not agree. In her heart, there was nothing more important than family and friend. What right did she have to drag her family down for insignificant people? What a good do whatever you want, do what you want. Yi Ling bitterly smiled. His gaze towards Yun Luofeng became more and more complicated. But he understood that something had already taken root in his heart, until it finally grew into a towering tree. That thing was called loyalty. Eldest Miss, the Iron Legion already has a commander and deputy commander. Who will be in charge of the blazing army? Within the Flame Corps, a cute girl raised her hand, blinked her eyes, and asked, "What is your name?" Yun Luofeng looked at the girl and slightly raised his eyebrows. Hearing Yun Luofeng ask for her name, the girl was a bit excited. "I am Zhonglinga." Zhonglinga? Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. This name is not bad. In the future, you will be the deputy commander of the blazing army. Of course, in the future, you will have to put in more effort than others. If your strength cannot catch up, then you can only give the position to someone else. Zhonglinga was so excited that she almost jumped up. She was afraid that Yun Luofeng would really give the position of vice-captain to someone else. She hurriedly promised, "Eldest Miss, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down." Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. "I hope so. As for the commander of the Flame Corps, I also have a candidate in mind. Once she arrives, all of you must obey her orders." When the other girls saw that Zhonglinga had seized the initiative, they were even more regretful in their hearts. Why didn't they stand out just now? Otherwise, Yun Luofeng would have noticed them. However, after hearing Yun Luofeng's next words, a wave of hope rose in their disappointed hearts. They still had a chance. As long as they surpass Zhonglinga, the position of vice leader will be theirs. In an instant, all the girls were full of fighting spirit and could not wait to immediately enter the training. Yi Ling, Zhonglinga, Yun Luofeng yawned and said lazily, "I'll give you a mission. Within half a day, lead everyone and fill up the 3-water pit. Tomorrow, we'll officially start training." "Yes." Yi Ling and Zhonglinga replied respectfully. Without a doubt, Yun Luofeng had completely subdued them in these few minutes. Chapter 96. When she had left the underground training ground, Qing Yang had come to inform her that Elder Rong from the medical pavilion had brought a patient to her for treatment. As she spoke, Qing Yang's delicate features were filled with excitement as if she was the one whom Elder Rong had addressed as the godly physician. "My lady, you're really amazing now. Even someone from the medical pavilion has come to you for treatment. I'm so proud." Yun Luofeng stared at the little girl's blushing face with a forced smile and asked playfully, "What are you proud of?" "Of course I'm proud of the fact that I'm a godly physician's little servant girl. My lady, you've finally had a good time. It's a good thing that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had abandoned you. Otherwise, based on his status, he may not be worthy of you, my lady." Qing Yang replied angrily. Every time she thought of what Jiao Ling had done to Yun Luofeng, she would gnash her teeth in hatred. "Qing Yang," Yun Luofeng paused before she suddenly asked, "If there was a chance for you to become a powerful cultivator, would you accept it?" In the entire Yun family, aside from her grandfather and second uncle, she trusted this little girl the most. In the past, it was also the Yun family, and only this little girl had truly and wholeheartedly served her. Qing Yang stared at Yun Luofeng in confusion. "Become a powerful cultivator? Why would I want to become a powerful cultivator? I only want to be by your side. Besides, you're now a godly physician. Following you is more reliable than becoming a powerful cultivator. At least I don't have to worry about falling sick. Qing Yang, if I become a powerful cultivator, will you be able to help me with even more things?" Yun Luofeng's gaze fell upon Qing Yang's delicate features as she asked again. Qing Yang blinked. If I can help you with anything, I would definitely be willing to become a powerful cultivator. My lady, you're acting strangely today. Why are you asking me these questions? Yun Luofeng laughed and shook her head. She did not answer Qing Yang's question and raised an eyebrow. Let's go, I'm going to treat someone. As for what I've just told you, you'll understand in a while. In the great hall, Yun Luofeng slowly sipped his tea. His eyes would occasionally glance towards the door and a sense of anxiety gradually appeared in his eyes. Elder Rong, Elder Ning, please wait a moment. My little brat walks rather slowly. She should be on her way now. If the person who had come was a member of the imperial family, Yun Luo wouldn't have been so anxious. However, the person who had come to find Yun Luofeng was Elder Rong of the medical pavilion. Apart from Elder Rong, the other elder was not an ordinary person either. Otherwise, Elder Rong would not have addressed him as Elder Ning. He couldn't even see through the strength of the pretty girl standing beside Elder Ning. One could imagine how powerful this young girl's innate talent was. At the very least, he was no weaker than Yun Qingya from 10 years ago. What made him even more fearful was the middle-aged man who had remained silent all this while. With Yun Luo's years of experience, he could tell that this middle-aged man's status was far above Elder Rong's. Ha. Elder Ning chuckled lightly and took a sip of tea before saying, General Yun, we can still afford to wait. You don't have to be too anxious. Elder Ning was just short of saying that the eunuch would die of impatience if the emperor wasn't anxious. The old man's expression was somewhat awkward. He coughed dryly and used an angry expression to cover up the awkwardness on his face. This damned girl, she's always late. When she comes, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. Of course, even though he said that, if he really had to teach Yun Luofeng a lesson, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 97. Grandfather, I was only delayed for a moment because of some matters and you're scolding me behind my back. Suddenly, a lazy chuckle sounded from the doorway. Under the sunlight, a young girl in white slowly walked in. Her peerless features were curled into a demonic smile and her black eyes were like the pitch-black night sky, so deep that no one could see through them. The young girl's gaze fell upon the silent middle-aged man in the hall. When she saw the man's white hair, the corners of her lips curled into a smile, revealing a hint of understanding. If her guess was correct, this middle-aged man was the one who had been poisoned by the Mandara poison. Little Yun, you're finally here. Elder Rong stood up excitedly. Now that I've brought the patient here, how confident are you that you can save him, little Yun? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and looked deeply at the middle-aged man. His illness is beyond cure, his head full of white hair is the best proof. Don't be fooled by his appearance as if he's in his 40s, his body's functions are already at their limit. Elder Rong's heart clenched. Little Yun, can he still be saved? Yes, but if he had just been poisoned, I would still have a 100% chance of success. Now, I'm at most 70%, Yun Luofeng smiled at Elder Rong. However, Elder Rong, it's very expensive for me to treat him. Besides, I don't accept money from you people, I only accept medicinal ingredient. Of course, if my treatment fails, I'll return the medicine. Elder Rong's eyes flashed with excitement. To him, a 70% chance of recovery was more than enough. The doctors in the medical pavilion did not even have a 10% chance of success. Little girl, our medical pavilion has a 1,000-year-old red tree. If you can save him, this red tree will belong to you. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. Among the many types of medicinal ingredients, the red tree was the most precious. It was said that the red tree only bears 10 red fruits every year. There were only a handful of red trees on the entire mainland, so one could imagine how precious this 1,000-year-old red tree was. As for the red fruit's use, it could increase the spiritual energy in a martial artist's body after consumption. Spiritual energy and spiritual energy were two different things. Spiritual energy was used as a consumable in battle. Even a powerful cultivator would be at the mercy of others if he or she used up all of his spiritual energy in battle. On the other hand, spiritual qi was the spiritual qi in the universe. It was for spiritualists to absorb and gather in their dantian. Once they reached a certain limit, they would be able to break through. Therefore, One could imagine how tempting the red arbutus tree that could provide spirit energy was. Even if the amount of spiritual chi it could provide was pitifully small, many people were still willing to pay a huge price for it. Little girl, I know that the redbud tree cannot be compared to your spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. However, this is considered the most precious medicinal herb in the medical pavilion. If it wasn't to save my lord, I wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Elder Rome was afraid that Yun Luofeng would look down on the red tree, so he hurriedly explained. All right. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile, and an evil light flashed in his eyes. If I can successfully detoxify the poison, this redbud tree will belong to me. To be honest, she really didn't care about the spiritual energy provided by the red cedar tree. However, if the simple red tree was placed in the medicine field in the divine grimoire space, the effect would be different. Perhaps the old man could use it to become an intermediate high spiritualist. Elder Rome was overjoyed. Little Yun, can we start the treatment now? Yun Luofeng nodded and turned to look at Elder Ning, who was quietly waiting at the side. I'll treat the people in the medical pavilion first. After I'm done, I'll treat you. Chapter 98. Elder Ning naturally had no objections to Yun Luofeng's decision to treat the man from the medical pavilion first. He smiled and said, Little Yun, I'll go with you to the rear courtyard. Treat him first and then treat me when you're done. Xin help me up. Yes, grandfather. Ning Xin's pretty face lit up with a brilliant smile. She supported the old man's body and helped him up from the chair. Her clear eyes held a faint smile. Yun Luofeng glanced at the dignified and beautiful Ning Xin and sighed in his heart. This is a true lady from a noble family. His every action revealed that he had received extremely good etiquette. Even her movements are pleasing to the eye. Unlike the hypocritical Mu Wuxuan's dignified demeanor is entirely intentional. Her entire body exudes a hypocritical aura. If the two of them were to stand side by side, the real winner would be determined. All of you, follow me. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily as his demonic eyes slowly swept across the people present. He then turned around and walked out of the hall. In the Prime Minister's mansion, ever since Mu Wuxuan had returned with a swollen face 2 nights ago, there had been no peace. All the servants and maids did not even dare to breathe, afraid that the Prime Minister, who had nowhere to vent his anger, would be caught in the crossfire. Trash, a bunch of trash. In the study, Mu Xingqiu swept all the books on the table to the ground. His elderly face was filled with anger. I've sent you to the medical pavilion to buy some swollen medicine, but you can't even get them back. What use do I have for you? Mu Xingqiu's face was ashen with anger. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the servants who were kneeling on the ground. The servants were so frightened that they lowered their heads. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads. Each and every one of them curled up in fear and trembled uncontrollably. Prime Minister, the people at the medical pavilion said that all the medicinal herbs had been destroyed by Imperial Physician Jing, so the medical pavilion is out of stock. The medical pavilion's medicinal herbs would never be out of stock. It's just that those people had been instructed by Elder Rome not to sell the medicinal herbs to the Prime Minister's mansion. Unfortunately, Mu Xingqiu was not aware of this. Grandfather. Just as Mu Xingqiu was about to fly into a rage again, an elegant voice slowly came from the door. Mu Xingqiu's anger gradually subsided when he heard this voice. He raised his head and looked at the young girl who had just entered the study room. He asked with a pained expression, Wuxuan, why are you here? At this moment, Mu Wuxuan was no longer as glamorous as before. Her entire face was wrapped in gauze, leaving only a pair of venomous eyes and a small mouth. Grandpa, I've heard about what happened to the medical pavilion. Mu Wuxuan slightly lowered his eyes. I also know that Master, in order to avenge me, accidentally damaged the medical pavilion's property, causing him to be blacklisted by the medical pavilion. In fact, it's not that the medical pavilion is out of stock, but because of Master's behavior in the medical pavilion doesn't even sell us medicinal herbs. With Jing Lin's personality of wanting to save face, he would definitely not speak of the humiliation he had suffered in the medical pavilion. Because of Elder Rome's orders, the other people who were at the medical pavilion that day didn't dare to spread the news. Therefore, until now, Mu Wushuang still did not understand why the Prime Minister's mansion was unable to purchase medicinal herbs from the medical pavilion. It was because the medical pavilion wanted to avenge Yun Luofeng. Wushuang, don't worry. Grandfather will definitely avenge you. Mu Xingqiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said coldly. Chapter 99. Mu Wushuang's body trembled. She closed her eyes in pain, a sour feeling welling up in her heart. Grandfather, the person who hurt me is His Highness the Crown Prince. No matter what, I will not take revenge. Mu Xingqiu snorted coldly. His old face was gloomy as he said coldly, when did I say that I would seek revenge on the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was also implicated in this matter. The real culprit is Yun Luofeng. If His Highness the Crown Prince had not been suffering from a serious illness recently, he would certainly seek revenge on Yun Luofeng. Mu Wushuang did not speak. Her hatred for Yun Luofeng was deeper than anyone else's. Grandfather, ever since Yun Luofeng asked the Crown Prince to beat me up, I swore that one day, I will make him suffer the same pain. However, the Yun family has Master Yun in charge. Even if our Prime Minister's residence is blessed by the Emperor, what can we do? We can't do anything to Yun Luofeng. Wushuang, I already have a plan. Mu Xingqiu laughed sinisterly. Later, I will enter the palace and ask for an imperial edict from your aunt. Let her summon Yun Luofeng into the palace to study with Her Highness the Princess. When that time comes, she will no longer be under the protection of Old Man Yun. You can torture her however you want. Mu Wushuang's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of this? As long as Yun Luofeng enters the palace, her life or death will be in her hands. Of course, she will not let that woman die too quickly. She will make her life a living hell. As she thought of this, the hatred in Mu Wushuang's beautiful eyes deepened. She was like a venomous snake, ready to swallow a person in an instant. Under the blazing sun, the general's mansion was peaceful and quiet. Master Dongfang was leisurely sipping his tea in the main hall. His elderly face was filled with a radiant smile. Obviously, Yun Luofeng's recent actions had given him great confidence. He believed that one day, the Yun family will break out of the tiny Long Yuan country and appear in the eyes of the mainland. With Feng here, perhaps we can really avenge her second uncle's death. Master Yun thought of the Yun family's deep hatred. His brows gradually sank as he muttered to himself. Master, this is bad. This is bad. Suddenly, a servant rushed in from the door. His face was dripping with sweat, and his voice was anxious. Prime Minister Mu's mansion is here, saying that it is the imperial edict of Imperial Concubine Mu, and also indicating that this imperial edict will be received by eldest Miss. The old man's face darkened. With a loud bang, he smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Which son of a bitch came from the Mu Jiao? It's the eldest young master of the Mu Jiao. The servant trembled as he reported. As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer suddenly sounded out from outside the hall, and it was arrogant and filled with disdain. So this is the quality of a great general of a country, cursing people and dogs at the drop of a hat. Even the servants of my Prime Minister's mansion wouldn't curse like you. A man in a brocade robe walked in quickly from outside the door, holding a red imperial decree in his hand. His cold eyebrows were somewhat similar to Mu Wushuang's, and the corners of his mouth raised into a mocking smile. Mu Wuchen, what are you doing here? The old man's face became more and more embarrassed, and his sharp eyes were like a knife as he looked at the man in the brocade robe who appeared at the door. Mu Wuchen, Mu Wushuang's elder brother. He was also the heir of the Mu Jiao. This Mu Wuchen was not the same as that foppish Mu Shen. For the Mu Jiao, Mu Shen was a dispensable existence, but Mu Wuchen, like Mu Wushuang, was deeply loved by Mu Xingqiu. Chapter 100. I'm here to announce the Imperial Concubine's decree. Let Yun Luofeng come out to receive the decree. Mu Wuchen looked coldly at Master Yun and said condescendingly. Master Yun sneered, my granddaughter is not like the rest of you who only know how to cause trouble for others. She's very busy, how would she have the time to receive the decree? Are you going to leave now, or do you want me to throw you out? If it was someone else from the royal family, perhaps Master Yun would be more polite. However, since it was someone from the Mu family, with his hatred towards them, it was already polite enough that he did not throw him out. General Yun Luo, I'm here to announce the Imperial Concubine's decree. If you don't let Yun Luofeng come out to receive the decree, you'll be committing the crime of deceiving the Emperor. Mu Wuchen's eyes darkened, his arrogant voice carrying a tinge of coldness. The old man laughed out loud. The crime of deceiving the monarch. What is a monarch? May I ask if you're here to announce the Emperor's decree or the Empress's decree? Oh, yes, there's no Empress in Long Yuan country now. How could I be deceiving the Emperor? She's just an imperial concubine. After all, she's His Majesty's concubine. Do you think I need to be afraid of a concubine? Wasn't that right? No matter how noble the imperial concubine was, she was still just a concubine. The only person who could be on equal footing with the Emperor was the Empress. Unfortunately, Long Yuan country had no descendants. Hence, the only person that Master Yun needed to give face to was the Emperor. Of course, this was only if the Emperor did not anger him. Otherwise, he would not give face to anyone. Mu Wuchen's temper was not bad. Even after being humiliated by Yun Luo, he did not stomp his feet in anger. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "That's right, in an ordinary merchant family, the imperial concubine is just a concubine. Similarly, in such a family, you're just like a servant. No matter how small a concubine is, she's still your master. Now that the master has given an order, you can only obey." He. Master Yun laughed coldly and said shamelessly, "Anyway, I'll never acknowledge her as my master. If you want to see my granddaughter, you can. Wait here. You'll be able to see her when she's done with her business." This time, without waiting for Mu Wuchen to speak, the guards behind him were in rage. All of them wished they could tear the old man apart with their bare hands. "We are here to announce the imperial decree of the imperial consort. Your actions are clearly not putting the imperial consort in your eyes. Eldest young master, according to the general's crime of defying the imperial law, his entire family should be executed." Generally speaking, the dog behind the master was the master's mouth. When the master wanted to fly into a rage but had to maintain his image, the dog would stand up and say what the master wanted to say. Every time this happened, their master would stand up and pretend to be a good person. But they didn't think that without their master's permission, how would the servants have the guts to say such things? Naturally, Master Dongfang was well aware of this. A mocking smile appeared on his elderly face. "I only have one thing to say. Either you wait or get lost. I don't care whose decree you're here to deliver. If you want to disturb my granddaughter's work, fine. You have to defeat me first." At this moment, Master Dongfang was like a god of war, standing in front of Mu Wuchen and the others. His words were filled with dominance. The guard was so angry that he wanted to curse but was stopped by Mu Wuchen's hand. "All right, I'll wait for her here." Chapter 101. The guest room was simple, elegant, and clean. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted into the air. The young girl put away the silver needles in front of her and raised her head to look at the two people who were waiting for her. "The treatment is over. You can ask them about the results." Hearing this, Elder Rong's heart leaped with joy and he hurriedly ran towards the middle-aged man who was sitting upright. "Sir, how do you feel?" As soon as he asked this question, he could not help but be stunned. The man's originally pale white hair had gradually turned inky black. Even though the change was very small, it still made Elder Rong extremely excited. His entire body trembled slightly. He believed that one day, His Excellency would return to normal. "Grandfather." Ningxin walked to Elder Ning's side and helped him up. She asked with concern, "Are you feeling better?" Elder Ning smiled and nodded. His gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng and he smiled gently. "Little girl, your acupuncture really made my entire body and mind feel very relaxed. I really don't know how to thank you. If not for Yun Luofeng, he would probably be waiting for death in the Ning family home. I have a prescription here. Go back and get the medicine to brew. Take one every day and come back every 3 days for acupuncture until your body has completely recovered." Yun Luofeng's gaze fell on the pale-faced middle-aged man and he continued, "Actually, I can completely remove the poison from the datra flower in one go. But if I do that, His body will not be able to withstand it. So I can only slowly remove the poison from his body. I understand everything. Elder Roang nodded. He was so excited that his speech was somewhat incoherent. Little Yoon, I am so grateful to you. You are the savior of the medical pavilion. If you need anything in the future, just come to the medical pavilion and tell me. I will do my best to help. Yoon Luofeng slowly curled the corners of her lips and an evil light flashed across her dark eyes. Actually, she had saved this middle-aged man for the sake of the red orchid tree. The second reason was so that the medical pavilion would owe her a favor. If she had any disputes with the royal family in the future, perhaps the people of the medical pavilion could help her once. Treating and saving people really makes people tired easily. Yoon Luofeng stretched lazily, turned around and pushed the door open. He said to the people behind him, "Please help yourselves." Just as she stepped out of the room, a sharp Yoon family guard caught a glimpse of her and quickly walked up to her. He cupped his fists and said, "Eldest Miss, Prime Minister Mu's eldest young master has come to announce the imperial consort's decree. Therefore, Lord General has asked this subordinate to wait for you again. Prime Minister Mu's residence. Imperial consort." Elder Roang was stunned when he heard this. Then, he sneered, "Prime Minister Mu's mansion is really haunting us." He turned towards the middle-aged man who had walked out from behind him and a respectful look appeared on his elderly face. "My lord, Prime Minister Mu's mansion has made things difficult for Yoon Lass time and time again. Now that Yoon Lass is so important to us, can I go and protect her?" Those jackals and wild leopards from the Prime Minister's residence definitely did not come with good intentions. How could he let Yoon Luofeng face those people? If he chewed her up until not even her bones were left, where would he go to find another divine doctor? The middle-aged man gently nodded. His voice was extremely weak, but it was much better than when he could not even open his mouth. He, Elder Ning chuckled softly, "Let's go. I also want to know why those people are looking for Yoon Lass." Chapter 102. In the quiet hall, Mu Wuchen's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were filled with a chilly aura, scaring the servants behind him so much that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. "General Yoon." Mu Wuchen finally could not stand it any longer and turned towards Yoon Luofeng with a cold expression. His voice was filled with obvious anger. "I've been waiting here for a few hours. I wonder if you could hurry her up for us." They had been waiting since noon and it was already sunset, but Yoon Luofeng had yet to appear. Mu Wuchen could not help but suspect that the old man was doing this on purpose. "My granddaughter is not as leisurely as you. If you want to see her, you can only wait." Master Yoon leisurely sipped the tea in his hand and raised his eyebrows as he looked at Mu Wuchen, who was gradually becoming impatient. Mu Wuchen's expression became even colder and he could not help but stand up. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful young girl who was slowly walking towards him from outside the room. The anger that had already surged out of his body was forcefully suppressed once again. "Grandfather." Yoon Luofeng did not even look at Mu Wuchen as he walked gracefully towards Master Yoon, who was sitting at the tea table. His posture was languid and relaxed and his beautiful face was lit up with a gentle smile. "You're looking for me." Master Yoon swept a glance at Mu Wuchen, whose face was gradually turning ashen, and sneered, "It's not me who's looking for you. It's the Mu family who's using a chicken feather as a token of authority to cause trouble for you." Yoon Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly and his black eyes turned towards the cold and arrogant Mu Wuchen. The smile on his lips revealed a trace of evil. "Cause trouble for me? That depends on whether these people have the ability to do so. Who in Longyuan country doesn't know that I, Yoon Luofeng, am a hedonistic person? Relying on the prestige of the general's residence to act like a tyrant. So, coming to the general's residence to cause trouble for me, I'm afraid they've come to the wrong place. I can immediately get someone to throw them out." Cough, cough. Elder Roang, who was following closely behind Yoon Luofeng, almost choked on his own saliva when he heard Yoon Luofeng's words. He used all his strength to hold back his laughter. Hedonistic person? Taking advantage of one's position to bully others? This was the first time the old man had heard someone say such things about themselves. This girl really could not be judged by common sense. Mu Wuchen snorted coldly, Yun Luofeng, I am here to deliver the imperial consort's decree. Why aren't you kneeling down to receive the decree? After saying this, Mu Wuchen raised his chin high, waiting for this arrogant girl to kneel in front of him. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Mu Wuchen's brows were tightly furrowed as he glanced impatiently at Yun Luofeng, who was in front of him. Displeasure gradually appeared in his eyes. Yun Luofeng, I told you to kneel. Did you not hear me? At this moment, Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest, as she glanced at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. After which, her originally devilish smile was replaced with a domineering look. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, Mu Wuchen, you've committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. According to the laws of Long Yuan country, how should you be punished? Mu Wuchen was stunned. He looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. When did he commit the crime of deceiving the emperor? Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. His expression became increasingly cold. Yun Luofeng, don't you dare frame me here. When did I deceive the emperor? If you have the guts, then give me a reason. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly. Her arrogant and unruly black eyes once again landed on Mu Wuchen's ashen face. Chapter 103. Mu Wuchen, His Imperial Majesty has personally given me a special order, ordering me not to kneel in front of a member of the imperial family at any time. Even if the imperial consort were to personally come, I would not need to kneel in front of her, much less an imperial edict. Now that you're forcing me to kneel, isn't that a crime of deceiving the emperor? Mu Wuchen's chest was filled with anger, but he could not vent it. He could only clench his fists tightly and force himself to calm down. Yun Luofeng, he took a deep breath and a fierce light flashed across his cold and arrogant eyes. He then said icily, the imperial consort has decreed that you must enter the imperial palace and study with the princess for 3 years. Pack your luggage and leave with me now. Furthermore, the imperial consort has decreed that you are not to leave the imperial palace during the study period. Therefore, you must prepare enough luggage. As for the servant girl, he paused and continued, there are plenty of palace maids in the imperial palace, you don't need to bring one along. These words were like a fuse that thoroughly angered Elder Rong, who had not spoken a word since he had entered the room. His elderly features were filled with rage and his eyes were burning with rage as he stared at Mu Wuchen. He then shouted angrily, who does the princess think she is? What right does she have to make the Yun girl her servant? Does she really think that she's that delicate? Is she worthy? To put it nicely, a study companion is to accompany the princess in her cultivation and studies. In reality, she is just a servant girl who serves others. Yun Luofeng was a godly physician and even he did not dare to order her around. In the end, these imperial disciples really think too highly of her. They actually want a godly physician to serve as a servant girl who serves others. Is she worthy? Most importantly, these people want to lock her up in the imperial palace for 3 years. How could this be? By the time 3 years have passed, His Excellency would already be dead. By then, not even 10 lives of the Dog Emperor would be enough to compensate for her loss. Elder Ning's expression turned cold. In his eyes, Yun Luofeng was a godly physician who was worthy of his respect. Such a godly physician was actually going to serve a princess of the imperial family. If he really allowed Yun Luofeng to go, then he, Elder Ning, would not be able to make a living on this mainland. I'm looking for someone from the general's mansion. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Wuchen glanced at the furious Elder Rong and said coldly, moreover, the princess is a person of high status. Letting her, the granddaughter of a general, serve the emperor is not a disgrace to her. Now that the old general is old, he won't live for more than a few years. Once the old general dies, she will have nowhere to go. Our imperial consort pitied her and gave her a way out. In Long Yuan country, there weren't many people who had seen Elder Rong. If it wasn't for Jing Lin causing trouble, the number of people who had seen him could be counted on one's fingers. Unfortunately, when Jing Lin caused trouble, Mu Wuchen was not in the medical pavilion. So, of course, he did not expect that the old man in front of him was someone that the people of the imperial family wanted to curry favor with. Elder Ning didn't have Elder Rong's happy or angry expression. He calmly turned his head to look at Yun Luofeng and calmly said, "This matter is up to you to decide. If you don't want to go to the imperial palace and become the study companion of that princess, I, Elder Ning, will support you unconditionally. For the next few days, I will let my granddaughter stay in your mansion. With her around, no one will be able to force you." Although Yun Luofeng didn't know Elder Ning's identity, there was no doubt that his actions warmed her heart. She smiled at the two elders behind her. "Don't worry. If I, Yun Luofeng, don't want to do something, no one can force me to do it." Her words were arrogant and domineering, unruly and unruly. It was obvious that she didn't place Mu Wuchen in her eyes at all. Chapter 104. In the hall, following Yun Luofeng's words, the hall suddenly quietened down. Mu Wuchen clenched his fists tightly and suddenly stood up. His cold and arrogant eyes fell on Yun Luofeng's evil and beautiful face. His face was as cold as frost, cold to the bone. "Yun Luofeng, don't be so ungrateful. What kind of honor is it to be a study companion of the princess? It's a blessing that the ministers of Long Yuan country can't even ask for. But the imperial concubine is kind enough to support you, yet you're so presumptuous. Now I only have one sentence. The imperial concubine's decree cannot be disobeyed. You must enter the palace to study with the princess." His words were incomparably tough, as if he wanted to snatch Yun Luofeng away if Yun Luofeng refused. "Since you think it's an honor to be a maid of the princess, why don't you let Mu Wuchuang be the study companion of the princess?" Yun Luofeng yawned lazily. There was a trace of a smile in his demonic eyes as he raised his lips and looked at Mu Wuchen's increasingly ashen face. "Presumptuous!" Mu Wuchen coldly shouted, his eyes flashed fiercely. "Yun Luofeng, what kind of identity is Wuchuang? She's talented and beautiful, and is the future crown princess. I don't know where you, a waste, have the courage to compare with her." "That's right. Being the study companion of the princess is an honor for the ministers, but among these people, Wuchuang is not included." Mu Wuchen still had a sentence that he didn't say. How outstanding was Wuchuang? She's just a princess. How could she be qualified to be a study companion? His Wuchuang is the future mother of the country. Her status is far above the princess. As for this Yun Luofeng, she's just a waste, giving her the opportunity to be the study companion of the princess, but she didn't cherish it. How could there be such a stupid person in the world? Of course, Mu Wuchuang and Mu Xingqiu's plan was not told to Mu Wuchen. With Mu Wuchen's arrogance, he would definitely scoff at their conspiracy. Therefore, he still couldn't understand why his aunt would let a waste be the study companion of the princess. Wasn't she afraid that he would bury the princess? Yun Luofeng squinted at Mu Wuchen's cold face, his lips curled up. "Do you want to get out yourself, or do you want me to throw you out?" "Yun Luofeng." Mu Wuchen clenched his fists angrily, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. "Do you really want to defy the imperial decree?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. "If I didn't guess wrong, the matter of the princess's study companion should have been decided by her on her own. The emperor didn't know about it. Go into the palace now and ask the emperor. Is the son of a meritorious official only fit to be the study companion of a princess? I wonder if he has the face to force me into the palace." From the fact that the dog emperor had sent Yi Ling to harm the general's residence, Yun Luofeng could see that the current emperor would not shed all pretense of cordiality with the general's residence. Moreover, the dog emperor had planned to use Yi Ling to harm her. How could he allow her to enter the palace at this time? From this aspect, she could see that imperial concubine Mu had made the decision on her own. The dog emperor must not have known about it. "All right." Mu Wuchen's eyes darkened. He coldly snorted and said, "Yun Luofeng, you missed an opportunity to be promoted. Don't regret it in the end. At that time, even if you cry and shout that you want to be the princess's study companion, no one will care about you. Let's go." He fiercely flung his sleeves and angrily turned to leave. Looking at his hurried pace, one could feel the anger in Mu Wuchen's heart. "So the people of the imperial family are all so self-righteous," Elder Rong coldly smiled. "Little Yun, it seems that you can handle today's matter by yourself. If so, this old man will not interfere. If you need anything in the future, go to the medical pavilion and let me know. I will do my best to help. Chapter 105. Elder Ning was not as angry as Elder Rong. He only turned to look at Yun Luofeng and said calmly, "Girl, there's something I need to tell you. Originally, only people of our level would know about this. Now that you and the imperial family are almost on opposite sides, for your safety, I have to tell you about this." Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and looked at Elder Ning. The smile on her lips carried a hint of laziness. "Please speak, Elder Ning." Elder Ning paused for a moment. "Your Long Yuan country's #1 expert is a high spiritualist. Do you know where this expert came from?" Yun Luofeng shook her head. Indeed, based on her current status, she did not have the right to know about this. That expert comes from the power behind the imperial family. Elder Ning's eyes darkened for a moment before he continued, "Every imperial family has a power behind them. However, under normal circumstances, as long as the imperial family is not facing a calamity, the power behind them will not make a move. They will only send an expert to guard the imperial family. This is why the powers behind them have not made a move even though the countries have been at war for so many years. This is because the powers behind them have already made an agreement." Yun Luofeng fell silent. After a long while, she raised her pitch-black eyes and looked straight at Elder Ning. "According to what you've said, a dynasty will definitely be passed down forever. However, for thousands of years, it's not as if the change of dynasties has never happened. Did the people of those factions not stop it?" Elder Ning chuckled and explained patiently, "That's right, there have indeed been changes of dynasties. However, over the past thousands of years, this has only happened a few times. These few times, it was only because the current emperor had angered the powerful cultivator behind him. Hence, the change of dynasties happened. What he meant was that the previous changes of dynasties were all because the emperor had offended the power behind him. Hence, the power behind them had sent people to usurp the throne. Yun Luofeng did not expect the imperial family to have a powerful power behind them. As such, she had to be even more cautious in her actions. "Girl, you don't have to be too nervous. As long as the imperial family is not destroyed, the people from that power will not casually appear. Even if you accidentally provoke the people from that power, my Ning family will not let them touch you." Elder Ning smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Grandfather." Ning Xin stared at her grandfather's calm features and smiled gently. "I feel that Xiao Feng and I hit it off very well, so I'd like to stay with the Yun family for a while longer." "Xiao Feng, I wonder if you'd welcome me to stay?" She turned her head and blinked at Yun Luofeng. A gentle and beautiful smile appeared on her beautiful and dignified face. 2 days ago, Ning Xin had called Yun Luofeng Miss Yun. Now, she was calling her Little Feng. Her intentions were clear. No matter what happened, his Ning family would definitely stand by her side. "All right," Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly, his pitch-black eyes filled with mirth, "you can stay in my Yun family for as long as you want." From the very beginning, Yun Luofeng had a very good impression of this granddaughter of the Ning family. Now that they had clearly chosen a side, if she still did not accept them, she would not be able to differentiate good from bad. "Ha ha," Elder Ning laughed heartily and turned towards General Yun Luo. His elderly features glowed with radiance as he said, "General Yun Luo, I'm very envious of you to have such an outstanding granddaughter." "How enviable." Chapter 106. Master Yun was used to seeing where the wind blew. Upon hearing Elder Ning's words, he hurriedly glared at Yun Luofeng. "You little girl, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear that Elder Ning wants to take you in as his granddaughter? Hurry up and greet Grandfather Ning." The old man had long seen that Elder Ning's identity was not simple. If Yun Luofeng had such a person to protect her, even if he passed away one day, she would not have to worry about being alone and without anyone to protect her. However, upon hearing this, Elder Ning was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Luofeng was also stunned. Both pairs of eyes turned to look at Master Yun, causing him to feel a little embarrassed. "Ahem," Master Yun coughed awkwardly. "Elder Ning, didn't you say that you envy me for having such a granddaughter? That's why I thought of this idea, to let her become your adopted granddaughter. This way, you don't have to envy me anymore." Elder Ning laughed out loud, his calm eyes filled with a smile as he turned to Yun Luofeng. "Regarding this matter, I naturally have no objections. I wonder what little Yoon will choose. Yoon Luofeng shrugged her shoulders helplessly. I'll listen to my old man. How could she choose? Her old man had already given the order, how could she dare to disobey? Most importantly, Yoon Luofeng knew that the old man had made this decision out of consideration for her. He was afraid that one day when he passed away, there would be no one on this mainland who would wholeheartedly protect her. For this, he did not hesitate to throw away his old face. I'm so envious of you. Elder Rong looked at Elder Ning in jealousy. Although little Yoon's abilities aren't great and she's only an advanced nascent spiritualist now, her medical skills are brilliant. You've really made a fortune by picking up a granddaughter like her. Just as Elder Rong's envious voice fell, an exaggerated cry suddenly sounded from the side, causing him to jump in fright. What? Master Yoon's eyes widened as he looked at Yoon Luofeng in disbelief. After checking out this little girl's abilities, his eyes were filled with astonishment. You've broken through to a beginner spirit warrior? Elder Ning and Elder Rong looked at each other in dismay. Even in the Long Yuan nation, a high-level elementary spirit realm was nothing much, so why was the old man so shocked? It was as if Yoon Luofeng being able to reach the high-level elementary spirit realm was an extremely inconceivable matter. Elder Rong kept quiet for some time and stared at Yoon Luofeng as if he was deep in thought. I heard that Yoon Luofeng from the Yoon family is a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate. How did you become an advanced rudimentary spiritualist? Yoon Luofeng lazily leaned against the wall. He gently raised his eyebrows and charmingly said, I was just lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by an expert. He helped me change my constitution and allowed me to cultivate. However, I don't want anyone to know about this. Elder Ning thought for a moment and asked, Lass, when did you improve your physique? Oh. Yoon Luofeng gently stroked his chin, his voice a little indistinct. It seems like it's been a while. The corner of Elder Ning's mouth twitched slightly. How long is a period of time? Lass, can you give me an accurate number? Probably. Yoon Luofeng thought for a moment and his tone was a little uncertain. A month. It seemed like she had cultivated for less than a month, and a month ago, she was still a good-for-nothing who was ridiculed by everyone. A month. Hiss. Elder Rong could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It took a long time for him to recover from this shocking news. When he looked at Elder Ning, both of their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 107. In just 1 month, she went from a waste to a high-level elementary spirit practitioner. She achieved a goal that would take others a year to achieve. This kind of talent, how shocking was it? I remember that Mu Wuxuan of the Mu clan spent more than 2 years to break through to the high-level elementary spirit practitioner, but this kind of talent was praised by the ignorant people of Long Yuan country. Elder Rong shook his head and smiled bitterly. If this Yoon girl's talent were to spread, where would Mu Wuxuan put his face? Girl, do you really not want to wash away the name of waste? Then give Mu Wuxuan a hard slap in the face. Yoon Luofeng raised the corners of his lips in a demonic yet charming manner. His pitch-black eyes shone with a bright light. Elder Rong, you should know the current situation of our Yoon family. Before I have enough power, I can only be a good-for-nothing. Only then will the imperial family not fear me. Anyway, over the years, I've gotten used to being ridiculed. Elder Rong was startled. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the girl's lazy voice. I, Yoon Luofeng, never like to rely on other people's power. No matter how much hatred I have, I want to rely on my own ability to take revenge. The royal family, Mu clan, sooner or later, I will make them pay with their blood. So, I'm not in a hurry. Elder Ning smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Yoon Luofeng with more admiration. Girl, if you want to be a waste, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The people you meet now are not very strong. If you meet the royal family's master, he will be able to see your strength at a glance. Therefore, I have a space ring here, as a gift for recognizing you as my granddaughter. You must keep it well. Ning Xin saw her grandfather take out the bronze ring, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. However, she didn't say anything and stood quietly beside Elder Ning. Ning Xin saw her grandfather take out the bronze ring, Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. However, she didn't say anything and stood quietly beside Elder Ning. Moreover, as long as Yun Luofeng wore the ring outside, the Ning clan must obey unconditionally. Thank you, Grandpa Ning. Looking at Elder Ning's expectant eyes, Yun Luofeng didn't refuse his kindness. She took the ring and wore it on her finger. Girl, other than being able to store things, this ring can also suppress your presence. Therefore, even the experts of the royal family will not be able to detect your presence when you are outside. You can be at ease. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. She never thought that the spatial ring Elder Ning had given her would be so precious. This was a huge favor that he owed. You've beaten me to it again. Elder Rong glanced at Elder Ning and said sourly, this won't do. I'll have to discuss with Sir later on what gift to give this little girl. I can't lag behind you in this matter. Elder Ning chuckled. I'm her grandfather. It's only right for me to give her a gift. I wonder in what capacity are you giving her a gift? These two old men always want to fight over everything. At a time like this, how could Elder Ning not laugh at him? You've beaten me to recognizing my granddaughter, but I still have a grandson. Elder Rong snorted and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. His elderly face lit up with a smile and his tone was filled with flattery. Little girl, my grandson is much stronger than the crown prince, Gao Ling. Whether it's looks, strength or temperament, Gao Ling can't compare to him. So, if you marry my grandson, I'll let you take my grandson around Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang and piss those two sluts off. Chapter 108. In order to curry favor with Yun Luofeng, Elder Rong had even used the word slut. One could imagine how Gao Ling and Mu Wushuan felt to him. Elder Rong, how old is this girl? Aren't you harming her by doing this? Elder Ning glanced at Elder Rong and said with a smile, besides, the younger generation of the Ning family is not bad. As long as this girl is willing, she can choose any husband in the Ning family. At this moment, Master Rong was completely dumbfounded. These two old men are actually discussing the fate of his granddaughter as if no one else was around. No. Absolutely not. I still want to keep this girl for a few more years. How can I allow her to get married now? Before Master Rong could stop them, the girl's voice slowly rang out in the hall. It was languid and demonic, but carried a sense of helplessness. Gentlemen, I'm only 14 years old. What you're doing is kidnapping a minor. The two old men were stunned. Only then did they suddenly remember Yun Luofeng's existence. When they remembered that they had just discussed this matter in front of this little girl, they could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Ahem, Elder Rong coughed dryly and turned towards Elder Ning. This girl is right. She's still too young. How can she withstand the torment of those stinky brats? Elder Ning, why don't we make a bet to see which family's brat can move this girl's heart? The loser will have to serve the other for 3 years. All right. Elder Ning calmly slapped the table and agreed decisively, I'll make this bet with you. I have great confidence in my family's brats. Besides, with Xin'er's help, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Ning Xin rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She really wanted to say that she did not know this old man. Besides, it's fine if he makes a bet, but why does he have to drag me down with him? Ning Xin's gaze involuntarily swept towards Yun Luofeng at the thought of this. She saw the young girl crossing her arms and smiling as if she did not mind the two old men making a bet with her. It's getting late, little girl. We won't disturb you any longer. Elder Ning no longer looked at Elder Rong. He turned away and smiled calmly. Xin'er, let's go. We'll go back to the inn to rest. I'm old and my energy will run out. Yes, grandfather. Ning Xin supported Elder Ning as they walked out of the door. When she reached Yun Luofeng's side, she raised a beautiful smile at him, winked lightly, and laughed silently, then supported Elder Ning as they walked out the door. In the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace, among the tall buildings. At this moment, in the splendid brocade palace, Imperial concubine Mu was lazily lying on the chaise longue. She was surrounded by several eunuchs and palace maids who were waiting for her to demolish the palace. At this moment, a eunuch hurriedly ran in from outside the door. With a flick of the horsetail whisk in his hand, he raised his voice and reported, reporting to Imperial Concubine, young Master Mu has come to seek an audience.
Oh.
Imperial Concubine Mu raised her eyebrows. The cinnabar mole between her eyebrows was extremely alluring. She slowly sat up from the chaise longue and said faintly, "Let him in." It had been a long time since Mu Wuchen went to the Prime Minister's residence to announce the edict. Now, he must have brought that little slut Yun Luofeng to reply to the edict. That little bitch had schemed to frame Wu Shuang. This time, she must vent her anger for Wu Shuang. From beginning to end, Imperial Concubine Mu had never thought that Yun Luofeng would disobey the edict. After all, with such a good opportunity in front of her, a smart person would definitely use this opportunity to climb up. Moreover, with Yun Luofeng's useless physique, if she did not find another way out, once the general died, she would not be able to survive. Chapter 109. Just as Imperial Concubine Mu was proudly waiting for Yun Luofeng to express his gratitude, she saw Mu Wuchen, who had gone to announce the imperial edict, walk in alone. Immediately, her noble and beautiful face sank, and a cold light flashed through her beautiful eyes. "Where's Yun Luofeng? Why did you come back alone?" Mu Wuchen smiled bitterly and reported, "Concubine, Yun Luofeng refused to come and study with the princess. He also asked us to ask His Majesty, is this how the royal family treats the granddaughter of a meritorious official?" "What?" Imperial Concubine Mu's face suddenly became cold. Her slender jade-like hand landed heavily on the armrest of the chair. She said coldly, "Yun Luofeng, that waste, really said that?" "That's right." Mu Wuchen nodded. "Concubine, Yun Luofeng is only a waste. Why do you favor her so much? With her status, she is not fit to study with the princess. The princess is such a noble person. What qualifications does Yun Luofeng have to study with her? Especially since this waste doesn't know what's good for her and actually refused the concubine's good intentions." Imperial Concubine Mu's eyes darkened and she gently played with her jade fingers. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, a sharp voice came from outside the palace, interrupting Imperial Concubine Mu's thoughts. "His Majesty has arrived." Imperial Concubine Mu heard the voice and hurriedly tidied up her makeup. She looked at the bright yellow figure walking quickly into the palace and gracefully bowed. "This concubine greets your Majesty." "Beloved concubine," Gao2 glanced at the smiling Imperial Concubine Mu and said indifferently, "I heard that you went to the general's fu and asked Yun Luofeng to study with the princess." Imperial Concubine Mu raised her head in surprise. "Your Majesty, how do you know? This matter has spread throughout the entire imperial city," Gao2 sneered. "Everyone says that you, Imperial Concubine Mu, bullied the only daughter of the general's fu and wanted to force her to study with the princess. Beloved concubine, the Mu family once caused the deaths of Yun Luofeng's son and daughter-in-law. We did not hesitate to side with the Mu family, but Yun Luofeng is the only child of the general's fu. If anything really happens to her, that old man will definitely fight with the royal family. Now, my royal family is temporarily unable to touch this old man, so I hope that you will not act rashly." Imperial Concubine Mu lowered her eyes and softly replied, "This concubine obeys." "My beloved concubine," Gao2's expression softened as he looked at the woman he doted on. His eyes were no longer as sharp as before. "I know you have a grudge against Yun Luofeng. If it weren't for her, Mu Wuxuang wouldn't have been hurt like this. But now that the crown prince is seriously ill, we are so busy that we don't have time to care about these mundane matters. Don't worry, we will attack the general's mansion sooner or later. I'll give you justice." Justice? If Yun Luofeng was here and heard Gao2 say these two words, he would definitely laugh out loud. She didn't understand how a lustful and unjust emperor like Gao2 had the face to say the word justice. "Your Majesty, I am relieved to hear your words." Imperial Concubine Mu gently raised the corner of her lips, her elegant face raised into a gentle smile. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she gazed at the tall and handsome man in front of her. As long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to stand such a gentle and tender woman. Therefore, Gao2 completely threw the matter to the back of his mind, picked up Imperial Concubine Mu and walked towards the bed. Mu Wuchen tactfully retreated out of the room and slowly closed the door of the bedroom. Chapter 110. At the back of the Yun family's mountain. The man sat in a wheelchair. The sun shone down on his entire body. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. His green robe was shrouded in a faint light. There was a book on his lap. His entire attention was focused on the book. He didn't even notice Yun Luofeng appear beside him. Second uncle. A familiar and gentle voice suddenly came from the side, and it finally caused the man to turn his head. When his elegant and handsome face saw the young girl beside him, he couldn't help but smile. His smile was very beautiful. It easily stirred up Yun Luofeng's heart. The sorrow between his brows was so strong that it made her heart clench fiercely. Yun Luofeng looked at the beautiful man who made one's heart ache and said, "Second uncle, after this period of time, I have been taking care of you. Now, I can begin the final treatment. Very soon, you will be able to stand on your legs." Yun Qingya's fingers, which were flipping through the book, suddenly stiffened. He raised his handsome eyebrows and asked in disbelief, "Xiaofeng, you just said, I can stand up again?" Yun Luofeng met the man's astonished gaze and nodded solemnly. "Actually, I could have let you stand up again a long time ago. However, if I hadn't taken care of you for a period of time, even if you stood up, your legs wouldn't be as nimble as before. That's why I've waited until today to truly treat you." Yun Qingya's breathing stopped. To be honest, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be able to stand up again. Even though Yun Luofeng had promised him before, he did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that after believing it, he would only receive despair. Now, facing Yun Luofeng's confident eyes once again, he was suddenly at a loss. Perhaps his little niece could really cure him? "Second uncle, it won't be long before you can stand up again. You won't need to rely on a wheelchair to walk anymore." Yun Luofeng smiled as she spoke. She had waited for this day for too long. Little Feng'er, Yun Qingya came back to his senses, and a smile as gentle as the wind appeared on his fair face. A pair of handsome eyes stared at the young girl standing beside him, and said gently, "Second uncle can let you try. If you fail, you don't have to be discouraged. Second uncle is already very satisfied with your heart." His words were not only for Yun Luofeng to hear, but also to warn himself. If the treatment failed, then no matter what, he could not show that he was disheartened. Otherwise, the one who would be hurt would be Yun Luofeng. "Second uncle, I have 100% confidence in curing you." Yun Luofeng blinked at Yun Qingya, his black eyes filled with confidence. "Pick up your clothes now, I'll give you acupuncture." "All right." Yun Qingya smiled faintly and picked up her clothes without hesitation, revealing her two black and purple legs. His two legs were covered in patches of purplish black. It was obvious that he had been forcefully pinched. After seeing this scene, Yun Luofeng raised his head, and his astonished gaze fell upon the man's elegant face. The man's tone was calm, as if he was narrating an insignificant matter. "For the past 10 years, my two legs have not been able to feel anything. Sometimes, I would pinch it unwillingly, and I would even use a hammer to strike it, using a broken porcelain bowl to cut it. No matter how much strength I used, it would not feel any pain. Later, the servant girl who served me discovered my self-mutilation, so she took the hammer away, and the porcelain bowl became a wooden bowl." Chapter 111. The man's increasingly indifferent tone made Yun Luofeng's heartache even more. She slightly lowered her eyes, and her words were abnormally firm. "Second uncle, no matter who hurt you back then, I will make them pay the price. A debt of blood should be paid in blood." Those people had paralyzed second uncle for more than 10 years. Sooner or later, she would cripple their limbs. Let them have a taste of the pain and torture second uncle had suffered. "Little Feng'er, I was too young and arrogant back then, that's why I was tortured like this. You can't make the same mistake again. That power is too powerful, it's an existence that you can't resist. Second uncle doesn't want you to be hunted down by that power for revenge." Yun Qingya stared at Yun Luofeng and solemnly instructed him. His voice was filled with concern, causing a warm current to flow through Yun Luofeng's heart. His gaze towards the man became even more resolute. "Second uncle, in the future, with me in the Yun family, I will not allow anyone to harm the Yun family. The burden of the Yun family will be borne by me, and I will make the Yun family stronger, so that no one will dare to provoke us." The young girl's eyes were wild as she swore in a domineering voice. Suddenly, Yun Qingya laughed. Feng'er, you've grown up. You have ambitions and ambitions. Your parents will definitely be at ease if they know about this. Yun Luofeng smiled. Second uncle, it's getting late. Let's start the treatment now. All right. Yun Qingya nodded. No matter what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, he would unconditionally support her actions, even if it was at the cost of his own life. The sun set in the west. The dim yellow light poured down, covering every corner of the back mountain. Yun Qingya stared blankly at the beautiful girl who had put away the silver needles. Her tone carried a trace of doubt. Is that all? Second uncle, why don't you try pinching my leg with your own hands? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly, his beautiful face revealing a demonic and wanton smile. Yun Qingya trembled as he stretched out his hand and fiercely pinched his leg. Immediately, a sore feeling spread out from his leg, causing him to freeze on the spot. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since his leg had felt such pain? Even when he used the broken bowl to cut his legs until they were dripping with blood, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. But now, he could finally feel his numb legs again. Yun Luofeng looked at the stunned Yun Qingya and blinked at him. Second uncle, I've already cured your leg, but you've been paralyzed for so many years, so you can't immediately walk like a normal person. You still need to rest for a while, so don't tell Grandpa about this during this period of time. When you can completely walk, then give him a surprise. Yun Qingya finally came back to his senses. His heart could not help but become excited, to the point that he could not even hear what Yun Luofeng said next. His pair of handsome eyes contained a faint luster. Feng'er, I can feel my legs. They can finally feel something. Yun Qingya was so excited that she spoke incoherently. I originally thought that I would have to stay in this wheelchair for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect your appearance to bring me such a strong surprise. Feng'er, I don't know how to thank you. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips and smiled evilly. Second uncle, if you want to thank me, then help me manage the army. How about that? Chapter 112. Army. Yun Qingya recovered from her excitement. Her cold eyes were filled with doubt. What army? Second uncle. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before saying, I have established an army. This army is divided into 2 teams, and they are divided according to gender. The Steel Legion is currently lacking a leader, and only you can take this position. The only person I can trust is you. Yun Qingya was startled for a moment. She raised her head and met the girl's bright eyes. He couldn't help but smile, and the sadness between his brows had been replaced by confidence. Little Feng'er, second uncle will definitely help you with your matters. Give second uncle 5 years. No. In 3 years, second uncle can give you an invincible, iron-blooded army. Yun Luofeng stared at Yun Qingya, who was full of confidence. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of this man sitting in a wheelchair and pointing at the world. He had the style of a hero of his generation. In the Long Yuan Kingdom, the Crown Prince, Gao Ling, was suffering from a serious illness. His spiritual energy had suddenly disappeared, and even the imperial physicians were helpless. Therefore, the imperial palace had put up a notice saying that whoever could cure the Crown Prince would be rewarded handsomely. Unfortunately, countless doctors had tried, but none of them were able to treat the Crown Prince's illness. At this time, someone had seen Yun Luofeng's ability to treat Elder Ning, so he asked His Majesty to summon Yun Luofeng into the palace to treat the Crown Prince. However, Gao too did not trust Yun Luofeng. He was afraid that she would use this opportunity to threaten the royal family and become the Crown Prince's concubine. Therefore, Gao too rejected this official's advice. As the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. In his impression, Yun Luofeng had always been a piece of trash. This kind of trash didn't even know any medical skills. Even if he summoned her into the palace, it would be useless. Just as the royal family was under immense pressure because of the Crown Prince's matter, Yun Luofeng's life had been extremely peaceful over the past half a year. Without the disturbance of those people, she had wholeheartedly cultivated in the back mountains, and she did not even have the time to tease Yun Xiao. At this moment, in the house at the back of the mountain, The young girl sitting cross-legged slowly opened her eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. After half a year of seclusion, my strength has more or less increased. The Steel Legion and the Flame Legion have also gradually grown under the leadership of Second Uncle and Qingyang. I just don't know what has happened in the outside world in the past 6 months. Gigi. A small head popped out from her sleeves. Milk Tea opened her big black eyes and looked curiously at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng retrieved the little fellow from his sleeve and gently stroked its head. You're really enviable. You didn't need to cultivate to become a low-rank advanced spiritualist in just half a year, but you also consumed many of my spiritual medicines. The gold-seeking rat was different from ordinary spiritual beasts. Its cultivation was built on the accumulation of countless medicinal herb. Yun Luofeng had given it many spirit herbs, which was why it could grow so quickly. Of course, if it wanted to increase its cultivation, ordinary elixirs wouldn't be able to provide it with enough power. Little Mo, how's the growth of the red arbutus tree? Yun Luofeng stuffed the milk tea back into his sleeves and asked mentally. After a while, Little Mo's voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Master, the redbud tree has already bloomed. It won't be long before it bears fruit. I estimate that it will be soon. Yun Luofeng smiled. She stood up from her bed and walked out the door. Once the red arbutus tree bears spiritual fruits, it'll be able to increase grandfather's strength. Moreover, Second Uncle's legs have completely adapted to walking these past 2 days. Therefore, I can give the old fellow 2 surprises this time. Chapter 113. Inside the Imperial Palace, in a tall building. In the Imperial study, Gao2 was reading through the memorials. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out from behind him, startling him so much that he dropped the brush in his hand. Looks like you've been living a leisurely life as an emperor. You haven't reported to the sect for a long time. The voice was like a curse, causing the usually calm Gao2 to tremble. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and turned to look at the woman who had appeared behind him. The woman was dressed in a green robe with an emerald belt around her waist. She had a purple veil draped over her body as she walked towards the dragon throne with light steps and sat down as though there was no one else around. She crossed her legs and played with the brush on the table. Her willowy eyebrows raised slightly as her clear eyes swept towards Gao2. Gao2, don't forget that your status as an emperor was given to you by the spiritual sect. You can take it back at any time. The woman twirled the brush leisurely as she spoke with a hidden meaning. Miss, Gao2 laughed bitterly. Recently, the Crown Prince of Longyuan country has contracted a serious illness. I've been searching for famous doctors to treat him and was unable to report to the spiritual sect in time. Please forgive me, miss. If the citizens of Longyuan country were to see Gao2 bowing and scraping in front of a woman, they would definitely be shocked. Who was this woman to make Gao2 so fearful? Gao2, I'm here to give you a mission. Sai Xian looked at the man in the bright yellow robe who had a respectful expression on his face and said calmly, now, put aside the matter of finding a doctor for the Crown Prince and use all the resources in Longyuan country to find a person for me. I wonder who Miss Sai is looking for. Gao2 looked at Sai Xian in surprise. The spiritual sect was very powerful. As the miss of the spiritual sect, it should be easy for Sai Xian to find a person. Why did she choose to let the people of Longyuan country find a person for her? Sai Xian's eyes were filled with admiration, her gaze was slightly infatuated. I've never seen his face before. I only know that he wears a mask and is very powerful. If I were to talk about something special, it would be his excellent figure. Half a year ago, she had met that man in her father's study. From then on, he fell into the enemy's trap. In particular, even his powerful and noble father had to bow and scrape in front of him. Furthermore, his father had even tried to curry favor with him. From this, one could see how unfathomable this man was. But when she told her father about her love for him, her father sternly stopped her. Moreover, that man, Yang Ming, was not someone she could reach. How could she, who had always been proud and arrogant, be willing to let her first love be buried before it could even begin? Hence, she had left the spiritual door and went out to find out more about him. A bitter smile appeared on Gao2's face. Miss Sai, how am I supposed to find this person in this sea of people? Not to mention a portrait, He didn't even know the person's name. In such a vast sea of people, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't find this person. Sai Xian was silent for a while, then said, I remember my father once said that he didn't have a surname, and that his name was Xiao. At that time, I didn't believe what he said. How could a person not have a surname? I'm not sure if this will be useful in your search. Furthermore, you must keep this a secret for me. Don't let anyone from the spiritual sect know about this. Chapter 114. Gao Tu fell silent. He knew what it would mean if he agreed to Sai Xian's request. However, she had spoken in such a forceful manner that he could not refuse her. He could only reply helplessly, Don't worry, Lady Sai. I will find this man for you no matter what. Hearing this, Sai Xian rose to her feet in satisfaction. Her eyes were filled with a smile. Gao Tu, you should know what's good for you. I'll leave this task to you. If you can't complete this task, don't blame me for being heartless. Even though the woman had a gentle smile on her face, Gao Tu could feel a bone-piercing chill in her voice. He could not help but shiver as he replied respectfully, Miss Sai, you don't have to worry about my work. Even if I have to use up the entire army of Long Yuan country, I will find this man for you. All right, I'll wait for your good news. The smile on Sai Xian's face grew even more pronounced. She glanced at Gao Tu once more before she turned around and walked out. Gao Tu's smile slowly disappeared as he stared in the direction that Sai Xian had left. His deep-set eyes were now filled with an icy coldness. He clenched his fists unwillingly and his breathing became labored. He secretly swore in his heart, one day, I will overthrow the spirit order and never allow myself to be controlled by anyone again. Even though Gao Tu was the emperor of Long Yuan country, he was only a puppet emperor. He still had a powerful organization like the Spirit Order behind him. His every word and action was under the supervision of the Spirit Order. Furthermore, he had to report to the Spirit Order every month. It could be said that there was no point in being an emperor at all. Hence, as a proud and arrogant person, how could he be willing to submit to someone else forever? As long as he was given the chance, he would overthrow the Spirit Order's rule and trample them under his feet. No one could control him. In a luxurious private room at the Phoenix Feather Restaurant, Ning Xin rested her hands on her cheeks as she blinked her large, bright eyes at the peerless beauty sitting in front of her. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. Why are you staring at me? Yun Luofeng put down the chopsticks in his hand and raised an eyebrow at Ning Xin as he asked. Ning Xin's pretty face lit up with a smile. My grandfather has asked me to stay here and learn from you. So, I've been observing you. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed with an evil smile as he asked in a mocking tone, Then what did you learn? Ning Xin shook her head. Feng'er, actually, I have long heard of the existence of your Yun family. It is said that 10 years ago, the Yun family produced a Yun Qingya with outstanding talent and a moving demeanor. However, because he was in the limelight, he offended the young master of a certain power, causing him to be chased and intercepted by that power, and he even died in this world. As she said this, Ning Xin's eyes shone brightly. Her face was full of longing. What a pity. If I had been born 10 years earlier, I might have been able to witness his glory. Hence, when I heard that you were the granddaughter of the general, I had a very good impression of you. His niece would not be inferior to him. Yun Luofeng raised his head to look at Ning Xin in surprise. When he saw the light in the young girl's eyes, he was slightly surprised. Ning Xin was an admirer of second uncle. If she knew that second uncle was still alive, I wonder what kind of expression she would make. Just then, a clamor sounded from outside the door. The voice was arrogant and domineering. I know that Yun Luofeng is in this private room. I'm going in to settle the score with him now. Chapter 115. Find her to settle accounts. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, his fingers gently playing with the chopsticks in his hand, and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, It seems that the people who want to die have come again. These noble children really don't let me have peace. As he spoke, the door of the private room was suddenly smashed open with a bang. With a man in a green robe as the leader, a group of people rushed in from outside the door. In an instant, the originally quiet private room was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The entire private room was filled with an unpleasant stench of sweat. Ning Xin wrinkled her delicate eyebrows, her eyes clearly containing a touch of disgust. Her face no longer had the softness she had when she first met Yun Luofeng, coldly sweeping the people who appeared in the box. Yun Luofeng, I thought you would hide in the Yun family for a lifetime. The man in the green robe raised his head and said arrogantly. Half a year ago, you caused Wu Shuang to be slapped so many times by the crown prince. I have long wanted to settle this account with you. Unfortunately, you hid in the general's mansion for half a year. Now that you finally couldn't bear it anymore, it's time for us to put an end to this matter. The man in front of her was impressively Wu Qi, Mu Wushuang's little follower. When she first met Mu Wushuang in the medical pavilion, this Wu Qi was at Mu Wushuang's side, and for Mu Wushuang's sake, he always blamed her. She didn't expect his patience to be so strong. She had been practicing in the back mountain for half a year, but he actually stayed outside the general's mansion for half a year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased her here as soon as she left the general's mansion. The person who slapped Mu Wushuang is the crown prince. You seem to have found the wrong person. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corner of her lips, her black eyes with an evil smile turned to Wu Qi. Her voice seemed to have a kind of magical power, causing people's hearts to involuntarily tremble. Wu Qi's heart shook, but he quickly recovered. He coldly said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is just being used by you. Yun Luofeng, I know you hate Wu Shuang to the bone, but why don't you think about it? Who do you think you are? Miss Wu Shuang's temper is good, she doesn't care about you, but I can't stand it. The man's words did not make Yun Luofeng angry. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. The smile on her lips became more and more evil. She chuckled and said two words, continue. Me. Wu Qi snorted coldly, and his mocking gaze fell on Yun Luofeng. Don't think that I don't know that the old man you met by the Qin River that day was clearly faking his illness. The purpose was to frame Miss Wu Shuang. How could a good-for-nothing like you have medical skills? You only want to attack her because you know that Miss Wu Shuang is good at medicine. Miss Wu Shuang is too kind to believe you so easily. In the past 6 months, many people had gone to the general's mansion to seek medical treatment, but they were all stopped at the door. As time passed, the people of Longyuan country couldn't help but suspect what had happened. From their point of view, if Yun Luofeng really had medical skills, she wouldn't have been so indifferent when faced with so many people begging for help. It was obvious that she was just pretending to be knowledgeable. Bang! Suddenly, a jade-like hand flipped over the table. Ning Xin picked up a porcelain plate and swung it at Wu Qi, who was still standing at the entrance of the private room. The porcelain plate slammed into Wu Qi's face, and the leftover soup splattered all over his face. The originally delicious soup had flowed into his mouth, making his stomach feel very uncomfortable. An unprecedented anger welled up in his heart, and Wu Qi wiped the leftover soup off his face. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at the beautiful young lady who had just stood up. He roared angrily, "Stupid girl, as a servant, you actually have the guts to lay your hands on this young master. Men, snatch this servant girl back for this young master to serve him." Although Ning Xin was beautiful and had a dignified demeanor, Wu Qi had never seen her among the many young ladies of Longyuan country. In addition, he had seen Ning Xin busying herself in and out of the general's mansion for the past 6 months, so he naturally treated her as a doted servant girl. Chapter 116. A sense of anger flashed in Ning Xin's eyes as she stared at the reckless Wu Qi. What did you say? Are you saying that I'm a servant girl who serves others? She was the dignified eldest lady of the Ning family, yet she had been reduced to a servant girl in these people's mouths. In particular, Wu Qi's wretched manner of asking her to serve him made her want to step on his head. That's right. Wu Qi glanced arrogantly at Ning Xin as if he was giving her charity. Little girl, you won't have much of a future with the Yun family. Once the old man passes away, you'll be auctioned off to a brothel. Instead of serving so many men in a brothel, why don't you serve me instead? I'll make sure you fuck me, haha. Ning Xin was enraged. Her beautiful face was flushed with anger. Then, without any hesitation, she walked towards Wu Qi and aimed a kick at his crotch. Ah! A heart-wrenching voice resounded throughout the entire restaurant. Wu Qi curled up in pain. His face turned green and his handsome features twisted. He roared with malevolence, "Damned girl, how dare you touch me? Men, tie this damned girl up and send her to my bed." Yes, young master. When the servants saw that their young master was being bullied, they stepped forward to grab Ningxin's arm. However, the young girl's arm was as slippery as an earthworm and slipped through their grasp without leaving a trace. Bang! Ningxin evaded the servant's demonic claws. She then extended her slender leg and kicked Wu Qi again, sending him flying out of the room. Wu Qi was thrown out of the private room and landed in the corridor. He was in so much pain that he was drenched in sweat, but he could not say a word. There were many passers-by in the restaurant. They pointed at Wu Qi, who was lying on the floor, and whispered to each other. "Did you just say that you want me to serve you?" Ningxin stepped hard on Wu Qi's chest and raised her eyebrows slightly, asking, "Are you satisfied with my service now? You dared to hurt me. The Wu family will never let you and Yun Luofeng get away with it." Wu Qi gritted his teeth and his voice trembled. Indeed, the kind of master, the kind of servant girl. Neither of these two women were good people. She didn't have Miss Wu Shuang's elegance at all. "Wu family." Ningxin sneered and said indifferently, "What can the Wu family do to me if I cripple you? I'm warning you, stay away from the Yun family. If you dare to cause trouble again, it won't be as simple as crippling you." After saying that, Ningxin's foot gradually moved from Wu Qi's chest to his crotch, and then stomped down hard. "Urrah!" The howl of a pig being slaughtered reverberated throughout the entire restaurant. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they saw the pool of blood on Wu Qi's crotch. They knew that Wu Qi was completely crippled this time. He probably didn't even have the ability to carry on the family line. When Ningxin was done with the Wu family, she turned around and walked into the private room. At this moment, Yun Luofeng was leaning back on the wooden chair and holding the back of his head lazily. The corners of his lips were curled into a demonic smile and his black eyes were filled with a playful smile. It was as if he was watching a good show. "I didn't expect that the young miss of the Ning family would be so domineering when she flips out." Ningxin's little face turned red. "I just can't stand the way these people treat you." "But, Xiaofeng, I haven't caused any trouble for you, have I?" Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. "The Wu family isn't much of a problem. Besides, I've been in hiding for so long. It's time for people to know that the Yun family isn't to be trifled with." Chapter 117. So what if they were royalty? Those who offended the Yun family would be punished. The Wu family. A furious roar resounded throughout the entire courtyard, as if it was filled with monstrous hatred and was burning fiercely in this raging fire. "Yun Luofeng, if I don't kill you, I am not human." Wu Qi lay on the carved wooden bed, his blood staining the blanket beneath him red. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. The hatred in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, like a dagger dipped in poison. Just one look was enough to make one feel as if they had been poisoned. "Chia," Wu Ran lowered his eyes. He looked at his son's pitiful state and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. "Don't worry, I will seek justice for you. Now, I will enter the palace to see the emperor. The Yun family's little servant girl has done such a thing. No matter how shameless that old man Yun Luo is, he must hand over Yun Luofeng and his little servant girl." Wu Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Father, when the time comes, hand Yun Luofeng and the little servant girl over to me. I want to let them experience what it means to live a life worse than death." If he did not torture them, he would not be able to vent his hatred. Especially that little servant girl. As a servant girl, she had dared to attack him. She was seeking death. This time, even Yun Luo would not be able to protect them. "Men, prepare the palanquin. I need to enter the palace to see the emperor." Wu Rant's eyes were cold and his murderous intent intensified. So what if old man Yun Luo was strong? His granddaughter had done such a heinous thing, how could he be so unreasonable as to side with her? Even if he wanted to protect her, the emperor would not let him do as he wished. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he turned to look at the young man lying on the bed. His voice warm, he said, "Chia, wait here for your father's good news. In a moment, I will bring Yun Luofeng and his maidservant back." If old man Ning was here and heard these people addressing Ningxin as a maidservant, even someone as calm as him would fly into a rage. He might even kill all of them in a fit of rage. How noble was elder Ning's granddaughter? Even the princess of the royal family could not compare to her. In the entire Long Yuan country, the only person he acknowledged was Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, the Wu family was too arrogant and did not thoroughly investigate Ning Xin's identity. This led to an irreparable mistake: the Yun family's main hall. As soon as the girl stepped over the threshold, she saw the old man sitting upright. She slightly raised the corner of her lips and walked into the hall. The old master glanced at the young girl who had appeared in the hall and snorted coldly. "You little girl. First, you went into seclusion in the back mountain for half a year. In the end, as soon as you left the back mountain, you went out to fool around. Don't you know how to spend more time with your grandfather?" The old man's voice was clearly filled with resentment. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Yun Luofeng's neglect over the past half a year. Yun Luofeng was taken aback. She had thought that what she and Ning Xin had done had reached this old man's ears, and he was planning to punish them. She hadn't expected him to come for this. "Am I not busy?" Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. "Moreover, am I not back to accompany you now?" "Humph." The old man snorted coldly and said resentfully, "I don't know what you're busy with." "Oh yes, you mentioned that you were going to give me 2 surprises. Where are they? Why haven't I seen them?" Yun Luofeng blinked. "I can't give you these 2 surprises yet. However, there will be another surprise coming soon. You should prepare yourself first." "What?" "Nothing much. Ning Xin and I just crippled Wu Qi from the Wu family. I wanted you to be mentally prepared. I reckon that the people who will punish us will be here soon." Chapter 118. "What?" When he asked the first question, the old man's tone was the same as usual. However, this time, he was so shocked that he jumped up. His eyes widened and he blurted out angrily, "What did you just say? You crippled the boy from the Wu family?" The Wu family was one of the 4 great families in Long Yuan country. The ancestor of the Wu family was once Duke Wu of Long Yuan country. Even though the Wu family was no longer what it used to be, it was still a hereditary title. The mistress of the Wu family was also a 2nd-grade royal ordained title. But his own granddaughter had actually crippled the only son of the Wu family. She even called this a surprise for him. He thought it was more like he was shocked. "Actually, when I said crippled, I didn't mean to cripple Wu Qi's abilities. I meant to make him lose his ability to carry on the family line." Yun Luofeng seemed to be afraid that the old man would misunderstand and explained once again. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This girl had made Wu Qi lose his ability to carry on the family line. Didn't that mean that the Wu family would be without descendants? Wouldn't that boy from the Wu family come after him? Although the old man was not afraid of the Wu family's master, if this matter were to be reported to the royal family, whether it was that dog Mu Xingqiu or the dog emperor, they would not let go of this opportunity to target the Yun family. "You little girl, if you had only beaten Wu Qi up, I could still argue back. After all, Wu Qi was in the wrong. But you've actually made him lose his ability to carry on the family line." Yun Luofeng smiled helplessly. "I'm afraid that this matter will be difficult to resolve." Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and yawned lazily. "Ning Xin was the one who crippled him. Of course, even if she hadn't done so, I would have crippled him." Sigh, the old man glared at Yun Luofeng and said unhappily, "Do you feel uncomfortable every day that you don't cause trouble for me? Go back to the back of the mountain and reflect on your mistakes. Without my orders, you're not allowed to take a step out." Yun Luofeng's lips curled into an arc as she looked at the old man in front of her. How could she not know the old man's intentions? This old man wanted her to hide and not appear in front of anyone unless something happened. As for the Wu family, he would handle it. But how could Yun Luofeng become a coward after causing trouble? If that was the case, she would look down on herself. "I know you don't want me to face those people, but Ning Xin and I caused this mess. I should be the one to face it. Grandpa, you're getting on in years. You should enjoy your remaining years. You shouldn't worry about these things." Yun Luo was mildly stunned. He looked at the young girl standing in front of him. At this moment, he finally realized that his granddaughter had grown up and had become more responsible. She wasn't a young girl who only knew how to hide behind her family for protection after causing trouble. The imperial edict has arrived. A sharp voice pierced through the horizon and came from outside the courtyard. The imperial edict has arrived. Yun Luo Feng accepts the edict. Yun Luo's heart, which had just calmed down, tensed up once more following this sharp voice. His brows knitted tightly together. Feng, no matter what happens later, don't say anything. This time, even if I have to throw away my face, I will protect your safety. No one can take my granddaughter away from me. At this moment, Yun Luo's gaze was sharp and his expression was dignified. He was like an awe-inspiring general on the battlefield. Under the autumn wind, the eunuch held a bright yellow imperial edict in his hand as he stood in the front courtyard. He stared coldly at the grandfather and granddaughter who had just walked out of the main hall. A hint of impatience flashed across his eyes. Chapter 119. Yun Luo Feng, His Imperial Majesty has ordered you to bring your servant girl to the palace to see His Imperial Majesty. You must leave immediately and do not stop. The eunuch's voice was as sharp as a needle as he coldly ordered. Servant girl? Master Dongfang turned his puzzled gaze towards Yun Luo Feng and furrowed his brows. What did your servant girl do? Why did he order you to bring your servant girl to see His Imperial Majesty? Yun Luo Feng shrugged his shoulders. The servant girl he was talking about is Ning Xin. Ning Xin? Servant girl? Master Dongfang was completely dumbfounded. A member of the imperial family had actually called Ning Xin a servant girl. Even though he still does not know Ning Xin's identity, he could tell from Elder Rong's attitude towards Elder Ning. Yet these people had actually called her a servant girl. Where did they get their sense of superiority to treat such a dignified and beautiful young girl as a servant girl? Yun Luo Feng, what are you standing there for? Come with me to see His Imperial Majesty, the eunuch said coldly when he saw that Yun Luo Feng was unmoved. Master Dongfang's face sank. Feng, since the Emperor has ordered you to go, I will accompany you. With me here, I'd like to see who can do anything to you. Hearing Yun Luo Feng's words, the eunuch's face filled with obvious disdain. Everything under the heavens was yellow soil. Yun Luo Feng was only a general with an empty title. What right did he have to go against His Imperial Majesty? Yun Luo Feng and her servant girl had committed such a cruel act. His Imperial Majesty would not forgive her so easily. I'll go with you. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice sounded from behind her. Hearing the man's voice, Yun Luo Feng slowly turned around and her gaze fell upon the man. The man's eyes were cold and grim as his dark eyes stared deeply at her. His paralyzed face showed no expression, but at this moment, Yun Luo Feng could feel the worry in his heart. All right. She curled the corners of her lips into a demonic smile. Her voice was as languid as ever, but it undoubtedly revealed her trust in the man. Based on Yun Luo Feng's current abilities, she did not fear the imperial family. But without a doubt, if Yun Xiao followed her, she would feel very safe. Wait for me. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded from the side. Yun Luo Feng turned around and saw Ning Xin quickly running towards her. Her pretty features carried a gentle smile as she said, Xiao Feng, I was the one who started this. I'll go with you and meet this so-called emperor. I'll also take a look at how the members of the imperial family are going to bully you. Undeniably, Yun Luo Feng now held a very important place in Ning Xin's heart, second only to her most respected grandfather. Hence, she would not allow anyone to bully Yun Luo Feng. Especially in front of Ning Xin. What are you? When the eunuch saw that Ning Xin was looking down on the royal family, he flew into a rage. How dare you disrespect His Majesty? It's true that the dog is shaped by its master. Ning Xin could not be bothered to argue with him and only glanced at him indifferently. She then turned towards Yun Luo Feng. Initially, I had wanted to wait for my grandfather to return and let him handle this matter. I never thought that the members of the imperial family would come knocking on our door so soon. Xiao Feng, don't worry, when my grandfather left, I promised him that I would protect you. When the eunuch saw that Ning Xin was ignoring him, his expression turned even uglier. What are you still blabbering about? His Imperial Majesty is already waiting for you in the palace. Are you going to take responsibility for any delays? If you don't leave, I'll have you all tied up. Chapter 120. Yun Luo Feng finally reacted to the eunuch's words. Her black eyes glanced devilishly at him and her pillously beautiful face lifted into a demonic and languid smile. However, this lazy glance caused the eunuch's body to tremble involuntarily, as if a bone-piercing chill had spread from his heart. This trash could actually make people feel such intense fear. Perhaps it was to calm the panic in his heart, but the eunuch's expression turned cold and he ordered icily, "Guards, bring these people into the palace. I can walk by myself." Yun Luofeng glanced at the guard who was walking towards her and raised his brows. "Yun Xiao, if anyone dares to touch me, kill without mercy." Her voice was arrogant and unruly, filled with an evil and awe-inspiring aura, and it carried a domineering aura that looked down on the people of the world. Yun Xiao did not say anything, silently standing by Yun Luofeng's side. Killing intent flashed in his cold black eyes and his black robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. The powerful aura radiating from his body forced the guards, who wanted to approach Yun Luofeng, to take a few steps back as shock filled their faces. "Humph." The eunuch humphed. "Yun Luofeng, wait until we reach the imperial palace. Let's see if you still dare to be so insolent. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances." This eunuch wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the killing intent from Yun Xiao's body. If they really touched Yun Luofeng, he believed that this man would definitely start a massacre. Sure enough, there wasn't a single good person in the general's estate. From General Yun to the servant girls and guards, they were all a group of people who despised the imperial power. People like them should all be killed. "Grandfather, let's enter the palace and see how the emperor handles this matter." Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. The smile on his lips was filled with evil. "All right." Yun Luo nodded and turned to look at the eunuch, saying coldly, "Why aren't you leading the way? Who will be responsible for any delays?" These words had come from the eunuch's mouth, but now the old man had returned them to him. The eunuch snorted coldly again. He flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, the general's mansion was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When these people saw the group of people walking out of the general's mansion surrounded by a group of guards, they started to discuss among themselves. Obviously, they were all trying to guess what crime General Yun Luo had committed to be forced into the palace by a group of guards. Wasn't that right? Although these guards did not touch the Yun family members again, their actions of surrounding the Yun family members was no different from escorting them into the palace. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Yun family had committed a crime. Amidst the noisy crowd, Fang Yue stared at Yun Luofeng, who was surrounded by a group of guards. She was slightly stunned. After regaining her senses, she quickly turned around and hurried in the direction of the medical pavilion. "Elder Rong, something bad has happened." In the inner hall of the medical pavilion, Elder Rong, who was playing chess with someone, was thinking about how to move his chess piece when the sudden voice startled him. The chess piece in his hand fell to the ground. Just as Elder Rong was frowning impatiently, Fang Yue suddenly pushed the door open and hurriedly walked in. Perhaps it was because she had run all the way here, but her breathing was not smooth and her enchanting eyes were filled with anxiety. What happened? Elder Rong's frown deepened as he asked in irritation. If it were not for the fact that he had a good relationship with Elder Fang, someone as irritable as him would never have tolerated anyone barging in while he was playing chess. This was simply ruining his good mood. "Elder Rong, something has happened." Fang Yue looked anxious. "Just now, I remembered that the spirit-gathering elixir in our medical pavilion was almost sold out, so I went to the Yun family to look for Yun Luofeng, hoping to buy some more elixir from her. Who would have thought that I would see the Imperial Palace escorting her and General Yun into the Imperial Palace? Elder Rong, if you had been late, I don't think you would ever see her again." Chapter 121. What? Elder Rong slammed the table angrily and stood up. He glared at Fang Yue, who had reported the news, and asked through gritted teeth, "What did you just say? Have the Imperial family eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare capture Yun Lass?" Fang Yue wiped the sweat from her brow as her enchanting features filled with anxiety. "Elder Rong, I saw it with my own eyes. Not only has Lady Yun been taken away by him, even Ning Xin of the Ning family has been brought into the Imperial Palace by the Imperial family." Hearing this, the anger in Elder Rong's eyes gradually subsided. Instead, a strange look appeared on his face. You said that the imperial family has kidnapped Ningxin? Yes, Elder Rong. Fang Yue reported respectfully. Elder Rong slowly sat down and his lips curled into a disdainful angle. He then said disdainfully, "Is the imperial family looking for their own death?" Fang Yue, I remember that Elder Ning will be rushing to Long Yuan country today. Wait for him outside the city gates and tell him that his granddaughter and goddaughter have been kidnapped by the Dog Emperor and they are waiting for him to save them. Yes. Fang Yue joined her fists and her enchanting eyes flashed with a cold light. The imperial family could have kidnapped anyone. Why did they have to kidnap Yun Luofeng? Yun Luofeng was not only a benefactor to the medical court, she was also highly regarded by Elder Ning. Why would the Ning family let the imperial family off if they had kidnapped her? That's not right. Elder Rong suddenly remembered something and rose to his feet. He frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't I be giving Elder Ning the chance to curry favor with the Yun girl? No, I can't let Elder Ning have the upper hand in this matter. I must make a trip to the imperial palace. The main hall of the imperial palace was magnificent and majestic. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, Wu Ran was staring hatefully at the Yun family granddaughter and granddaughter. The murderous intent in his eyes was thick and sharp like a sword. The officials stood on both sides of the hall, not even daring to breathe as they glanced cautiously at the emperor, Gao2, who was sitting high up on the throne. Gao2's face was ashen as he stared coldly at Yun Luofeng, who was standing in the middle of the hall. He spoke in a stern voice, "Yun Luofeng, why don't you kneel when you see me?" Yun Luofeng curled his lips. "My father had once asked for an imperial edict from you. The imperial edict stated that I do not need to kneel when I see anyone from the imperial family. Don't tell me you want to take back your order." Only now did Gao2 recall the decree he had agreed to that day, and his expression couldn't help but turn even uglier. "How dare you?" Imperial concubine Mu was sitting next to Gao2. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, her beautiful face immediately changed. Her lily-white hand fell on the table and she angrily shouted, "Who allowed you to be so rude in the main hall? Your decree was given by His Majesty, so you can naturally take it back." Yun Luofeng glanced at Imperial concubine Mu with a smile that wasn't a smile. "If the Emperor intends to take back this edict, I, Yun Luofeng, have nothing to say. But if this reaches the ears of the common people, it will become His Majesty going back on his word. The reputation of the Imperial Palace will be swept 1,000 feet. Gao2's expression was somewhat impatient. He glanced at Imperial concubine Mu and stopped her from speaking with his eyes. Then, his gaze fell upon Yun Xiao and Ning Xin, who were standing next to Yun Luofeng. He said in a cold voice, "We can allow you to not kneel and pay your respects. However, you guards and maids are far too lacking in etiquette. You actually dare to stand in the Great Hall, kneel before us." His voice was dignified and domineering. It was filled with a chilly chill as it slowly rang out in the Great Hall. Yun Xiao did not speak. His grim face looked as if he had been paralyzed from the beginning to the end. His dark eyes were forever fixated on the young girl standing next to him. It was as if he had not heard Gao2's voice and completely ignored him. Chapter 122. You don't have the right to make them kneel. In this quiet hall, the girl's demonic and awe-inspiring voice was like a stone thrown into the calm surface of a lake, stirring up waves. Gao2's face was ashen. With a bang, he fiercely slammed his fist on the table and angrily shouted, "Impudent! General Yun, this is the good granddaughter you've raised." He turned to look at Yun Luo with an ashen face. His voice was stern and cold. "Not only did you not discipline your granddaughter properly, you've caused her to become arrogant and willful by nature. She's lawless and out of control. Even her maidservant is a dog that relies on her master's power. She's actually crippled Wu Qi. Now that Master Wu has come knocking on our doors, the general's household must give an explanation." "Explanation?" Yun Luo laughed icily and rose to his feet. His elderly features were cold and stern. "Your Imperial Majesty, what kind of explanation do you want the general's household to give? Wu Qi had insulted my granddaughter and taken liberties with Ning Xin. He was delusional enough to snatch Ning Xin back to the Wu family as a concubine. Isn't he reaping what he sowed by being crippled? Gao2's face sank and he scoffed icily. General Yun, no matter how many wrongs Wu Qi has committed, the general's household should not have crippled her. Besides, the Ning Xin that you speak of is only a little maidservant. As a maidservant, she has the right to be someone else's concubine. As the heir of the Wu family, Wu Qi would never humiliate her. Hearing that Gao2 had called Ning Xin a little maidservant just like the Wu family, Yun Luo's elderly features lit up with a mocking smile. General Yun, as a meritorious minister of Long Yuan country, we do not wish to punish you. Gao2 clearly did not see the mocking smile on Yun Luo's face. He calmed the anger in his heart and continued, so, you don't have to worry about this matter. We will now issue an imperial decree to betroth this little maidservant to Wu Qi. Then, you can ask your Yun Luo Feng to apologize to Wu Qi. We will make the decision and let the Wu family forget about this matter. What do you think? To Gao2, this was the best way to resolve this matter. She was only a little maidservant anyway. If the general's household needed her, he could send a palace maid to serve her. As for Yun Luo Feng, after all, she wasn't the one who did it. As long as he admitted his mistake, everything else could be discussed. A look of anger flashed across Ning Xin's face. This dog of an emperor had actually betrothed her to a scum. Moreover, she was going to be the concubine of this scum. More importantly, he actually said that becoming this scum's concubine wasn't a disgrace to her. He really thought too highly of himself. Just as Ning Xin was about to fly into a rage, a chuckle came from beside her. The young girl raised her eyebrows slightly, her demeanor was languid and demonic. The corners of her lips curled into an arc and her pillously beautiful face lit up with a soul-stirring smile. I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You can casually choose a marriage. Or do you think that because you are the emperor, all the power in the world is in your hands? But don't forget that there's always someone better than you out there. Not everyone is afraid of imperial power. Yun Luofeng's words were tantamount to declaring war against the royal family. As such, all the ministers were shocked silly by her. They stared at the young girl's beautiful face with their mouths agape. Yun Luofeng, how dare you? Imperial concubine Mu's lily-white hand slammed heavily on the table. A sense of disdain flashed across her arrogant eyes as she exclaimed disdainfully, everything under the heavens is dirt. If your imperial majesty wishes to bestow a marriage, who would dare to disobey? She's only a little maidservant. Could it be that someone of Wu Qi's status isn't worthy enough to take her as a concubine? Chapter 123. Based on imperial concubine Mu's status, she would naturally not be privy to the secrets of the mainland. In the eyes of these commoners, the imperial family is a supreme existence. In their own words, everything under the heavens belongs to the imperial family. However, only those with real power would understand that above the imperial family, there is a powerful controller. At the end of the day, the imperial family is only a puppet of that organization. Hence, when he heard imperial concubine Mu's words, Gao2's expression did not look too good. However, he only shot imperial concubine Mu a warning glance before turning to face the crowd in the middle of the hall. Yun Luofeng, seeing that you are the only child of the general's household, we will not pursue your crime of disregarding the law. Now that your servant girl has committed a heinous crime, marrying her to Wu Qi as a concubine is already the most lenient punishment. Gao2 raised his chin slightly, his dignified tone of voice leaving no room for doubt. Hee hee. Suddenly, a light chuckle pierced through the air and sounded from outside the hall, carrying a hint of mockery. This emperor is truly awe-inspiring, choosing anyone's marriage as he pleases. Do you really think that you can make decisions on this mainland? As soon as he finished speaking, a green-robed old man slowly walked in from outside the main hall. His steps were light and quick. You could only see him take 2 steps, but his whole body was already in front of you. He was like a wisp of green smoke, so fast that it was impossible to see him. Grandfather. A sense of joy flashed in Ning Xin's eyes when she saw Elder Ning. She then walked towards the old man as a gentle smile appeared on her pretty and dignified features. Grandfather, you're here? Shina, Elder Ning stroked Ning Xin's head, his eyes filled with affection. Tell grandfather, did anyone bully you while I was away? As he spoke, His eyes swept towards Jao2, who was seated high up in the hall, as if he was implying something. Grandfather, Ningxin's face filled with grievance when she heard this. I've heard that Lin Feng's days in Longyuan country have not been easy. I thought that it was an exaggeration, but today, when Lin Feng and I went to a restaurant for a meal, Wu Qi from the Wu family barged in and tried to make a move on Lin Feng. What do you mean by an exaggeration? Not only the Wu family would do such a thing, she could also exaggerate the severity of the situation. Sure enough, Elder Ning's expression sank, and his old face was overcast like the eve of a storm. After that, I couldn't stand the sight of those silk pants, so I made a move on them. Who could have guessed that Wu Qi would try to take me back and make me serve him? Ningxin gritted her teeth and deliberately emphasized the word serve. Her clear eyes were filled with rage. Of course. How could I be willing to be taken advantage of by him? So, I crippled him. You saw what happened next. The emperor wanted to take revenge for the Wu family. He captured me and Lin Feng into the palace, intending to force me to marry that scum. He even said that I'm only fit to be his concubine. The more Ningxin spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. She had been by her grandfather's side since she was a child. Everyone treated her with respect. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But Jao2, not only did he force her to become a concubine, he even said that she was only fit to be his concubine. Elder Ning snorted coldly as a cold light flashed across his indifferent eyes. Xin, Grandpa has told you long ago that you don't need to show mercy to your enemies. How is it enough to deal with that kind of scum by crippling him? You should make him lose an arm or a leg and never be able to stand again for the rest of his life. Grandfather's teachings are right, I'll remember it. Ningxin winked mischievously and replied with a smile. The grandfather and granddaughter's conversation, as if there was no one else present, had completely infuriated Wu Ran. His eyes glared at Ningxin, as if he wanted to execute her by 1,000 cut. Chapter 124. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the imperial palace? You're obviously digging your own grave. Wu Ran then turned towards Jao2 and fell to his knees with a loud thud. He cried bitterly, Your Imperial Majesty, you must uphold justice for me. This little servant girl and this old man are looking down on the Wu family. They obviously don't respect your Imperial Majesty. This pair of grandfather and granddaughter should be executed by 1,000 cuts and their 9 generations should be executed. Execute my 9 generations? Elder Ning smiled calmly and replied calmly, I'm afraid that you can't afford to execute my 9 generations. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Jao2 and stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. Even the people from the spirit sect didn't dare to say that they would kill their entire family in front of me. I don't know where the royal family gets their arrogance from to be so rude to me. You even call my granddaughter a servant girl? You even call her a concubine? Jao2's face, which was originally filled with anger, turned pale with a swoosh after hearing the old man's words. His eyes were filled with fear. Spiritual sect. He actually knows about the spiritual sect. Where did this old man come from? Spiritual sect. What's that? Imperial concubine Mu obviously did not know about the existence of the spiritual sect. She laughed icily and said, Do you think that the spiritual sect can be compared to the imperial family? The entire Longyuan country belongs to the imperial family. Who would dare to disobey the imperial family's orders? Slap. Just as imperial concubine Mu had finished speaking, a slap suddenly came from the side and landed fiercely on her cheek. She was dumbfounded and turned her head in disbelief towards the angry, handsome man next to her. Your Imperial Majesty, you. Imperial concubine Mu's beautiful eyes widened and filled with tears. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. On a normal day, she had relied on Jao2's pampering to become arrogant. From the fact that she was allowed to participate in politics, one could see her position in Jao2's heart. However, she never thought that the Imperial Majesty, who had always pampered her, would slap her. Jao2 looked at the tears in Imperial concubine Mu's eyes. He couldn't bear it, but when he thought of what she had just said, his anger rose again. He coldly said, The harem is not allowed to participate in politics. This matter will be handled by us. You are not allowed to speak anymore. Imperial concubine Mu's body shook, and her beautiful eyes looked at Gao2 in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with heartbreak and despair. Did His Majesty intend to take back all her power? Not to mention Imperial concubine Mu, even the people in the main hall were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why His Majesty would suddenly make a move. Is it possible that the Mu Jiao will lose her favor? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, Gao2 had already turned his gaze towards Elder Ning. His expression was no longer as dignified as before, and there was a hint of inquiry in his voice. May I know who this old senior is? Old senior? His Majesty actually used such a word for this old man? A bad feeling arose in Wu Rant's heart. Could it be that this little servant girl had some other background? From beginning to end, Yun Luofeng had the attitude of watching a show. His lips curled into a demonic smile as he looked at Wu Ran, whose expression had stiffened. You don't have the right to know who I am. Elder Ning's tone of voice was as calm as ever, but it revealed the cold arrogance in his heart. Gao2's face turned ashen when he was humiliated by Elder Ning in front of so many people. But before he could ascertain Elder Ning's identity, he did not dare to act rashly. Hence, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, May I know what relationship this old senior has with the Yun family? Chapter 125. At this moment, Gao2 no longer dared to think that Ning Xin was just a servant girl. Just based on the fact that this old man could silently appear in the palace hall, this kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Elder Ning ignored Gao2 and turned his indifferent eyes to Yun Luofeng. He smiled faintly and said, Little girl, I didn't want to intervene in the grudges between you and the others, but now they've really crossed the line. I asked Xin to stay here to protect your safety, but they actually humiliated you in front of Xin. Since that's the case, I can't just sit back and watch. Elder Ning's eyes swept across the people in the hall and the corners of his lips curled up. Who's Mu Wuxuan? Come out. In the hall, everyone looked at each other and looked at Elder Ning in surprise. They didn't expect Elder Ning to look for Mu Wuxuan first. One must know that Mu Wuxuan was different from the others. Not only was she talented, her medical skills were also outstanding. Her understanding of medicine even surpassed her master, Jing Lin. Even if this old man's identity was not simple, he couldn't casually offend a doctor with a bright future. After all, everyone has a time when they are sick, right? At this time, the value of making friends with a doctor was obvious. Mu Wuxuan is probably in the Prime Minister's mansion now. Yun Luofeng laughed and raised his eyebrows at Gao2 Your Majesty. Elder Ning wants to look for Mu Wuxuan. I wonder if you can summon Mu Wuxuan here? Gao2's expression changed. He shot a warning look at Yun Luofeng, a sharp glint in his eyes. However, he quickly retracted his gaze and said to Elder Ning, Old senior, since you know of Wuxuan's existence, you should also know what kind of person she is. Wuxuan is elegant and dignified. It's impossible for her to offend Yun Luofeng. Everything was Yun Luofeng's doing. I hope old senior doesn't believe others easily and misunderstand a good girl. Gao2's words were obviously biased towards Mu Wuxuan and pushed all the blame to Yun Luofeng. In his opinion, a peerless and outstanding woman like Wuxuan would not provoke Yun Luofeng. It was only because Yun Luofeng admired his son, Gao Ling, that he hated Mu Wuxuan. Hearing Gao2's words, Yun Luo's heart grew colder and colder. The last bit of affection he had for Long Yuan country disappeared. In this life, he has been on the battlefield, but he can't compare to the Mu family's daughter. No matter how great the contribution was, it was nothing in Gao2's eyes. How could such an emperor be worthy of his loyalty? Elder Ning faintly looked at Gao2 and said in a cold voice, I believe in my own judgment, tell Mu Wuxuan to come see me immediately, otherwise, this old man will absolutely not take things lying down today. Elder, Gao2 took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that was about to erupt from his body. A cold smile flashed across his eyes. You are indeed very strong, but Wuxuan's medical skills are very high. It can be said that in the whole of Long Yuan nation, or even the other nations, there is no one who is more talented than her in the field of medicine. Jing Lin even asserted that her achievements in the future would not be below anyone else. Offending such a genius doctor, what benefits would there be for you? Elder Ning was stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he was deeply shocked by Gao2's words. What shocked him was that with Mu Wushuang's medical talent, he actually said that no one can compare to him. And he even said that her achievements in the future would not be below anyone else. Should he say that these people were thinking too highly of themselves, or should he scold them as frogs at the bottom of a well? Chapter 126. Unfortunately, Elder Ning's shocked expression fell into the eyes of the others, and they thought that he was shocked by Gao2's word. Gao2's lips curled into a smile, and he continued, "Senior, I don't know what your relationship with the general's mansion is, but Wushuang's talent is indeed good. I believe that after Senior sees this child, you will definitely like her. As for the general's mansion, I can forgive them for Senior's sake. What does Senior think? Of course, if Senior wants to be on good terms with Wushuang, I advise you not to get too close to the general's mansion." If it was in the past, Gao2 would never say such words in front of the main hall. But now, he had completely fallen out with the general's mansion, so there was no need to continue pretending. Moreover, his royal family had the #1 expert, so there was no need to be afraid of the general's mansion. It was just that he wanted to use the name of the general's mansion to calm the crowd. Elder Ning regained his senses, and he indifferently looked at Yun Luofeng, with a touch of gentleness in his eyes. "Little girl, these people don't know that you have medical skills. They actually said that Mu Wushuang's medical talent is unparalleled. This is simply waving a big sword in front of Guan Yu. In front of you, they actually dare to flatter Mu Wushuang. I think Mu Wushuang can't even compare to 1/10 of you." Like 5 bolts of lightning striking their heads, everyone present was stunned by Elder Ning's words. "Yun Luofeng has medical skills? How is this possible? She's just a waste, and this kind of waste actually has medical skills. Isn't this equivalent to a sow climbing a tree?" Gao2's eyes looked at Yun Luofeng, then turned to look at Elder Ning, and asked, "Senior is also a doctor. This old man wants to learn medical skills, but unfortunately, I don't have the talent. How can I be compared to Mu Wushuang in your Long Yuan country?" Elder Ning's face was indifferent, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Gao2 didn't mind his sarcastic tone, and said with a smile, "Senior, since you're not a doctor, how do you know that Yun Luofeng's medical talent is better than Mu Wushuang's? Mu Wushuang's master, Jing Lin, is a highly respected doctor in our Long Yuan country. He has already seen that Mu Wushuang's talent is very strong. In this case, Mu Wushuang's achievements in the future will certainly be unparalleled." Elder Ning frowned as a sneer appeared on his indifferent face. "As for Yun Luofeng," Gao2 paused, then continued, "she is indeed interested in medicine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent all of the general's mansion's savings to buy a bunch of useless herbs. However, it doesn't mean that she has the talent. Medical skills aren't that easy to learn. Some people won't be able to achieve much even if they spend their entire lives." The some people he mentioned were obviously referring to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luo looked at Gao2 as though he was looking at an idiot. Even the master of the medical pavilion had come to seek treatment for his granddaughter. In the end, Gao2 had actually claimed that his granddaughter would never achieve anything great in her lifetime. "Are you guys done talking?" Yun Luofeng lazily yawned. She shrugged her sore shoulders, and raised the corner of her lips. "I'm a little tired. I've been standing for so long, and there's not even a chair. It seems that the royal family's hospitality is really not good." The two opposing sides quieted down due to Yun Luofeng's sudden interjection. Everyone's eyes fell on the girl, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 127. At such a solemn time, she's actually complaining about the imperial family not giving her a seat. Does she not know that I'm the reason why these people are fighting? Elder Ning was also shocked and momentarily forgot what he was supposed to say. He stared blankly at Yun Luofeng. Only Yun Xiao did not think that Yun Luofeng had said anything wrong. In his opinion, the imperial family's way of treating their guests was not very good. They're not even willing to bring out a chair. Hence, Yun Xiao's black eyes slowly turned away from Yun Luofeng and his grim gaze turned towards Imperial concubine Mu, who was seated high above. "What do you want?" Imperial concubine Mu saw Yun Xiao walking towards her and shivered. Her shrill voice rang out, Quickly capture this man and protect the imperial concubine. Protect the imperial concubine. Protect the imperial concubine. Gao Tu was also frightened by Yun Xiao's sudden action and anxiously shouted out his orders. However, just as Gao Tu's voice rang out, the grim man's figure moved like a gust of black wind and quickly appeared in front of imperial concubine Mu. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. The guards did not even have time to draw their swords. Thud. The man did not make any unnecessary movements. He pulled imperial concubine Mu off the phoenix chair and threw her on the ground. He then bent down to pick up the phoenix chair and walked towards Yun Luofeng, who was in the middle of the main hall. When Yun Xiao placed the phoenix chair behind Yun Luofeng, the crowd suddenly stirred. They stared in shock at the man's grim and handsome features and were deeply awed by his domineering actions. This fellow had snatched the imperial concubine's phoenix chair just because of one sentence from Yun Luofeng? Where on earth had the general's mansion managed to recruit such a domineering and sincere man? He was simply the most outstanding lover in every woman's eyes, especially when this man was so good-looking. Unfortunately, his status was too lowly and he was only a guard of the general's mansion. Otherwise, countless women would have gone crazy for him. This chair isn't comfortable, but I can't ask for too much here, so I'll have to make do with it. Yun Luofeng slowly sat down and the corners of her lips curled into a demonic smile. She looked at the crowd with a smile that did not reach her eyes and said, "All of you, continue. Continue. Continue, you big watermelon. How are they supposed to continue their conversation after being interrupted by you?" Imperial concubine Mu felt very sullen. Her beautiful eyes glared hatefully at Yun Xiao, but because she had been slapped by Gao Tu, she did not dare to say another word. Of course, compared to imperial concubine Mu, Gao Tu was even more furious. Now, even a small guard dared to look down on the royal family, especially in front of so many ministers. It is not hard to imagine that from now on, the prestige of the royal family will plummet and they will be laughed at by everyone. Elder, Gao Tu suppressed his anger and looked at Elder Ning once again. "I hope you can consider my words carefully. With Wu Shuang's future achievements, I believe everyone will only be able to curry favor with her, so don't offend her." If it wasn't for Jing Lin's assertion that Mu Wushuang's medical talent was unparalleled, how could he be so biased towards Mu Wushuang? It was even more impossible for her to become the crown prince's consort. And if Mu Wushuang was really that powerful, with her existence, Long Yuan country would be even more powerful. "Your Majesty." A eunuch hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. He walked in front of Gao Tu, flicked his dust and respectfully said, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Elder Rong from the medical court has come to visit." "Someone from the medical court has come?" Gao Tu's eyes lit up. Even though the medical court refused to treat Gao Ling, the relationship between the medical court and the royal family was not bad. If Elder Rong from the medical court came, this old man would not dare to be presumptuous again. Chapter 128. Quick, invite him in. Gao Tu sat upright, his face full of joy. He did not know what Elder Rong's arrival meant. After all, Jing Lin had suffered a great loss at the medical pavilion and did not have the face to tell the whole story. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be embarrassed. Therefore, Gao Tu had always thought that the medical pavilion did not treat Gao Ling because they were dissatisfied with Jing Lin for destroying the medical pavilion's finances and not because of the royal family. Just as he finished speaking, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared under the scorching sun outside the main hall. This old man's white robe fluttered in the wind and he had the demeanor of an expert. Gao Tu recognized the old man's identity at a glance. Elder Rong. Gao Tu could no longer sit still. He stood up happily and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "I don't know why you are here today. Even though Jing Lin has offended the medical pavilion, this has nothing to do with the royal family. I hope that Elder Rong can treat the crown prince." In Gao Tu's opinion, Elder Rong's appearance in the imperial palace must mean that he had forgiven Jing Lin for what he had done and intended to treat Gao Ling he. Elder Ning sneered when he heard Gao Tu's words. "Didn't you just say that Mu Wushuang's medical talent is unparalleled? Why don't you let Mu Wushuang treat him? Why do you need to ask someone else?" As soon as Elder Rong walked into the main hall, he was stunned by Elder Ning's words before he could even say anything. Mu Wushuang's medical talent is unparalleled. If that's the case, what are the talented disciples of the medical pavilion? What's more, there's Yun Luofeng, a doctor who can't even be compared to the experts of the medical pavilion. How dare the royal family shamelessly say such words? It seems that he really came too late this time and missed a lot of things. Jiao Tu's face was unhappy, but he did not dare to be angry at Elder Ning. He could only hold back his anger and said, Wushuang is talented but she is too young. There are many things that she doesn't know, so it's understandable that she can't treat him. Elder Rong's brows furrowed more and more. His gaze turned to the indifferent Elder Ning. Elder Ning, can you tell me what happened? Didn't I hear that Yun Luofeng and your little girl were captured by the royal family? How did it become something related to medicine? Could it be that the imperial family wanted to find Yun Las to treat her illness? That won't do. Not everyone has the qualifications to be treated by little Yun. Like a clap of thunder, it fiercely smashed into the crowd, causing them to tremble. Jiao Tu, who had initially wanted to use Elder Rong's power to intimidate Elder Ning, was completely stunned. He stared in shock at the old man's furious face as his heart thundered and his body stiffened. What did Elder Rong mean? He came to the imperial palace for Yun Luofeng? And he dared to say that the imperial family had no right to be treated by Yun Luofeng? Could it be that Yun Luofeng really had medical skills? Jiao Tu's face was completely pale. He did not react at all as he stared blankly at Elder Rong. His eyes were filled with shock. Elder Rong, you came at the right time, Elder Ning smiled. I heard that Mu Wushuang has been bullying Yun Las all these years and wanted to vent his anger for her. I didn't expect that the imperial family would say that Mu Wushuang's talent is superb and his medical skills are superb. His achievements in the future are not something that I can provoke. They also said that with Yun Las's talent, even if she used her entire life, she would not have any great achievement. I just want to ask, how have you been taking care of Yun Las for the past 6 months? Don't forget, Yun Las is the savior of your medical pavilion. Chapter 129. Elder Ning's words made Elder Rong feel ashamed. His heart was filled with guilt, but even more so was the rising anger in his heart. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Jiao Tu, who was sitting high up on the throne. With a cold expression, he said, Jiao Tu, what benefits did Mu Wushuang give you to make you so biased towards him? How dare he say that she has extraordinary talent? If she can be considered a genius, then Yun Luo can be described as an Evildor. Also, let me tell you something out of goodwill. My master was seriously ill and no one could cure him. It was this girl who cured him. How can Mu Wushuang compare to her? Jiao Tu's body trembled, his face filled with shock. Yun Luofeng was really a famous doctor and had cured the illness that all the experts in the medical pavilion could do nothing about. How was this possible? He did not believe that this good-for-nothing would be able to make a comeback one day. Let me tell you something else. In this world, the only person who can cure Gailing is Yun Luofeng. The corners of Elder Rong's lips curled up into a cold smile, completely ignoring the shock in Jiao Tu's heart. At this moment, Wu Ran had already curled up in a corner. Her entire body was trembling as she tried to minimize her presence. Although everyone in the world believed that everything belonged to the emperor, there was only one person whom even the emperor would respect. That person was the old man from the medical pavilion, especially when he said that Yun Luofeng was the medical pavilion's savior. With this relationship, he would not be able to get away with it today. Concubine Mu did not dare to complain. She bit her lip and glared at Yun Luofeng out of the corner of her eye. You're saying that Yun Luofeng can cure the crown prince? Jiao Tu was taken aback. He hurriedly looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes filled with anxiety. That's right. But based on the current situation, don't think that Yun Luofeng can cure Gailing. Elder Rong smiled coldly. Also, did you not hear what Elder Ning said earlier? Immediately summon Mu Wushuang into the palace. I want the world to understand that the royal family is nothing. In the main hall, the ministers sighed endlessly. They were well aware of the status of the medical pavilion in the mainland. They also knew that even the royal family respected the medical pavilion. However, they did not expect that the royal family did not feel respect for the medical hall but fear. Right now, they were indeed like frogs at the bottom of a well. They only knew that the royal family was powerful, but they didn't know that there was an even more powerful existence above the royal family. Elder Roang, Gao too was a little hesitant. He frowned and said, even if Yun Luofeng has medical skills, that doesn't mean that her talent is greater than Wu Shuang's. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that she was able to cure the people from your medical pavilion. Wu Shuang's medical talent is recognized by many people. No matter what, Gao too was unwilling to believe that a piece of trash like him could have such influence. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Elder Roang glanced at Gao too disdainfully and said sarcastically, Mu Wuxuang's talent should be what Jinglin told you. Can that guy's words be trusted? He was merely bragging about himself. 100 Mu Wuxuan couldn't even compare to 1 Yun Luofeng. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't summon Mu Wuxuan and Jinglin, I'll personally go to the Prime Minister's residence. At that time, I don't know what will happen to the Prime Minister's residence. Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Mu screamed. Her beautiful face was deathly pale and her nails dug deep into her palms. Your Majesty, Wu Shuang is innocent. It must be Yun Luofeng who framed her. Your Majesty, please help Wu Shuang. Chapter 130. Innocent. Elder Ning coldly snorted, his indifferent face raised a touch of ridicule. I heard that more than half a year ago, the people of your royal family framed Yun Ruoyan, claiming that she robbed a handsome man on the street so that the crown prince would cancel the engagement with her. However, I found out that the person who deliberately framed her was the innocent Mu Wuxuang. The old man's words were like a heavy weight, mercilessly hitting concubine Mu's heart. She was shocked and her eyes widened, denying it. That's impossible. Wuxuang is a kind person, he would never do such a thing. Even though concubine Mu said so, her heart was not sure. Perhaps the world did not know Mu Wuxuang's true character, but she knew it very well. With Mu Wuxuang's character, he would definitely do such a thing. Guards. Gao too hardened his heart and commanded, bring Mu Wuxuang to see me. Your Majesty. Concubine Mu cried out, she clenched her fists tightly. Wuxuang would never do such a thing, this is all a false accusation. If Mu Wuxuang's reputation was ruined, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Mu Jia. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Beloved, you're tired, go and rest. Gao too looked at concubine Mu's pale face and lightly said. Obviously, he has been dissatisfied with concubine Mu's repeated rude words. Although concubine Mu is very much favored by him, he will not offend the medical pavilion for a woman. With Elder Roang here, the Mu Jia can only accept their bad luck this time. Concubine Mu's body trembled, she relied on Gao tu's love for her in the past to plead for Mu Wuxuang, but before she could speak, the man's majestic voice sounded again. Guards, take concubine Mu away, without my order, she is not allowed to take a step out of the palace. Hearing this, on both sides of the palace, 2 guards stood up and respectfully cupped their fists. Yes, Your Majesty. Concubine Mu's body softened and almost fell to the ground. She stubbornly supported her body and unwillingly bowed to Gao too, bowed and said, this concubine will take her leave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pitiful tears. When she looked up, she couldn't help but look at Gao too again. After seeing that Gao too did not respond, she could only follow the 2 guards out of the hall. Elder Roang, I will send someone to bring Mu Wuxuang, please wait for a moment. Gao too smiled. His tone was no longer as sharp as before. Instead, it was filled with a fawning tone. Elder Roang snorted and ignored Gao too's goodwill. He arrogantly turned his head to the side and began to chat with Elder Ning. He's old, and his legs are really inconvenient. He's not like some people who don't know how to give up their seats to the elderly. The old man's voice was filled with dissatisfaction as he frowned slightly. This caused Gao too to react abruptly. With a stern face, he berated Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, are you still not going to give up your chair to Elder Roang? In the entire hall, only he and Yun Luofeng were sitting. Therefore, Gao2 was certain that the person Elder Rong spoke of was Yun Luofeng. Hearing this, the corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. His demonic eyes swept towards Gao2 and he said with a faint smile, "Are you sure Elder Rong wants me to give up my seat? If it's not you, who else would it be?" Gao2's face was stern as he sternly berated, "Yun Luofeng, even though you have saved the lives of the people of the medical pavilion, Elder Rong's status is still there. You still need to respect him and not force him to repay you. What's more, Elder Rong came to the Imperial Palace for you. You should give up your seat to him." Chapter 131. Elder Ning calmly swept his gaze across the righteous emperor and laughed mockingly. This old man has never seen such a shameless person. The person that Elder Rong was talking about was obviously you, yet you insist on pushing the blame onto the Yun girl. The thickness of your skin is unparalleled. Gao2's expression froze. What does this old man mean? Elder Rong is not referring to Yun Luofeng? It's me. He turned his gaze towards Elder Rong at the thought of this. When he saw the ridicule in the old man's eyes, Gao2 felt flustered and a wave of anger rose from his heart. He glared coldly at Yun Luofeng as his dignified eyes darkened. If it had not been for her, I would never have lost all my dignity in front of so many officials. I would never have been humiliated like this. Sooner or later, I will return this humiliation to her. As the emperor of Long Yuan country, Gao2 naturally has his own pride. On the surface, he treats these people respectfully, but in reality, he is not willing to serve anyone. He has always believed that as the ruler of the 9-5, he should be above everyone else. He should accept the worship and obedience of the world. He should not be trying to curry favor with anyone else. However, in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered coldly, "Servants, prepare seats for these two guests." Not 2, but 3. Elder Ning smiled calmly. "General Yun Luo is old and frail. Do you intend to let him stand here forever?" These words almost made Gao2 spit out 3 liters of blood. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath to quell the anger in his heart. He then ordered coldly, "Prepare a seat for General Yun as well." Only the heavens would know how sullen he felt when he said these words. His handsome face was filled with cold and hard lines. A sharp light flashed across his dignified eyes as he stared coldly at Yun Luo. He wanted to see if General Yun would dare to sit in front of him. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Yun Luo slowly sat down in front of him. The old man's face was filled with a high-spirited smile as if he did not place the emperor in his eyes at all. Gao2's eyes darkened, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. It was filled with strong killing intent. At this moment, Gao2 really wanted to kill this old general who had made great contributions to the Long Yuan country. Just because this old man dared to sit in front of him, wouldn't this mean that he's on equal footing with me? Gao2, who was easily paranoid, couldn't help but wonder if this old man was planning to usurp the throne. Otherwise, why would he dare to sit on equal footing with him? "Your Majesty." A shrill voice came from outside the hall. A eunuch walked into the great hall with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Dusting his robes, he knelt down and reporting to Your Majesty, Prime Minister Mu and Mu Wuxuan are already waiting outside the great hall. Gao2 frowned. He glanced at Elder Rong, who was seated in the hall, and coldly ordered, "Let them in." "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch bowed and hurriedly walked out of the great hall. Not too long after, Mu Xingqiu, who was dressed in court robes, slowly walked into the great hall. He stood with his hands behind his back, his tall figure incomparably dignified. His elderly face showed a sense of astonishment when he saw the people seated in the great hall, clearly not knowing what was going on. Mu Wuxuan, who had followed closely behind, saw Yun Luofeng at first glance. A strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes. At this moment, an uneasy feeling welled up in her heart. Chapter 132. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wuxuan walked in front of Gao2 and greeted him respectfully. "Rise." Gao2 raised his hand and said indifferently, "Wuxuan, Yun Luofeng said that you've been bullying him all these years. Is this true?" Mu Wuxuan raised her beautiful eyes in surprise and turned to Yun Luofeng. After a long time, She regained her senses and said righteously, Yun Luofeng, you're weak. Not only were you bullied, you even met with the Crown Prince's rejection of your engagement. But what does this have to do with me? Don't you dare slander me. I, Mu Wushuang, have never done anything to hurt you. If it's true, I can't deny it. Yun Luofeng couldn't possibly know what she had done all these years. So, as long as she didn't admit it, even if Yun Luofeng came to the emperor to complain about her, it wouldn't help. Yun Xiao looked at Mu Wushuang expressionlessly. His cold eyes were so deep that no one could tell what this man was thinking. Yun Luofeng. Mu Xingqiu didn't allow anyone to answer Mu Wushuang's question and continued, Wushuang will never look at a trash like you. Not to mention you. It's you who has been looking for trouble with Wushuang, and even schemed to frame her. I advise you not to bring shame upon yourself. Also, you should take care of your Yun family's guard. If he looks at Wushuang again, don't blame me for being impolite. My identity as the daughter of the Mu family is not something a guard can dream of. Mu Wushuang heard her grandfather's words and turned to look at Yun Xiao. At that moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with obvious amazement. Before this, she had thought that Crown Prince Jiao Ling was the most handsome man in Longyuan country. She didn't expect the Yun family to have such an outstanding guard. Not only did this man have a face that even the gods would be jealous of, but his body was also perfect enough to make people's blood boil. Especially his deep eyes, it was as if they could suck people deep into his black pupils in an instant. If this cold man didn't stand beside Yun Luofeng like a guard, no one would be able to guess his lowly identity. Such a man was like a king, with such a strong aura. Even Gaotu, who was the emperor, didn't have it. Mu Wushuang recovered from his slight amazement and sneered in his heart. So what if this cold man's aura was strong? Since he was willing to be a guard for the Yun family, he must not have any outstanding status. A mere bodyguard was not worthy of her. She was destined to be the mother of the world. She was not someone that ordinary people could imagine. Fut Ningxin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her pretty face lit up with a smile. Grandfather, I really don't understand, why do some people think so highly of themselves? Yun Xiao had only taken a glance at her and she was certain that the other party had taken a fancy to her. All the men in the world only need to glance at her once to fall in love with her. In any case, she had lived in the Yun family for half a year. How could she not know that Yun Xiao only had eyes for Yun Luofeng? He would only obey Yun Luofeng's orders unconditionally. This man didn't even care about his grandfather and elder Rong. How could such a person be interested in Mu Wushuang? Upon hearing their words, Yun Xiao turned towards Mu Wushuang once again. His paralyzed face was forever expressionless and his grim, black eyes were calm and unmoved. Chapter 133. You're too stupid. His voice was hoarse and magnetic as it slowly fell into the quiet hall. Like a stone falling into a lake, it caused a ripple. Mu Wushuang's expression immediately changed. She clenched her fists tightly as a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes. This man dared to insult her like this. If she was stupid, there would be no smart people in this world. You're saying I'm stupid? Suddenly, Mu Wushuang sneered, if I'm stupid, then why wouldn't Yun Luofeng, who is smarter than me, win the Crown Prince's favor? Why did the Crown Prince choose me instead? The man was silent for a moment before he truthfully replied, he's also stupid. His words were always simple and clear. You should never expect this cold man who cherishes his words like gold to say more to you. That's right, Yun Xiao, you're right. These two idiots are a match made in heaven. If they don't get together, they'll be letting down the heavens. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the back of her chair, the corners of her lips curled up into a demonic smile. She turned her gaze towards Yun Xiao and said playfully, if you want to look in the future, just look at me. Otherwise, some people will be thick-skinned enough to think that you've taken a fancy to her. As she said this, Yun Luofeng's demonic eyes glanced at the ice-cold Mu Wushuang and the smile in her eyes deepened. However, when her words fell into the hall, it stirred up a storm. Everyone looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with astonished gazes, as if they were watching a piece of gossip. They had long heard that Yun Luofeng was fond of beautiful men. Not only had she pursued the Crown Prince for many years, but she had also stolen a man in public. Who would have thought that today, she wouldn't even let her own bodyguard off? Yun Luofeng felt the astonished gazes and his old face became a little embarrassed. He glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. This smelly girl, she's actually flirting with Yun Xiao as if there's no one else around. If this gets out, where will I put my old face? All right. Yun Xiao heard Yun Luofeng's words and nodded seriously. Perhaps he was afraid that Yun Luofeng would misunderstand, so he explained in a serious manner, I heard that her skin is very thick, so I wanted to see who's thicker, her or the city wall. Sure enough, I still think that she's thicker. The man's serious expression made it seem as if he was narrating a fact, making it impossible to doubt a word he said. And this is also the longest sentence he has said so far, but it was used to judge Mu Wushuang. Was this considered Mu Wushuang's honor? Yun Luofeng. Even if Mu Wushuang's self-cultivation was good, he was still angered by Yun Xiao's words and his chest heaved up and down. He angrily said, You better control your people. If you don't know how to discipline them, I don't mind doing it for you. Yun Luofeng glanced at her from the corner of his eye and slowly rose from his seat. There was a sense of arrogance in his demonic smile. You have no right to lecture my people. Mu Xingqiu, Mu Wushuan, the blood debt that your Mu Jiao owes, I, Yun Luofeng, will definitely make them pay. The Prime Minister's mansion owed the Yun family far too much. If it weren't for Mu Xingqiu, the parents of this body wouldn't have passed away at such a young age, leaving behind the young Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, Mu Xingqiu's eyes were filled with anger. Yes, the death of your parents is indeed related to my Mu Jiao, but I've already apologized. What else do you want? Besides, haven't you heard of the saying that if the King of Hell wants you dead by midnight, who would dare to keep you alive until midnight? If your parents weren't fated to die, even if I leaked the information, they wouldn't have died. It was because the King of Hell wanted to take care of them that they fell. Chapter 134. In other words, the death of Yun Luofeng's parents had nothing to do with him. So what if he leaked the information? If they weren't fated to die, they wouldn't have died either. If they died, it proves that the King of Hell wanted to take them away. Besides, he has already apologized. Does the Yun family need to push him too far? Thinking of the time when Yun Luo led the army to flatten his mansion, his heart was full of resentment. Yun Luofeng, your parents died early. You should think about whether your parents did something wicked, or else the King of Hell wouldn't have taken them away. Don't blame us all the time. I have already apologized. I, Mu Xingqiu, have a clear conscience. Yun Luofeng laughed. That year, when the two armies were at war, my parents fell into a bitter battle. As a result, the two of them thought of a countermeasure, but this countermeasure needed the cooperation of others. So, my father sent a letter to the imperial city overnight, but the emperor believed you and ordered you to cooperate with my parent. And you, because of your greed for beauty, fell into the enemy's honey trap, leaked the information, and even exposed the location of my parents, causing my parents to die. Isn't this your fault? Mu Xingqiu's face changed. He stubbornly said. I'll say it again, your parents did something wicked, that's why the King of Hell took their lives. I didn't do anything wrong. What's more, it's normal for two armies to fight to the death. This matter has nothing to do with me. In the face of Mu Xingqiu's shameless denial, the ministers all felt disdain, but the other party had a daughter who was an imperial concubine. No matter how much disdain they felt in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Yun Luofeng sneered, turned to the two old men behind him, and slightly raised the corner of his lips. Elder Rong, Elder Ning, I know you want to help me get revenge, but I still think it's more refreshing to do it myself. You don't need to intervene in this matter, leave the rest to me. The two old men nodded, looking at Mu Xingqiu with eyes full of mockery. They have seen shameless people, but they have never seen shameless to this extent. Today was truly an eye-opener for them. Mu Wushuang, after saying this, Yun Luofeng's evil eyes once again turned to Mu Wushuang. You are most proud of your medical skills. I don't know if you dare to compete with me here. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, but if you lose, I want everyone in the Mu clan to kneel in front of my parents' grave and admit your wrongs. In addition, I want you to write a statement of guilt. Write down everything that the Prime Minister's mansion has done over the years and post it on the city walls as a warning. Mu Wushuan's expression completely changed. She couldn't agree to either of Yun Luofeng's requests. She couldn't accept with the letter of the Prime Minister's grave, let alone the Prime Minister's grave. To Mu Luofeng with this, the Prime Minister's reputation would be ruined. Mu Minister's Luo with. Mu Wushuang bit her lips tightly, her elegant and beautiful face showed a touch of entanglement. Her brows slightly wrinkled, obviously she was still thinking about whether or not to agree to Yun Luofeng's challenge. Ha ha ha, Mu Xingqiu, do you still remember what you said to me before? Yun Luo laughed out loud, and said sarcastically, you said that your Mu family had imperial concubine Mu, and now you have Mu Wushuan. No matter how many geniuses my general's estate has, they can't compare to your Prime Minister's estate, who can talk pillow talk in front of His Majesty. But now, if Mu Wushuang refuses my granddaughter's proposal, it means that you admit that the Prime Minister's people are inferior to my granddaughter. Chapter 135. You. Mu Xingqiu's eyes were burning with anger. He coldly snorted, turned his head to look at Mu Wushuang, and sternly ordered. Wushuang, since the Yun family wants to ask for trouble, then you must fulfill their wish. I don't believe that with Yun Luofeng's strength, he can really compete with Mu Wushuang. Mu Wushuang was a little hesitant, her brows slightly wrinkled, her eyes swept to the old man sitting in the hall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. This old man had fainted on a boat on the Qin River, but she had been unable to find out what kind of illness he was suffering from. However, Yun Luofeng had gone to save the old man right in front of her. Because of this, Mu Wushuan didn't know whether she should accept this challenge or not. Wushuang. Mu Xingqiu obviously knew the hesitation in his granddaughter's heart. He walked to Mu Wushuang's side, his eyes revealing a gloomy light. You accept Yun Luofeng's challenge. I believe that with your strength, you will not lose to her. What's more, even if she loses, Yun Luofeng doesn't have any evidence of the Mu clan's crimes in her hands. She still can't do anything to us. As if Mu Xingqiu's words had given Mu Wushuang confidence, her beautiful eyes slightly lifted and fell on Yun Luofeng's body. Yun Luofeng, if you lose this competition, I want you to be my servant from now on. Serve me for life. Didn't she like the Crown Prince? At that time, when this woman saw him and the Crown Prince loving each other, she would definitely feel as if a knife was being twisted in her heart and she would rather die. This was the price the general's mansion had to pay for daring to be their enemy all these years. Mu Wushuan seemed to be able to see Yun Luofeng's pained expression, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose into a graceful and moving smile. All right, Yun Luofeng leaned against Yun Xiao's body as if there was no one else around, her posture languid and demonic. She stretched lazily and turned towards Mu Wushuan with a smile. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to make me serve you like a slave. Mu Wushuang snorted, no longer entangled in the bet. She sneered and asked, Yun Luofeng, this bet, since it was you who proposed it, then I should be the one to decide how to make this bet. Yun Luofeng squinted at Mu Wushuang and raised the corner of his lips. Sure, say it. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was so easily fooled, Mu Wushuang's heart flashed with joy. Her eyes turned slightly and turned to the eunuch who was standing quietly next to her, her face still holding an elegant smile. Eunuch Lin has been castrated since he entered the palace. If you have the ability to restore him to his masculinity, I, Mu Wushuang, am willing to admit defeat. Not only will we fulfill our bet, but we will also be at your disposal. For a man who had already become a eunuch, even if an immortal came, it would be impossible for him to regain his vigor, let alone Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng looked at Mu Wushuang with a faint smile. If the two of us can't restore his masculinity, then who will win and who will lose? Mu Wushuang faintly smiled. Yun Luofeng, I just want you to know the difficulties and retreat. Your medical skills can't compare with mine. If you admit defeat now, maybe you can save the last face, but if you insist on doing so, the only one who will lose face is you. Her lecturing tone was like she was teaching Yun Luofeng. I just want to know, if the two of us can't cure him, who will be judged as the loser? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at Mu Wushuang's elegant and indifferent face, the corner of her mouth holding a trace of a demonic smile. Chapter 136. Of course, you lose. Mu Wushuang said as if it was a matter of course. The competition was proposed by you, and the question was set by me. So, if you succeed in making Eunuch Lin a man again, I will admit defeat. Otherwise, you lose. Everyone could hear the unfairness of the verdict, causing the ministers to whisper to each other, but no one dared to question it. Yun Luo frowned slightly, and just as he was about to refute, Gao2's hearty laughter suddenly came from the high seat. General Yun, since it was your granddaughter who proposed the bet, your Yun family wouldn't want to go back on your word, right? Moreover, since Mu Wushuang is the one being challenged, then whether it's the question or the verdict, it should be decided by her. This is not wrong. Gao2's heart was still biased towards the Prime Minister's mansion. Even in front of Elder Rong, he still stood on Mu Wushuang's side. What's more, he was just a notary of the competition. He didn't hurt Yun Luofeng. Even Elder Rong couldn't say anything. After all, the people of the medical pavilion still had to take into account the spiritual gate behind him. Hihi, Elder Ning laughed twice, and said mockingly, so this is the Long Yuan country's royal family's doing. As far as I know, not only did Prime Minister Mu not make any contribution to Long Yuan country, but he also almost dragged down the whole country. Just because his daughter is the imperial concubine of Long Yuan country is biased towards him. For this reason, they didn't hesitate to give up the hard-working General Yun Luo. This Long Yuan country's favoritism was too obvious. Yun Luo had made great contributions to the country, but he couldn't be compared to the daughter of an imperial concubine. Little girl, are you sure? Elder Rong frowned, looking at Yun Luofeng and asked, if you're not sure, I, Elder Rong, will definitely protect your safety even if I have to sacrifice my face. Although Elder Rong knew that Yun Luofeng's medical skills were excellent, the ability to bring a dead person back to life was too magical, and generally, no one could do it. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile, and his evil eyes looked towards Gao2, who was sitting on the dragon throne. I don't know why my old man has been loyal to a king like you all these years. My parents died too unjustly, and it's not worth it. Yun Luofeng. Anger burned in Gao2's chest. His sharp gaze shot towards Yun Luofeng. You were the one who made this bet. Are you going back on your word now? Yun Luofeng smiled disapprovingly. I, Yun Luofeng, have always been a man of my word. I won't be like the people of the royal family who will never keep their promises. She was referring to the fact that she didn't have to kneel in front of the royal family. However, when these words fell into Gao2's ears, the meaning clearly changed. We had indeed set up an engagement between you and the crown prince, but who knew that you were actually a good-for-nothing? As a piece of trash, how can you be worthy of being the mother of the world? Therefore, taking back my promise isn't my fault. It's your own failure to live up to expectations. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't explain much about Gao2's misunderstanding. Her evil eyes slowly turned towards Elder Rong. Elder Rong, your medical pavilion has a lot of medicinal herbs. Please help me send these over. Remember, all the herbs I want must be over 100 years old, the more precious the better. Also, put these herbs on the royal family's account. Chapter 137. Gao2's face was ashen, and his gaze toward Yun Luofeng was filled with malice. Yun Xiao sensed Gao2's gaze and his brows furrowed. He stood in front of Yun Luofeng, using his own body to block Gao2's line of sight. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Luofeng didn't like other people interfering in her affairs, just this glance from Gao2 was enough for her to die 1,000,000 times. Little Yun, tell me the name of the medicinal herb. I'll go get it for you right now. Elder Rong laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. Every stalk of 100-year-old medicinal herb had a sky-high price in the medical pavilion. Usually, they wouldn't be able to sell a single stalk in a month. They didn't expect to sell so many in such a short time. One could imagine that the emperor's treasury was going to bleed a lot this time. In addition, although this treatment is the result of the bet between me and Mu Wushuang, I once swore to my master that I will not treat patients who don't pay. The master that she mentioned was, of course, made up. Furthermore, she had used him as a shield. However, when these words fell on Elder Rong's heart, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he was even more certain of his guess. Wasn't that godly doctor very greedy? It was said that in order to seek treatment from him, One would need to pay a huge fortune in addition to having a good affinity with him. You have no money? Then he probably won't even see you. Therefore, Elder Rong had already determined that Yun Luofeng was the disciple of the miracle doctor. If Yun Luofeng knew what Elder Rong was thinking, he would definitely sigh in his heart. This misunderstanding was really deep. Yun Luofeng, you haven't even treated him and you're asking for money? Mu Xingqiu spoke first. He glared at Yun Luofeng angrily. Furthermore, I've never heard of a bet being used to treat illnesses. Furthermore, I've never heard of anyone asking for money. Yun Luofeng sighed and said awkwardly, I don't have a choice. I swore in front of my master that I won't treat patients who don't pay. Otherwise, he will expel me from the sect. Xiao Mo, who had remained silent in the divine hall for a very long time, could not help but burst into laughter when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. As expected. If her master didn't cheat others, she wouldn't be her master. Even in this kind of situation, he did not forget to ask for a sum of money. Yun Luofeng, how much do you want? Jiao Tu's expression was ugly as he asked through clenched teeth. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered a few times. He smiled slightly and said, not much, 50 million gold. If it was 50 million taels of silver, it would still make sense, but she actually asked for gold. Jiao Tu tightly clenched his fists and coldly snorted, Yun Luofeng, if you cannot make Eunuch Lin a real man, we will not give you a single cent. Not to mention Jiao Tu, even the ministers present all believed that Yun Luofeng was incapable of restoring Eunuch Lin's majesty. That was why he found such a lowly excuse. Now that His Majesty had promised her, let's see what other excuses she could find. Just as the ministers were guessing, the girl's languid and demonic voice slowly rang out in the hall, fine, if I fail, I won't charge a single copper coin. If I succeed, I want the royal family to fulfill their promise and pay 50 million taels of gold. She agreed. Everyone was taken aback, and their astonished gazes turned to the beautiful white-clothed girl in the middle of the hall. Could it be that the 50 million taels of gold that she had proposed was not an excuse for her incompetence? However, making a eunuch a real man was too unimaginable. How could this happen? Impossible. The ministers comforted themselves in their hearts. They definitely did not believe that Yun Luofeng's medical skills had reached such a high level. Chapter 138. Elder Rong's speed was very fast. Before long, he had arrived at the imperial palace from the medical pavilion. He took out the herbs from his space ring and smiled. Yun girl, I've brought the herbs you wanted. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the medicinal ingredients that appeared out of nowhere. They stared at the ring on Elder Rong's finger with a hint of envy. That was a space ring, a treasure that all martial artists in the world could only dream of. Who would have thought that Elder Rong would have such a treasure? It's about time. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and smiled evilly. Elder Rong, I don't trust the people in the imperial palace to brew the medicine. Hence, I'll leave this matter to you, Elder Rong. Oh yes, don't forget to ask the emperor for your reward. To have Elder Rong brew the medicine personally, I'm afraid not many people in Long Yuan country have such treatment. It should not be less than 10 million gold. At this moment, the man on the high seat's face turned ashen, his eyes burning with anger. He wanted to use his eyes to cut Yun Luofeng into 1,000 pieces. Elder Rong laughed out loud, that's right, the Yun girl is right. I'll personally brew the medicine, so I can't be short of money. Jiao Tu, you should prepare the money first, just in case you can't take out so much money in an emergency. Jiao Tu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Yun Luofeng, if you can't cure his infertility, I will make you pay for what you've done today. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly, you won't have such a chance. What was arrogance? No one knew better than the officials present. A hedonistic son was indeed a hedonistic son. No matter what he did, he was always so brainless. A eunuch who had his manhood cut off could still become a man. This was even more exaggerated than an ant raping an elephant. Feng'er, Yun Luofeng frowned and asked worriedly, how confident are you? Hearing the old man's worried voice, Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence. Don't worry, just collect the money. I will fill up our Yun family's treasury. Besides, this is what he owes our Yun family. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else. Even he himself did not know why he trusted this granddaughter whom he had not seen in 10 years. It was as if, whatever she said, she would definitely do it. Before long, Elder Rong boiled the medicinal ingredients into soup and brought it in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng took the medicinal soup and slowly walked towards Eunuch Lin. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Lin turned pale with fright and hurriedly turned to look at Gao2. He wanted to plead on his behalf, but Gao2's words made him unable to say anything. "Do whatever she tells you to do, don't disobey." The Emperor's voice was filled with an unquestionable decision, causing Eunuch Lin's heart to be filled with bitterness. He turned to look at the young girl who had already walked up to him, and a sense of fear slowly rose in his heart. "Drink it." The young woman raised her brows as she looked at Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin laughed bitterly. He extended a trembling old hand and timidly accepted the soup Yun Luofeng handed him. Before this, he had already completely offended the Yun family when he had been ordered to capture Yun Luofeng. Now, Mu Wushuang had used him as a test subject in the competition. He could imagine that Yun Luofeng must have brewed poison for him. Eunuch Lin was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have offended the Yun family in order to please the imperial consort. Now, his life was over. Chapter 139. Eunuch Lin closed his eyes and poured the medicinal soup down his throat, unafraid of death. His face was covered in makeup and no one could see his expression, but anyone could guess that it must be an extremely ugly sight. Clang! Feeling a burning sensation on his chest, the soup bowl in Eunuch Lin's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He clutched his stomach in agony and glared fixedly at Yun Luofeng. He gritted his teeth and said, "You poisoned me." Poison? The crowd exploded when they heard this. They never thought that Yun Luofeng would kill Eunuch Lin with poison in front of everyone. Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang glanced at the pained Eunuch Lin and furrowed her willowy brows. A sense of dissatisfaction flashed across her beautiful eyes. "You had promised so readily and I really thought that you had the power to do so. I had already prepared myself for your humiliation. I never thought that for the sake of a bet, you would disregard the lives of others and actually brew a poison to harm him." Mu Wushuang looked puzzled as she stared at the young girl who was standing with her arms crossed in front of her. She really could not understand how Yun Luofeng could still remain as steady as Mount Tai at a time like this. Mu Wushuang furrowed her willowy brows and continued to berate him in a righteous voice. "Yun Luofeng, you've harmed people's lives. How can you act so righteously? A person like you is not fit to be a doctor." In the great hall, the ministers all stared accusingly at Yun Luofeng. Some of their eyes were even filled with disdain and ridicule, feeling disdain for the young girl's actions. The young girl's peerless features curled into a demonic smile. She crossed her arms over her chest and lazily glanced at Eunuch Lin, who was rolling on the ground in fright. "He's rolling on the ground with such strength. Does he look like he's been poisoned?" As soon as the young lady finished speaking, all eyes gathered on Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin was stunned and stopped rolling on the ground. He could not understand what was going on either. In that moment, he clearly thought that he was about to be poisoned to death. Why is he still perfectly fine now? Moreover, a warm feeling enveloped his entire body, making him feel unusually comfortable. "I'm not dead." Eunuch Lin crawled to his feet and dusted off the dust on his robes. He smiled awkwardly. "My apologies, I thought that I'd been poisoned." Did he think he was poisoned? If not for the fact that Eunuch Lin was extremely trusted by His Majesty, they would have already cursed him. This guy thought that he was poisoned and was making a big fuss here, causing them to lose face together with him. Mu Wushuan clenched her fists tightly as a look of shame appeared on her face. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. This was too shameful, too shameful. It was all Eunuch Lin's fault. If he hadn't stood up for him, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. "Your Majesty, just as Eunuch Lin was about to explain his actions, there was a thump as a leg kicked him in the crotch. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. "What are you doing?" Eunuch Lin shrieked angrily as he glared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng didn't say much. She lifted Eunuch Lin up again and slammed him onto the ground. She stepped on Eunuch Lin's body and said evilly, "Don't forget, The emperor said that you have to do whatever I tell you to. Then, Yun Luofeng retracted his leg, his voice filled with laziness. Chapter 140. Aside from Yun Xiao, no one else had noticed that Yun Luofeng had injected spiritual energy into Eunuch Lin's body while he was berating him. Eunuch Lin's chest burned with rage. He knows that Yun Luofeng must have done it on purpose. He was just looking for an excuse to beat him up. The more he thought about it, the angrier Eunuch Lin became. He rose to his feet and was about to complain when he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his crotch. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Ning Xin, turn around. Yun Luofeng turned towards Ning Xin and raised his brow. Ning Xin blinked and a sense of confusion flashed in her eyes. However, she did not ask anything and turned her back towards Yun Luofeng. The moment the beautiful girl turned around, Yun Luofeng pulled out a sword from a guard's hand. With two swishing sounds, Eunuch Lin's clothes were all cut to shreds. The moment she swung her sword down, the cold man who had remained expressionless reached out to cover her eyes. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. Sometimes, she did not need to say much for Yun Xiao to know what to do. Even Yun Luofeng himself could not understand when she and Yun Xiao had developed such a tacit understanding. Impossible, I must be blind. This is absolutely impossible. After a moment of silence in the great hall, a shocked voice suddenly rang out. Mu Wuxuan had forgotten all the restraint a woman should have as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the naked Eunuch Lin. She hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming out loud. This woman has really turned a eunuch into a real man? How is this possible? Even my master could not do such a thing. How did this woman manage to do it? At this moment, Mu Wuxuan's body began to tremble violently. Her elegant features were now completely pale and colorless. Eunuch Lin, Gao Tu rose to his feet abruptly and exclaimed angrily, "How dare you? You actually hid in our harem as a man. What are your intentions?" Thump. Eunuch Lin was so frightened that he fell to his knees and spoke in a trembling voice, "Your Imperial Majesty, this servant has been wrongly accused. This servant has really undergone the punishment of castration. However, I don't know what's going on, it has grown back on its own. Eunuch Lin, there's no need for you to say anything more. You must have escaped the punishment. Guards, drag Eunuch Lin away and behead him in public." A murderous intent flashed in Gao Tu's eyes as he ordered sternly. Based on Gao Tu's point of view, Eunuch Lin must have escaped the punishment of castration. That was why he now has the characteristics of a man. This could not be the effect of Yun Luofeng's medicine. Seeing the two guards walking over, Eunuch Lin's body softened and he collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with despair. He knew that His Majesty wouldn't acknowledge Yun Luofeng's ability and would only use him as an example. Gao Tu turned and looked at Luofeng. From Luofeng, I, Lin, Luofeng, I, and Luofeng, I, Luo, I, from the punishment, from Luo, Lin, and Luo, Chen, Hu, Lin, this competition does not count. You can choose another day to compete with Mu Wuxuan again. Yun Luofeng gently raised her brows. She never thought that Gao Tu would shamelessly deny everything. He had even directly judged that Eunuch Lin had escaped the punishment of castration. His motive was to protect Mu Wuxuan. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng wanted to know what benefits the Prime Minister's residence had given him to cause him to act in such an unreasonable manner. Chapter 141. Since you claim that Eunuch Lin has escaped the punishment of castration, then I shall castrate you. Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. The sword in her hand suddenly left her hand and with a slash, it sliced through Eunuch Lin's penis. As her eyes were still blindfolded by Yun Xiao, this attack was completely based on instinct. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the air, bringing with it a hair-raising mournful shriek. Eunuch Lin immediately fainted from the pain. Fresh blood continued to gush from his lower body, staining the ground red. The young girl's cruel and decisive methods caused the officials to shiver. They never thought that she would castrate Eunuch Lin in front of everyone. Yun Luofeng. Gao Tu was thoroughly enraged. He suddenly stood up and said sternly, "What are you doing?" As if he did not sense Gao Tu's anger, Yun Luofeng said unhurriedly, "Elder Rong, Please prepare another bowl of medicine and force it into his mouth. This time, I have already castrated Eunuch Lin in front of everyone so that certain people will no longer have any excuse. Elder Roang recovered from his shock and laughed out loud. Little girl, there's still some medicine left. I'll go get it for you. This girl is decisive in killing and never shows mercy to her enemies. Her future achievements will be immeasurable. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the great hall and soon disappeared under the blazing sun. A moment later, Elder Roang, who was carrying a bowl of medicine, strode into the great hall. Without another word, he walked in front of Eunuch Lin and held his chin tightly with his fingers, forcing the bowl of medicine into his mouth. Cough, cough. The eunuch choked and coughed a few times, slowly regaining consciousness. At the same time, Yun Luofeng's fist once again landed fiercely on his body. With a slash, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his already pale face turned even paler. After this ordeal, Eunuch Lin seemed to have aged a few decades and his gaze gradually became unfocused. All the officials stared fixedly at Eunuch Lin, unblinking, afraid that they would miss something. Even Mu Wuxuan did not care about the difference between men and women, his gaze landing on Eunuch Lin's crotch. Under everyone's gazes, Eunuch Lin's blood-stained crotch was like a bean sprout that was beginning to sprout. The entire hall quietened down along with the changes in his body. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Bang! Gao2's body landed heavily on the dragon throne. His face was ashen as he stared at the dazed Eunuch Lin. He thought about how laughable his words were. Impossible, this can't be true. Mu Xingqiu was the first to react. His body trembled as he staggered backwards. He stared at Eunuch Lin in disbelief. A eunuch could become a man? He had never heard of such a thing. If Yun Luofeng had not castrated Eunuch Lin in front of them, perhaps they would have been like Gao2 and believed that Eunuch Lin had avoided the castration, and not because of the medicine. In an instant, all the officials in the hall looked towards Yun Luofeng, their eyes burning with passion. Just how great of a medical skill was needed to make a eunuch grow into a man? Forget about Mu Wuxuan, even her master did not have such a powerful ability. It was laughable that Mu Wuxuan had used a lecturing tone to speak to Yun Luofeng. Chapter 142. Your Majesty, this time, my granddaughter has won the bet. Shouldn't you ask the Prime Minister's residents to fulfill their promise? Yun Luochio's eyes were filled with pride as he asked in a bright voice. At this moment, Gao2's expression was rather disheveled as he slumped onto the dragon throne. His gaze slowly turned towards Mu Xingqiu and his grandson, and he said weakly, Prime Minister Mu, tomorrow, you will personally go to the graves of Yun Luofeng's parents and kneel down to apologize to them. Also, write a letter of guilt and paste it on the city walls. Mu Xingqiu's face was ashen. As he lowered his head, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this time, Gao2 could not show favoritism towards him, so he could only lower his stance. However, he would remember this debt. One day, he would repay this damned girl, Yun Luofeng. I'm tired, all of you can leave. Gao2 closed his eyes tiredly. His heart was filled with bitterness. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that Yun Luofeng was really a doctor, and had such extraordinary medical skills. If he had known earlier, he would not have sided with the Prime Minister's residents and offended such a genius doctor. At this moment, Gao2 finally understood the meaning of Elder Roang's words. Compared to Yun Luofeng, Mu Wuxuan was really nothing. Elder Ning, Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and turned to face Elder Ning. The corners of his lips curled into an evil smile. Hand over all the things you've found these past few years to the Prime Minister's residents. Have them write down their crimes according to the contents. I want everything. Half a year ago, she had asked Elder Ning to investigate all the crimes of the Prime Minister's residents, just for today. She would make the people from the Prime Minister's residence admit to everything they had done in front of everyone. Also, the smile on Yun Luofeng's face did not change. Instead, it became even more evil. It's not enough for the Prime Minister's residents to just paste the letter of guilt on the city gates. I want the Prime Minister's residents to read out the contents of the letter of guilt in front of all the citizens of Long Yuan country. Yun Luofeng. Mu Xingqiu clenched his fists in anger. A wave of anger almost burst out from his chest. Don't go too far. Could it be that your Prime Minister's mansion can afford to gamble, but can't afford to lose? Yun Luofeng cast a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Mu Xingqiu. Since that's the case, Yun Xiao, take these people to the city gates tomorrow and force them to confess their crimes. If they refuse to talk no matter what, beat them until they are willing to talk. Yun Luofeng, how dare you? I am an important minister of the imperial court. What qualifications do you have to kidnap me? Mu Xingqiu's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he asked fiercely. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. So what if you're an important official of the court? I, Yun Luofeng, never fear anyone when I do things. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Mu Xingqiu clenched his fists tightly. His body trembled in anger. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared fixedly at the girl's lazy yet demonic figure. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. If he had known earlier, he would have killed this little slut before Yun Luo returned to the imperial court. But how could he have known that a good-for-nothing whom he had looked down on would actually cause so much trouble? Mu Xingqiu, I didn't expect that apart from being shameless, you old thief, you would also go back on your word. Yun Luofeng laughed loudly. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. However, since you've agreed to do something, you must do it. If you're unwilling to do so, I won't use any forceful methods. Chapter 143. You. Mu Xingqiu was so angry that he couldn't even speak. He subconsciously looked at Gao2. When he saw that Gao2's eyes were still closed and he didn't care about their dispute, his heart slowly sank into despair. Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang suppressed the jealousy in her heart and stared coldly at Yun Luofeng. Her beautiful eyes flashed fiercely. I, Mu Wushuang, am willing to concede defeat. I promise you that I will go to the city gates tomorrow, but I hope you won't regret what happened today. In this Long Yuan country, without the protection of the royal family, she would never be able to fight against the Yun family. The reason for this was none other than the existence of Yun Luo in the Yun family. As long as Yun Luo didn't die, she would never be able to destroy this slut, Yun Luofeng. Now, whenever she thought of Yun Luofeng's medical skills, Mu Wushuang felt as if a claw was fiercely scratching her heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. If she didn't get rid of him, she would never be at ease for the rest of her life. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the city gates tomorrow. After Yun Luofeng had finished speaking, she stretched lazily. She moved her shoulders and curled the corners of her lips seductively. Yun Xiao, let's go home. After saying this, she slowly turned around and walked out of the main hall. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down and fell on the girl's snow-white dress. It was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Yun Xiao was like a loyal bodyguard, following by Yun Luofeng's side from the very beginning. The man's face was always expressionless, so grim that it was as if nothing could move him. He. Elder Ning laughed and looked meaningfully at the backs of the two young men as they left. He then said meaningfully, I'm very curious, where did the Yun girl get her luck to pick up such a man? General Yun, this time your Yun family is really lucky, haha. After laughing twice, he walked out of the main hall, leaving behind a dumbfounded Yun Luo. Ever since the incident in the main hall spread, Yun Luofeng's name suddenly spread throughout the entire Long Yuan country. To describe it in 4 words, she became famous as a doctor. Those who had previously mocked and ridiculed her immediately changed their attitudes and wished that they could kneel down and lick her boots. So what if Yun Luofeng couldn't cultivate? She was a miracle doctor. With the reputation of being a divine doctor, it was unknown how many experts were willing to protect her. She could basically travel unimpeded on the continent. Even though Yun Luofeng had saved Elder Ning by the Qin River that day, many people still held a skeptical attitude. But now, so many officials from the imperial palace had gone to General Yun's residence to curry favor with him. One could imagine the shock that Yun Luofeng brought to them. At this moment, Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wushuan of the Prime Minister's residence were standing at the entrance of the imperial city with embarrassed expressions on their faces. Behind them, a group of guards stood as still as a mountain, giving them nowhere to escape. They could only accept the astonished and shocked gazes of the people around them. Everyone. Yun Luofeng swept her gaze across the two people who were standing in a sorry state. She then turned her gaze towards the crowd of onlookers. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. I believe that all of you know what happened to the general's residence 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Hearing this sensitive number, the crowd started to whisper among themselves. Their astonished gazes occasionally glanced at Mu Xingqiu and his grandson. 10 years ago, my parents led the army to war. However, because Prime Minister Mu Xingqiu was greedy for women, they fell into the enemy's trap. This resulted in the leak of intelligence and caused my parents to die on the battlefield. Yun Luofeng's brows showed a deep sense of pain. Her voice also became increasingly sharp. But, Mu Xingqiu, that old thief, refused to repent no matter what. Not only did he not admit to his mistakes, he even believed that my parents had committed evil deeds and that this was their fate. Chapter 144. The young lady's words were sharp, causing Mu Xingqiu to lower his head, almost burying it in the dust. What happened 10 years ago was not unfamiliar to the people of Long Yuan country. However, due to the influence of the Prime Minister's office, no one dared to speak up for the Prime Minister's office. What do you mean by doing evil and being fated to be like this? Yun Luofeng laughed. Her laughter was filled with arrogance and rang out once again at the city gate. I only know that good people do not live long, while evil people live for 1,000 years. My parents were killed by that old bastard Mu Xingqiu. Who knew that he would not feel any remorse after killing my parents? Hence, today, I will make Mu Xingqiu confess all the evil deeds he has done over the years, to avenge my parent. Good. Someone in the crowd started clapping, and the others followed suit. At this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred up. Major General Yun is young and talented, and the young madam is valiant and heroic. They are both heroes in our heart. I don't believe that such heroes would lose their lives on the battlefield because of their evil deed. They were killed by Mu Xingqiu in order to protect the country. That's right. So many heroes have died on the battlefield. Could it be that their lives were taken because of their evil deeds? I have an uncle who lost his life on the battlefield, but he was a good man. I don't believe that the heavens can take in evil people. If the heavens had eyes, there wouldn't have been so many wars. Looking at the angry crowd, Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips slightly. Of course, she recognized the person who led the applause. That person was obviously the odd job worker of the medical pavilion. Needless to say, this person must have been sent by Elder Rong. Miss Yun, we should make them kneel down and apologize to Major General Yun. Yes, we must make them apologize. If they don't, they should pay with their lives for Major General Yun and the young madam. The reaction of the crowd was very intense. At this moment, they had thrown away all their misgivings. Some of them even spat at Mu Xingqiu, who was in a sorry state. Of course, Yun Luofeng also understood that it was precisely because these people had seen Mu Xingqiu's sorry state that they dared to step forward. If they were to face the high-spirited Prime Minister Mu, it was likely that they would not even dare to say a single word. Don't worry, Yun Luofeng raised his hand and silenced the angry voices of the crowd. I've asked them to come here now because the medical pavilion has investigated the crimes that the Mu family has committed over the years. Once this matter is over, I will make them personally go to my parents' grave and apologize. Actually, these things were all investigated by Elder Ning. However, the people did not know Elder Ning's identity. Therefore, Yun Luofeng brought up the medical pavilion. With the reputation of the medical pavilion, no one would doubt the truth of the matter. Mu Xingqiu's expression was very ugly, especially when someone had spat on him when he wasn't paying attention. The spit even had a disgusting stench that made people want to vomit. Mu Xingqiu, Yun Luofeng turned around and looked at Mu Xingqiu. Take out your book of crimes and report all the crimes that you have committed over the years. If there is even one missing, I will cut off one of your arms. Mu Xingqiu's body shivered violently. His hand trembled gently and he almost dropped the book of crimes in his hand. Chapter 145. I, Mu Xingqiu, have committed many mistakes over the years. Mu Xingqiu's voice trembled. What I regret the most is my lust for beauty, causing Major General Yun and young madam to die on the battlefield. I can never make up for this mistake. Mu Xingqiu's face became more and more unsightly. The hand that was holding the book trembled more and more, and his eyes were full of despair. Secondly, when I was young, I had an affair with my sister-in-law and was accidentally discovered by my brother. In order not to spread this matter, I poisoned and murdered my brother. I told the public that he had contracted an illness and died. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. No matter how they thought about it, Mu Xingqiu not only had an affair with his sister-in-law, but also murdered his own brother. Why didn't God punish such a person who was worse than an animal? Just as Yun Luofeng had said, good people don't live long, but scourges last for thousands of years. Compared to Major General Yun, who served the country and the people, Mu Xingqiu was the one who was truly guilty. Thirdly, because my father and mother suspected the cause of my brother's death, I was afraid that they wouldn't forgive me if they knew, so I acted first and killed them. To the public, I said that my father and mother couldn't bear the death of my brother, so they hanged themselves. The crowd was once again shocked by Mu Xingqiu's words. They thought that Mu Xingqiu was cruel enough to have an affair with his sister-in-law and brother, but they didn't expect that he would even kill his own parents. How could such a person still be alive in this world? The heavens are really blind. Next, every time Mu Xingqiu reported his crimes, the shock in the hearts of the crowd deepened. This Mu Xingqiu killed his brother and father, had an affair with his sister-in-law, and committed all sorts of crimes. There wasn't a single thing he hadn't done. It could be said that he had committed all the crimes that could be committed. Not a single one was left out. Mu Xingqiu's face turned from livid to pale, and in the end, it was as pale as a dead man's face. Until even he himself became numb, like a machine, he only knew how to read according to the book, not missing a single word. After he had reported more than 100 crimes one by one, the entire street in front of the city gate became quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of the breeze could be heard clearly. Mu Wushuang, it's your turn. Yun Luofeng turned her head to look at Mu Wushuan. The corners of her lips curled up into a demonic smile. Do you plan on confessing your crimes yourself, or do you want me to help you? The help she was talking about was, of course, brute force. If Mu Wushuang insists on not confessing, she doesn't mind using brute force to make him accept. Mu Wushuan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He bit his lip and silently looked at Yun Luofeng. Mu Wushuang? Did Mu Wushuang also make mistakes? This was impossible. Mu Xingqiu had indeed committed many evil deeds, but what did this have to do with Mu Wushuan? Mu Wushuang is elegant and kind, it's impossible for him to do evil things. TSK, haven't you heard of the saying, you may know a person's face but not his heart? The medical pavilion has great prestige in the mainland. Since this matter was investigated by them, it cannot be false. After Yun Luofeng's words rang out, the quiet city gate became lively once again. The crowd whispered to each other, and their eyes revealed astonishment. Mu Xingqiu, with the exception of Mu Wushuang, was not a good person. Everyone knew that Mu Xingqiu was shameless and lustful. For the sake of beauty, he leaked information and dragged down Major General Yun and his wife. Mu Wuchen, the eldest young master of the Mu clan, was indifferent, arrogant, cruel and merciless. He did not put the world in his eyes at all. The second young master, Mu Shun, was a legitimate playboy. He often led a group of people out to cause trouble. Last time, he was severely beaten up by the Yun clan's guards who were protecting Yun Luofeng. Only Mu Wushuang, who was elegant and kind, had not done any evil deeds. How could the world believe that he also had a book of crimes? Chapter 146. At the noisy gate of the city, after the crowd's discussion, Mu Wushuang clenched the confession book in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today's humiliation, one day, I will return it to Yun Luofeng. Thinking of this, Mu Wushuang suppressed the anger in his heart and opened the book in his hand. I, Mu Wushuang, have committed heinous crimes and have killed countless people. Killed countless people? Boom. Mu Wushuan's words were like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone's hearts were fiercely shaken. They stared dumbfoundedly at the pale-faced Mu Wushuan. For a moment, they even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mu Wushuang kept his head down. His hand that was holding the book trembled slightly. Not only did I secretly send a message to the Crown Prince half a year ago, asking him to find a man to frame Yun Luofeng on the streets for molesting a beautiful man, causing Yun Luofeng's reputation to go down the drain. I also secretly executed some of the women who pestered the Crown Prince in Longyuan country and pushed the blame on others. I was the one who spread Yun Luofeng's reputation of having big breasts and no brains, and being a lecherous love-struck fool. My goal was to make her break off the engagement with the Crown Prince so that I could become the Crown Princess of Longyuan country, and 10 years ago, I was also the one who made my master ignore Yun Qingya of the Yun family. Most importantly, I have a half-sister, and once, I accidentally discovered that she was infatuated with the Crown Prince, so my sister also died in my hands. The people of Longyuan country did remember that there was a second miss in the Prime Minister's mansion. This second miss was not as intelligent as Mu Wushuang, nor was she a direct descendant of the Crown Prince. She was born of a concubine, so not many people cared about her death. But what they didn't expect was that the second miss of the Prime Minister's mansion was actually killed by Mu Wushuang. This, everyone was shocked. If Mu Xingqiu's actions made them sigh endlessly, then Mu Wushuang's actions made them unable to believe it. No one could believe that this elegant and dignified first miss of the Prime Minister's mansion was actually someone who killed her own sister. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. She glanced at the crowd and saw a deathly pale face among the crowd. In the crowd, Mu Shen took 2 steps back. His pale face was full of anger as he glared at Mu Wushuang. So she was the one who killed Shui. She killed my little sister, Murong Shui, for the sake of the Crown Prince. Mu Shen's heart was filled with hatred. A raging fire burned in his heart. The people of Longyuan nation seemed to have forgotten that the second miss of the Prime Minister's mansion and Mu Shen were both born from the same mother. Now that he heard such explosive news, how could he not feel hatred in his heart? The people nearby could even hear the sound of Mu Shen grinding his teeth. You killed your sister. I wonder if Mu Xingqiu knows about this. Yun Luofeng's lips curved into a faint smile. His demonic gaze gradually swept towards the ashen-faced Mu Xingqiu as he asked. Mu Wushuang's face was also deathly pale. She glanced at Mu Xingqiu, gritted her teeth and said, My grandfather, he knows. Murong Shui is only the daughter of a concubine. I'm the daughter of the legal wife. Do you think that my grandfather would be biased towards a daughter of a concubine? Hearing Mu Wushuang's words, Yun Luofeng gently narrowed her eyes. An evil glint flashed across her dark pupils. The two of you are really worthy of being called grandfather and granddaughter. One stole from his sister-in-law and killed his brother, the other didn't even spare his own sister. Indeed, even animals have become a family. Chapter 147. Mu Wushuang's heart completely collapsed. She glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. Her originally elegant and dignified face now looked extremely sinister. Yun Luofeng, you will pay for what you've done to me today. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly as he leaned lazily against the grim man behind him. He then glanced sideways at the ashen-faced Mu Wushuang and said, In this world, only I, Yun Luofeng, can scheme against others. No one has ever been able to scheme against me. I'll be waiting for you to come and settle the score with me. As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned solemn and she ordered with a sneer, Yun Xiao, tie these two up and send them to my parents' grave. My old man has been waiting there for a long time. All right. The man's grim eyes retracted from the beautiful girl's body and stared expressionlessly at Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wushuang. A cold murderous intent flashed across his deep, black eyes. Stop, what are you doing? I'm a minister of the imperial court and you're just a little guard. You. Mu Xingqiu was frightened by the man's imposing manner. He felt that this man not only wants to tie him up but also wants to kill him. Fear rose in his heart and he involuntarily took a step back. However, before he could turn around and escape, he was picked up by the man like a chicken. His face immediately turned pale with fright. Let's go. Yun Luofeng looked at the two people in Yun Xiao's hands and yawned lazily. He then turned around and walked towards the city gate. After the figures of these people had disappeared, the crowd at the city gate once again burst into a clamor of discussion. Sure enough, one may know a person's face but not their heart. I never thought that the elegant and dignified eldest lady of the Mu family would be such a person. Her sister was only infatuated with the crown prince and had no intention of getting the crown prince. In the end, she actually killed her sister. Didn't you hear what she said just now? Previously, Yun Luofeng of the Yun family had molested a handsome man in the street. TSK, I really didn't expect Mu Wuxuan to be such a person. I reckon that when this matter spreads out, the crown prince will no longer want her. That's right, a scheming bitch like Mu Wuxuan is not worthy of being the mother of the nation. Outside the city, surrounded by pine trees, 2 mausoleums stood quietly at the top of the mountain. On top of the mausoleum, the tombstones carved with cinnabar were very eye-catching, as if they had been painted with fresh blood. The white-haired old man crawled on the ground. His trembling fingers gently stroked the words on the tombstone. His eyes revealed a deep pain. It was a pity that young General Yun Yang, a young and talented man, had been buried in the battlefield. Young Mistress Bai Ling, a heroine among women, had risked her life for the country with Major General Yun and had been buried in the battlefield with him. Feng your parents' wish when they were alive was to be buried here together after they died. They wanted to be far away from the noise of the world and ignore the smoke of war in the world. Now, it can be said that their wish has been fulfilled. In this forest, no one can disturb them. Yun Luo closed his eyes slightly. Until now, he could still recall the war report he had received from the front line more than a decade ago. It said that Yun Yang and his wife had died on the battlefield, and the heart-wrenching pain they had felt. Before the pain in his heart could subside, he had to fight in place of his son to protect this land and its people. But in the end, what did he get in return? He couldn't avenge his eldest son and daughter-in-law, and his youngest son was also plotted against, living in a secret chamber without any light. As for him, he had left his granddaughter to go to the border for 10 years, but he had never been able to compete with imperial concubine Mu's pillow talk in the emperor's ear. Chapter 148. How could such a lecherous and incapable ruler be worthy of his loyalty? Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards the tombstone and stared at the carvings on the tombstone with her dark eyes. She seemed to be reminded of the respectable couple on the battlefield. Father, mother, I've come to see you. She was not the real Yun Luofeng. She was only borrowing the power of this body to continue living. However, it was because she had merged with this body that her feelings had gradually shifted towards the original body. Don't worry, I will avenge you sooner or later, whether it's the Prime Minister's mansion, the muddle-headed and tyrannical dog of an emperor, or the person who had truly killed you, I will avenge them all. The young girl's words caused a sense of relief to appear in Master Dongfang's eyes. He then turned towards Mu Xingqiu and his grandson, who had been escorted to the tombstone. His elderly features instantly sank. Mu Xingqiu, you old thief, I never thought that this day would come for you. Ha ha ha. Yun Luo burst into laughter. His smile was refreshed and his eyes were filled with malevolence. Get out of here. You. Mu Xingqiu was enraged. Just as he was about to retort against the old man, a heavy kick landed fiercely on the back of his knees. Caught off guard, he knelt heavily on the ground. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation. Mu Xingqiu's head was pressed against the ground. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. Ever since he had risen to power, he had never suffered such humiliation. He would remember this debt. One day, he would make everyone in the general's mansion kneel before him and beg for mercy. Younger, Linger, can your spirits in heaven see this? Yun Luo raised his head towards the sky and roared in delight. That year, this dog had leaked information and caused your death. However, the emperor had forgotten your contributions and chosen to side with this dog. Now, I'll make them kneel and kowtow 1,000 times in front of you. I hope that your souls can rest in peace. As he spoke, a stream of muddy tears rolled down the old man's face. How many years has it been? How many years had he waited for this day? He would never forget that year, when he went to complain to His Majesty. His Majesty only said one sentence, since it has already happened, it is useless to pursue it. Moreover, Minister Mu did not do it on purpose. How about this? Let him apologize to you. The dead cannot come back to life, so please restrain your grief. Apologize. He had caused the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. How could a simple apology be enough? Therefore, in his rage, he summoned all the soldiers at the border and razed Mu Xingqiu's mansion to the ground. From then on, he didn't want to interfere with the country's war, but when he heard that the people at the border were living in dire straits, he had no choice but to take command and lead the troops into battle. Grandfather, Yun Luofeng looked at the old man who could no longer control his emotions and quickly stepped forward to support his body. His brows furrowed as he said, "It's getting late, I'll take you back to rest. After this, I'll get Yun Xiao to supervise them as they kowtow 1,000 times. Very well." Yun Luofeng closed his eyes slightly. Although he had waited a long time for this scene today, his heart still felt like it was being crushed by a huge rock, suffocating him. If he could, he wished that he had never been a general. That way, Yun Yang and his wife would not have died on the battlefield. As they walked out of the pine forest, Yun Luofeng slowly came to a halt. His dark eyes stared at the old man beside him and asked, "Grandfather, do you blame me for not taking Mu Xingqiu's life directly?" Chapter 149. Yun Luo shook his head slightly and sighed. "I know you must have your reasons for not killing them. Grandfather will not ask." This girl, no matter what she did, he was at ease. "Grandfather, have you ever wondered why the Dog Emperor is so biased towards the Prime Minister's residence?" Yun Luofeng stroked his chin, a trace of deep thought in his eyes. "Prime Minister Mu leaked military intelligence, causing my parents to die in battle. It is reasonable to say that Prime Minister Mu's behavior is already a crime of treason. Even if the Dog Emperor likes imperial concubine Mu, there is no reason to protect him." Yun Luo was stunned. He turned to look at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, his eyes clearly filled with doubt. "I really haven't considered this matter. Indeed, Mu Xingqiu's crime was treason, but not only did he not punish Prime Minister Mu, he even sided with him. Was it really because the emperor doted on imperial consort Mu?" Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. "Also, I helped eunuch Lin regain his manly features. If it was an ordinary emperor, he would rather believe in my abilities than announce that eunuch Lin escaped the punishment of castration. In the imperial harem, what does it mean to have a man who has not been castrated? It means that he is a cuckold. Would the emperor be so stupid as to let himself wear a cuckold? Anyone could understand the significance of a man who had not been castrated remaining in the imperial harem as a eunuch. So, even if Gao Tu did not believe in her abilities, he would choose to believe her at this time. But he, in order to side with Mu Wuxuan, would rather let himself wear a cuckold? Yun Luofeng could not help but ponder over this matter. "Feng according to what you've said, it's true." Yun Luo fell silent for a moment before returning to his senses. Gao Tu is too biased towards the Mu family. If it wasn't for some reason, I would never believe it. So, that dog Mu Xingqiu cannot be touched for now. A murderous glint flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. "However, I can swear that one day, I will use Mu Xingqiu's head as a sacrifice to my parents. I will also make the unreasonable biased Gao Tu roll down from his high position." "Good." Yun Luo laughed out loud and patted Yun Luofeng's shoulder. "You are truly worthy of being a descendant of my Yun family. My Yun family members can lack other things, but they must have confidence and ambition. I believe that your achievements in the future will definitely be very high." Looking at the old man's relaxed expression, Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a devilish smile. In a few days, the red arbor tree would bear spirit fruits. It was time for her to give this old man 2 surprises. The next day, in the rear courtyard of the Yun family, a young girl lay lazily on a chaise longue. She held a grape in her hand and carefully removed the seeds from it before placing the sparkling, translucent grape into her mouth. "I wonder what will happen if I plant these fruit trees in the divine grimoire space." The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up into a devilish smile. Of course, she was only thinking about it. Who knew that just as she had this thought, a young and tender voice would ring out from within her soul. "If you eat up Yun Xiao completely, I will tell you that fruit trees can also be planted." Xiao Mo's voice sounded a little angry. It had been more than half a year and his master had not made any progress at all. He was about to die from anxiety. "Oh!" Yun Luofeng gently raised an eyebrow. But you've already told me. What should I do? Chapter 150. In her soul, there was a moment of silence. Then, she heard a loud wail, causing her soul to tremble. Wah, master, I don't want to talk to you anymore, you big jerk. The adorable little fellow cried and threw a tantrum before cutting off all contact with Yun Luofeng and ignoring her in a fit of pique. However, Yun Luofeng could see the little fellow squatting in a corner and drawing circles, his adorable face filled with grief. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to console him, a familiar figure entered her line of sight. Her lips curled into a smile. Yun Xiao, have you completed your mission? The man nodded grimly. 1,000 kowtows, not one less. Just 100 kowtows was enough to make a person bleed. Hence, one could imagine Mu Xingqiu's tragic state. He would probably need to rest for a long time after this incident. My lady. Suddenly, a maidservant hurried in. His Highness the Crown Prince is here to visit. The Crown Prince? Yun Luofeng raised an evil brow. Let him in. Yes, my lady. After reporting, the maidservant hurried out. Not long after, a handsome young man dressed in green robes appeared before her eyes. The young man's face was pale and he looked exhausted. His sharp black eyes stared at Yun Luofeng, who was lying on the chaise longue, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Yun Luofeng, did you do this on purpose? Gao Ling clenched his fists tightly. The first thing he had said to Yun Luofeng was not to beg for her to heal him, nor was it to beg for her forgiveness. Instead, it was a question. I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? The young girl's tone was arrogant and domineering, as if she had no regard for this man, who was the dream lover of thousands of girls in Long Yuan country. You. Gao Ling's handsome face turned ashen and he spat angrily. You knew that I would regret this in the future. That's why you made me promise not to pester you that day by the Qin River, am I right? This woman did it on purpose. She had lied to me so that I would not pester her in the future. Yun Luofeng glanced at Gao Ling's remorseful face, raised the corners of his lips and said, looks like I have good foresight. Gao Ling's heart trembled violently. That's right, Yun Luofeng was still a piece of trash who couldn't cultivate. However, based on her medical skills, she was qualified to become his crown princess. How could he let her go just like that? Furthermore, Elder Rong from the medical pavilion was full of admiration for this genius physician. Gao Ling was regretting his decision. Yun Luofeng, Gao Ling took a few steps towards Yun Luofeng and said arrogantly, you've loved me for so many years. You can't possibly become heartless just because you want to. I know that I'm still in your heart, you just don't want to admit it. No problem, this prince will fulfill my original promise and marry you. Yun Luofeng smiled. What about Mu Wushuang? Gao Ling was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, I will marry both of you at the same time. Are you satisfied? You want to hug them on both sides? That's not a bad idea. Yun Luofeng laughed icily. Her tone was unruly and her expression was insolent. Unfortunately, I, Yun Luofeng, will never share my man with anyone else. My man can only have me as his woman. If he dares to touch anyone else, I will cripple this pair of adulterers.